It's a movie.
Do we need to do a recap?
Did we start, or did we already start?
We already
We
started.
sort of started.
Were we being recorded the whole time?
No.
Okay. Cause I said some things, so.
Are we continuing in
God, you said something?
Can you please go back and roll?
Yeah. Can you erase what was said?
Mhm.
Okay, let's just do a quick recap. And then what we're gonna do is move into the strategic plan conversation. And just to kind of give an overview, we're gonna do a little bit of time on Yasi Martinez. I think we all know quite a bit about that, but just to get our brains in the thought process. Then I wanna walk through the PED, strategic plan, and a little high level on the equity policy. And then Steve's gonna talk through the timeline just from a organizational standpoint. And then what we're gonna do is circle back to that conversation we had yesterday on mission goals and priorities, which we have about 80% of that done just based on the work you guys did yesterday, and finish up with those last two. Just to see them out loud again, what did I do?
Cheryl just jumped.
The how and the how we wanna accomplish what we wanna accomplish, and the specific experiences and skills we're gonna bring to the table. And then we'll do a working lunch. We're gonna talk some about some of the issues we talked a little bit about yesterday. Impact data, I do have some updates on that. PRC issues, I have some updates on that. And so that kind of takes us through about half of the day. And then we kind of wrap up by talking about some key policies that need revising, legislative priorities, and we finish with a conversation about what we want to do at our next subsequent meetings, whether that be regular meetings and or additional supplemental board retreats to flesh out our strategic plan work. Sound good?
Mhm.
Sounds like a plan.
Plan, Stan?
Is that part in Word?
I think I heard something.
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Oh, awesome. Good morning.
Good morning.
B. Morning. B 3200. Page 66.
Good morning, Cheryl, welcome.
Good morning, thank you. You guys are all crooked because the camera fell last night. No, I'm just kidding.
We were all a little sideways anyway.
Calvin? Calvin?
I'm just kidding.
From a just check-in from yesterday, did anyone have any additional thoughts left from after sleeping on what we did yesterday?
I just truly appreciate the conversation and the dialogue, really, of thoughts, ideas, not necessarily conversations, but like I said, open dialogue and discussion. It's really good. Productive.
I liked it too.
Mhm. I think it was very helpful in getting us all on the same page, aligning our priorities, so that was good.
I loved that without even trying, you guys were all on the same page. Pretty much.
It's right there, but look, this is all,
Are all on the same page?
it doesn't.
I mean, it was
Yeah, it doesn't have.
easy to see that we had commonalities in our missions.
And that's 3200,
Oh, this is not a page two.
just a document.
Oh, you're a board doc, so
Mm-hmm.
that's probably why.
Okay. Any other recaps that we wanna do besides that?
So
As refresh, I mean, what do you mean? From the executive session?
Or just on anything, yeah. I mean, I had some thoughts after kind of
Elect.
processing things, but I'll wait for executive session to talk through those through.
But it doesn't have
Just
the
about
exact language.
again,
Yeah.
on that report. I listened, took stuff in and thought more about it.
Mhm.
But I'll save that for executive session.
But, I thought that was good with the explanation, the definition of, the board's role and the superintendent's role and how that history, how that, what it is now and then,
Six BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs.
some of the cases brought forward. So I thought that was good.
I'm really glad we did that, and I really liked Suzette's idea about the board member boot camp in the beginning.
And we actually found it, our fault.
What does it say?
It's on page 66 of B 3200. Bottom, towards the bottom of it, it says the member-elect is to be provided access to appropriate publications and aids, including the board's policy manual and administrative regulations and publications of the State and National School Board Association.
So then my recommendation would be that we amend that to
Yes.
literally have
Well,
a
that,
meeting
I
around.
think that really refers to New Mexico State
It does, however, I agree with you.
NMSB over there. But I think to be specific to here, to our district, I think what Suzette brought up, that it would be nice.
I-
Well, absolutely, that's
And-
why I'm amending it,
Yeah,
definitely.
and just to have to bring everyone up to speed.
You could have, let's just say on the next cycle, election cycle, somebody new, put in that policy that they got an 8-hour block of instruction regarding.
Well, it really needs to be a board
Well, yeah,
meeting. The reason I'm saying that is because what happened yesterday was really helpful, right?
absolutely.
It helped kind of get to know everybody and where people come from. So if that brand new board member is just kind of off by themselves doing that, it's harder to understand. Cause a lot of institutional knowledge was shared yesterday.
Well, and that's what I was telling Suzette yesterday, is that for me coming into it, I was acclimated to a certain degree with the statutes, with the policies, with the laws, because of dealing with those things before, as an employee, then having to represent the school district down in Santa Fe. So I was used to looking at that. What you did yesterday certainly helps everybody with a greater depth of knowledge and understanding, and especially how it's applied to their role and responsibility, and again, even with the superintendent. But and again, that's why I say that, is before I was actually seated on the board, I went through the policy, that's how I knew this was in there. So it's not that I know where everything is, but it certainly makes it easier to find it, and if you have that understanding through what you're saying to amend, then it just gives everybody the necessary information to do a more effective job, which is very good, and where it should be, quite frankly, in my humble opinion, but any whoosies. But yeah, we need to go through and certainly amend that one to make it more applicable. Which is a good idea. That's why you're here.
That came from you guys.
Yeah, but you do the language, do that voodoo that you do so well. And I dare say that, I mean, even that consideration could have been there, but again, nobody had the foresight to even look at it and consider it. So, good.
Is there any other recap we wanna talk about? Mr. Superintendent? Do you have anything?
No, ma'am.
So obviously on Yazzie Martinez overview, are we all pretty comfortable with our knowledge of Yazzie Martinez? I put it there because I just wanted to make sure maybe there were some questions that we could go back into a little deeper. A lot of times Yazzie Martinez gets talked about potentially not quite accurately. And so I thought that might be a good opportunity for us to kind of talk it through a little bit. But we could also just move into the PED strategic plan and the equity plan, so I defer to you guys on
So
that.
Howard, in the past, when we brought up about, Yazzie Martinez and what it pertains to, and, we hear about, you know, the case and the findings from it. And then what I Googled and what I saw, pertaining to that case was just a quick, you know, overview of what it was about. And I know it's over, 600-page court case, but I haven't tried to read that, but only what's been available, as far as, you know, the shorter version of it.
Yeah, like even the law and poverty summary is not that great. I mean, it doesn't quite give you a good understanding of what happened or what was going on. But
And I think the one, I read was like the UNM
Mhm.
and the state of New Mexico decision, and in there, you know, and to me, I feel like, you know, they simply say, Judge Singleton's ruling has failed to comply with state and federal laws regarding the education of students of color and ELL, and including the New Mexico Hispanic and Education Bilingual Multicultural Education Act, which resulted in an inadequate education system. And so the state has failed to provide students with the programs and services. And so wouldn't the immersion fall under that culturally and linguistically, I can't say
You
that,
said it right.
relevant education and dual language? And that's what we're trying to offer down south, and those, you know, are getting started here in Kirtland, with, I think a little bit at Oho, and then more is being done in Shiprock, but we're trying to do that. So I don't see how this would, not be used. I mean, from what I heard from the committees that were here, a couple months back, it seems that they pick and choose. And yeah, they want to hear, compliance and things like that, but now we have this, and then yet we're in a letter or a response, we're being told different. I mean, that, to me, I just don't follow that.
That is a really good question and a good thing to discuss. So let me back up a little bit and give a little bit of a foundation on the case. So one of the cool things about Judge Singleton is she's probably one of the smartest people I've ever met in my entire life. When I was a baby lawyer, I worked with her a lot. She was a partner at the firm I was working at, and mostly in the oil and gas sector and the business sector. But she really cared about kids. And so then when she retired from the law firm and became a judge, she literally asked for this case because it's a very complicated case. And so the two parties, and she's passed on now, but the two parties, the Martinez and the Yazzie parties, filed a lawsuit claiming that their kiddos were not getting the services they should have been getting. And so the first thing I want to say to kind of help orient us to the case is that the ruling is against the legislature and PED. It's against state government, not against schools. Okay?
State government what?
State government, not against schools.
Right.
Okay. So what the ruling was is that, and it took 600 pages because this is how her brain works. She wanted to make sure it would be really hard for them to appeal her decision. She wanted this to stand. At that point, she knew she had cancer as well. And so this was kind of her last contribution as a brilliant legal person. Just to give you an aside, she was a person who, she told me once that she dreamed in words. So she literally dreamed like she was writing a book or reading a book. Anyway, what she found was that the legislature had not adequately funded and the executive had not adequately prioritized the needs of at-risk children, including Native American, Hispanic, disabled, and high poverty type at-risk situations. And so really the focus was on legislature, you need to fix this. The thing that's complicated that we don't see in the summaries is that, remember, we have the power of separations in our Constitution. So the judiciary can't make law. I mean, aside from interpreting statute, that is a form of law. But they can't put that legislative hat on and literally make law. And so she's, in her opinion, she's having to balance this. She can't say to the legislature, in order to fix this, you do X, Y, Z. But she comes pretty darn close because she outlines, this is what needs to, here, if you wanted to fix this, you need to fund it in certain ways. And she does have quite a bit of detail, right? So she's like teetering really close to that power, the separation of powers issue. Same thing with the executive. The executive can't legislate either. The executive can't make law. They can only implement the law and make policies to implement the law. Does that make sense? So her decision doesn't really tell us what to do. It gives us a good roadmap. But what her decision is saying is, legislature, you need to make sure that schools have enough funding to implement these programs so that these children get their needs met. The legislature is turning around and saying, we've thrown a ton of money at this. Remember, we had these conversations a couple years ago. You're throwing a ton of money at this, but you're not actually coming to the school districts who are having these big issues and asking them, what do you need? How do we help? And that's the huge disconnect that I see even right now. Even when LESC was up here, right? Their mindset is, come kiss our ring and be super short and sweet and talk to us, and we're gonna come up with a solution. Mimi Stewart, for example, they just need more learning time. But she's not taking the time, like you guys very appropriately said yesterday, to understand what our kids need up here. Remember the whole fiasco with the policy where if you were gonna have extended learning time in the summer, that child's teacher had to follow them into the summer school year, which was impossible because you had lots of folks with J1 visas having to go back and all sorts of things. So that was not a well thought out solution. Am I explaining that fairly okay? Or am I making it confusing? Okay, so that's kind of where we are now, where the legislature is saying, well, we threw a bunch of money at this and now we don't want it to be our problem anymore. And we want to be able to get out from under that case because it's an existing case. It hasn't been resolved. The court still has jurisdiction to come back and say whether or not the legislature did well or not. And that's why we're seeing this pivot where the legislature is trying to say, no, now it's up to the schools to do what we need them to do. We don't need to be in that fight because it's not our fight. What we care about is kids, right? We care, okay, great, give us the money. And now we can go solve these problems for our kids. That's really where we are in my 30,000-foot view explanation.
And that's why I said I disagree with even some of their recommendations. Because that should be, the solutions should come from within the district, driven by him. I mean, we can have that argument with them down there. That's my opinion of how I see it.
From my perspective, I mean, the recommendations aren't far out there.
No?
And they're actually harder on the legislature and PED than they are on us on the
Yeah.
recommendations. Like some of the statutory recommendations they have, they're spot on. Those need to be changed. But I don't wanna go too far into that, cause
Yeah.
that is a embargoed document.
Understood.
Yes, sir. But
So then I, with all that said, okay, and this is what, in a different, it says the court will be looking for a remedy that not only ensures funds are spent more efficiently, but that also makes more funds available.
Yes, sir.
And this meaning legislatures or the state,
I'm sorry, I sneezed and I didn't hear you.
that funds are spent more efficiently, but that also makes more funds available. Judge Singleton noted she was persuaded by evidence that showed it would not be enough to simply redistribute the current appropriations more efficiently. So that page 57 of the decision and order outlines potential funding sources. So she had those all outlined, the general fund, land grant, permanent fund, gross receipt, taxes, income tax, health care, tax on all internet sales, and gasoline, alcohol, cigarettes, all that in corporate. So, you know, instead, what did the governor do? She took away,
Legislature to think they can comply with my ruling by just shifting the money around. What she's saying is, you have to give more money to this effort, period. That's what she's saying, number one. Then number two, what she's saying, it goes to your point, she's already seeing where the legislature's headed because they've been kind of doing this for, I don't know, at least the last 10, 15 years, right? And so we all know that education is primarily funded through the severance tax fund, right? Which is oil and gas, it's copper, it's whatever extractive industry we have. And so what she's saying is, no, legislature, you can't have that excuse. In the future, when there's not a whole lot of money in the severance tax fund, or property tax revenues aren't sufficient given like our situation, you don't get the excuse of saying, there's no more money in that fund, we can now lower that amount.
but they are dependent,
And she's trying to make it so that if the legislature doesn't you haven't done it, we get to enforce it. That's what she's trying to do, that's why it's 600 pages. She's trying to your point about sustainability, she wanted a document that would be almost impossible to undo or to get around or to loophole. So, when she talks about all those funding sources, what she's saying, Christina, is she's saying, there are no excuses here, legislature. You have to make decisions that protect our constitution and these kids, period. That's what she's saying.
Now, to that point, that's why she said specifically, lack of funding is no excuse, to which I had told the current land commissioner, you guys shot the cash cow.
They are shooting it.
That's what I mean, and she looked at me and said, what do you mean? So of course I had to explain it to her. No, we didn't, yes you did, anyways, but part of that has to do with, on one occasion, going to Santa Fe and sitting with then Secretary of Education at the governor's roundtable, and we were discussing this with a bunch of people from around the state, specifically about reading levels up to 3rd grade. And I had made the comment about utilizing that land grant fund for programs specifically K through 3rd to help alleviate that problem. Because again, I said, we all know what the statistics are if they cannot read by 3rd grade. And of course, it was just taken as a consideration, but fast forward, 9 years later, almost 10 years later now, here we are dealing with the same things, and then again, the judge saying, to what I just said a little earlier about lack of funding is no excuse when they do have the money. They've had the money, but it's just how do you apply that money to resolve or certainly be able to find ways of mitigating and helping solve these issues and concerns that we have in education.
Absolutely. And so back to your point, Christina, about the governor, and that's one of the things that we've been talking about with, I'm trying to be better on acronyms. National Indian NIEA, National Indian Education Association,
Yeah,
and then the National Congress of the American Indian is that very issue. Because our legislators are not thinking. You hear Souls say, we need to tap into the severance tax fund. Oh, awesome, we have this great boom we can spend out of the severance tax fund. But they're not thinking, how are we gonna replace that when we're literally killing that industry? And the governor's idea is through marijuana, yay. That's gonna be it. That's insane.
See, I think, had Judge Singleton been here still, I think that this would have been stopped. It would have been
I
stopped.
actually agree with you.
And why are you killing a funding source for that district? That would have been questioned. And because she puts it as a bullet point as far as consider gross receipt tax equivalent for extractive industries. And then, so those are all what she put as what funding is there, potential funding. And then in one of them, she even says repealed the capital gains tax deductions. So to me, I figure if she was still here, this would have been stopped.
We would have had a judge who could have been a heavy for us, yes.
Oh, certainly a lot more assertive in inhibiting the direction in which where they were going because of the impact directly on this district and these kids.
And I agree with that.
And, and I think if that stated from us, that had she been here, this would have never gone any forward, further. The closures, knowing that was a big, and then, I feel if it said then it'll start making them think. And, you know, I think there's a point too that where one can be so smart but yet so dumb.
That's true.
And
There's a lot of truth to that.
so you know, that's why when I was reading this and what their answer, which they make that connection themselves, and they've said that we relied on oil and gas. They have made that connection, and I think had Singleton been here, I think she would have said, "You did that. You guys say," and then you're also saying too that we had a big boom, so we have more funding, you know. And but yet you're affecting over here. So I just think that, you know, somebody needs to say it and making them start thinking.
Well, I do want to talk about that in executive session because I have some ideas, especially on a PRC action that I want to talk through. You all asked me to think through that, and I have some ideas.
And then also, she rejected the air study.
What?
It says, right here, it says Judge Singleton did not mandate any potential solutions and to funding question, and noted it is in the legislature's function to determine as a matter of policy which source or sources are best for New Mexico. She did, however, reject the plaintiff's request that the air study should be mandated, noting the costing out methodology used, whereby a collective wish list was compiled, then reduced based on political reality.
Okay, so is that an acronym, air study?
No, I don't know.
I think
It
it's an
says-
acronym.
It says AIR,
Is it in caps?
yeah.
Okay, so that goes back to the separation of powers issue. So the plaintiff said, Center of Law and Poverty said, Judge, here's how we think this should be fixed. And Judge Singleton rightly said, no, I can't tell the legislature what to do, how to fix it, because that would be a violation of separation of powers. So that's why she's saying no to that.
What's the air?
It's
What is
probably
it?
defined somewhere in there, but I would imagine that it doesn't mean air. It means a wish list of things that could fix it. And so that's what she's saying. I'm not gonna tie the legislature's hands. It's their job to fix it. That would have, if she had agreed to that, it would have given them grounds to appeal it on separation of powers, would be my guess.
Yeah, to me, I think we really need to read the full, have you read the full thing?
Yes.
And because, you know, again, we think we have confidence in them addressing, they're gonna leave out what they want to leave out.
But that's why we have to be the squeaky wheel. We collectively, not just us, but lots of people. That's, our job is to hold them accountable.
That's what really disappoints me, is that there's not a much louder collective voice to do so. There's a few people saying it, but certainly it should be all 19 pueblos and tribes and everybody. Then again, somebody's gotta carry that bucket. And we don't mind, do we?
What I would recommend is that we if we wanna talk more through Yazzie Martinez and the details, that we have something dedicated just for that. And I'm more than happy to do that.
Cause that decision in order is 75 pages long in and of itself, the details.
600 pages.
Huh?
600.
No, the decision in order specifically, not the whole one that she's talking about, there's a side one. I have that.
And again, it's cited in here too that
Go over it about 5 times.
This report here?
Judge's decision.
what Judge Singleton looked at was graduation rates, college remediation, and
Because it says that.
I still say that we need to just slap a lawsuit.
So I do wanna talk more about that in executive session.
When is that? Let me see.
After, or during/after lunch.
Okay. Almost to it.
What? Oh,
Do the, make 2 perfect lips.
you ready to move to the?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else? More trees for you to look at, and
All the trees that were killed.
it's morning, so I'm actually gonna pass it out and leave you.
You'll conserve your energy this afternoon.
Some color.
I don't know,
We'll see.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are you walking out?
I'm walking. I'm circling.
Thank you.
See this.
Is it ours coming too?
No.
Another two?
So
Yeah.
Street.
Oops, I could have just done this same time. That might have been smarter. Oh. I know, and so like, okay, so it appears that this PED comprehensive strategic plan has now been finalized. Back when we were doing our policy, it was still a draft. So if you could turn to, well, let's just kind of turn to page 3. So as we're looking through the PED comprehensive plan, I want us to remember they're an executive agency, they're not a school, so their perspective is a little bit different than ours is gonna be, right? Theirs is more about educators, I mean, it is about kids, but theirs is more about educators and being the oversight. I give this as an example of potentially where we're headed in terms of the mission, vision, and core values and how we might organize that. So if you could just take a few minutes and kind of read through that, and then I will get this tickle out of my throat. I'm on page 3. And what's interesting is, as you read through this, you're gonna see that we're actually fairly aligned with PED as well, in terms of what you guys talked about on your own yesterday without even looking at this. Now if we could just get the legislators to think the same way.
So now I was just thinking about that innovation.
Mhm.
We value creating space for educators to design, develop, and create new ways of thinking about education. Not according to that.
Right. So that's part of our education for them, right? Is they need to understand where we are, where PET is, and then, I don't know how we get them there, but that's our job. Our job is to help them get to here.
They do it,
Yep,
but they won't let you do it,
right,
and they won't fund you to do it.
right. It's somewhere right here. It says we aim to provide support and resources for new policies that promote innovative learning models rooted in strengths of who makes
And they're talking
of all students.
partly about this. What we came up with, that this is an example of what they're talking about here.
They're do as I say, but not do as I do.
Well, this changed after we gave them this.
This changed? This is after the change?
It was a draft before. I can pull the draft, I think I have it somewhere still. But some of this changed. It was more, cause I haven't read the final till just a second, and it was more focused on educators. So like the student centered wasn't up at top. Very interesting. So they're even migrating. So it's an evolving learning process. What?
Well, I think through the years, this conversation's probably happened. And one wants to
Yeah.
call them out on their word and then Navajo Nation recognizes was the acronym for words are sacred. And so when you read and it's not happening, baloney.
I understand that. At the same time, we have new leadership at PED that,
Well, in their response of Yazi Martinez coming up with an equity group, what was that about?
but that's not the new leadership at PED. That's former leadership.
Yeah, but still, they're still going with it.
Well, looking at how that works in our school district,
And then they're coming back and then, you know, what was said in the committees and questioning us when they practically bypassed the board in forming this group.
okay,
And it
so,
was already, and the board of directors, New Mexico School Board Association, it was already said. And the lawyer that was there, that was present, even voiced against it.
so what I wanna talk through is this language was not from that team. This language is under Kurt Steinhaus. Kurt Steinhaus was not any part of what occurred before.
But the group still exists.
The Equity Council does still exist, but it's morphed. So for example, the way we're implementing Equity Council has been hugely positive for our kids. He's presented that.
I think that it should have, especially if we're gonna get deemed, if we're gonna get questioned, it should have been left alone. It should have been through us.
I'm not gonna disagree with that statement. What I am gonna say is, these words are drafted by people that were not part of the previous administration. And these words are the best words I've seen in ever for the things we need in our district. I'm not disagreeing that I'm not skeptical or that we shouldn't be skeptical. What I am saying is, this is positive direction for our kids and what we need.
And then I hear the other side, you know, that you do have some critics out there too that don't like what they see with ICO. And so, well, when I hear at the board meetings, all this praise given, you know, it makes me wonder, where do we really stand? Where is this? Because I know what I heard at the board of directors meeting, and that was, you know, by more than several board members across the state of New Mexico, and then from that lawyer, and so anyhow, that's how I feel.
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. All I'm trying to say is, well, I wanna have a conversation about what's in their comprehensive plan and how it might help us. What's the opportunity? I don't disagree, I mean, you know that I had concerns about them implementing the equity council back then too. The difference is that we've taken it and made it our own so that it actually helps kids, not does what I think the original end run around boards were. And so I'm not disagreeing that there may have been problems with that. All I'm saying is, what are the opportunities that we can take from what's happening? Because if we look at history in our state, this is the best we've ever been to implementing the kind of things we think our kids need.
And then, you know, this, executive session, you'll hear a little bit more, but, if it was so great, if ICO was so great. So, that's my opinion.
When you say, Jermaine, that this is the best that has come up with so far, you're talking about the mission,
I'm
the
talking,
vision,
yes,
or core values?
all of it. I've never seen PED be this focused on,
Comprehensive?
yes, and focused, like whether they make good on what they say they're doing or not, I don't know, but what I'm saying is, if you look back in the language that comes out of PED, they've never done anything like this.
Yeah, because they never had a case that they lost like this.
No.
And why
When
would they
you-
have to model after CCSD if they really had it together?
Yeah.
Why would you have to
I'm not saying they modeled this.
to
They,
students? Because we had to look at different areas and create a whole thing off of this too. I don't know, I'm just not. I mean, it didn't come organically out of New Mexico PED.
no, all I want to do right now is to do an overview of this to help us understand where PED is and where we are and where we go next.
And just like you said, Yazzie Martinez was against the state and not the schools. Remember that? What you were saying earlier?
Was it against PED as well?
Yeah.
When you said against the state, you talked about PED too?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they're using, when they collaborate or when they do government to government, and how do you think all this was made? but yet we're not doing so well.
Well, we have deficiencies. We
But
do.
they use our words and they use,
I guess for me, okay. As the person kind of helping, as a resource, my focus is on how do we bridge our gaps? What's the fastest, most effective way for us to bridge our gaps? And whether we agree with the Equity Council in formation in the beginning or not, to me, if we can use that to empower our kids and our community, then that's a good thing.
when you look at the committees, yeah, I get it that, you know, when they were here, try to be a good hostess. The same way I know I work for my community. And somehow that gets lost.
Well, I'm gonna step back for a second, because if you guys come up with a different way of doing it, then we do that. You guys are the policymakers, and that's what this whole exercise is about. What I'm trying to do is to give the foundation of what exists at PED, so that we can talk through that. I think it's a great sign and a step in the right direction that they're talking this way. And the fact that they put it in writing means we get to hold them accountable for the things they put in writing. So to me, that's positive. Whether you guys wanna go a different direction and implement things in a different way,
But-
that's what we're here to decide.
But it wouldn't matter now because they have the Equity Council has more voice.
I don't know how does the Equity Council have more voice?
That's what they wanted.
But it doesn't. In reality, I don't see how that happens. Help me understand that.
That's what I mean. That's what when it was first talked about, that was at the Board of Directors. And again, the legal that was there, their lawyer that was there, questioned it and even advised against it. And but it went forward anyway. And so that tells me that I really don't have a voice, that this is all with this group now that they're looking at, or that they wanted us to. And I don't even know if we comprised that group ourselves, or was it picked?
Have that authority.
But how was our,
I'm gonna get there. If we were to say, if you as a board were to say, we do not want an equity council, would you be in violation of something? I think that would be very hard for PED to put us in violation. The second, so that's question one, I'm taking through what you're asking, right? Question two is, has that equity council, as they envisioned it, is this new PED group following in the same footsteps? And my assessment of that is no, they've backed off of what the original intent of that equity council is, and they've made it into something that is more local control than what it was originally designed for.
so this is the first I'm hearing that.
And the way that I see that is just through the language on the PED website about what equity council is supposed to be now, as distinguished or different from how they were talking about it under the last leadership. and it's understandable, this is the first you're hearing of it, cause we haven't really had this conversation, right, as a group. So,
So how was ours put together?
so under the PED, the new PED guidance, it, and I believe this was in that, PowerPoint that Russell gave, that Donovan Russell gave. But what the PED guidance says is that the superintendent's office, is overseeing that. And so what the guidance says is you have, students of the Yazzie Martinez protected students or concerned students have to be the majority percentage of membership on that council. And it's really student-based for the most part. There is some adult participation on it, but for the most part, it's about student. We have a thought about what it was, is maybe we have a specific, and I'm looking at our superintendent to see how he feels about this, cause I'm making work. Is maybe
Did you know
a specific presentation on that, because that might help. Yes, sir.
I understand your point. I really get it. And I understand the point of the ed because they're being reactionary. All right, they're being told by the courts that they have been inadequate in responding to the needs of these kids, and specifically what we're talking about here. And they couldn't allude to it because it would look racial, not being specific about two different classes of kids, whether it be the Native American, Hispanic or Native American kids, because that's really what the lawsuit was about, but they can't say that.
Yeah.
You can't point it out specifically. So they included everybody.
Just put her at the
Now,
table.
so when they react, obviously they start coming up.
Go fire Dennison.
Let her sit up.
Oh, she wants to join?
Good.
Ooh.
Lyra Dennison?
Right there.
They start coming up.
So that way our backs are not too.
Yeah.
Welcome. Hi,
Hello.
how are you?
Yeah, sit some chairs right there. Right, you can be right here.
Yeah.
Right
That
down the
way,
corner.
that
Down the
way,
corner.
because they have the.
More spread out.
I know.
Feel it?
Yeah, I was like, ouch. I was trying.
Good morning.
Did I do okay?
Any water or tea for them?
There's coffee in there if you, and some fruit, pastries.
I don't have a ton of extra ones, but this is what we're talking about right now. We just had a good conversation about this, and now we're talking about this, and then we'll keep moving down. And you remember this, right, because you were part of that?
Yeah, what she was
Yeah.
now
Just started-
saying
just
is,
had this
oh, I never,
And now we're
Well,
here.
and that's where I'm going to with what I'm saying. It'll kind of help to explain. I mean, I hadn't heard it either, but it makes sense because of change and then the shift.
yeah, the one that,
You
that,
want some paper to draw on?
gave that presentation to the board of directors was Barbara.
Yeah, well, see, again, I'm getting there, getting there.
And everybody was,
Oh, yeah, well, again, you'll hear what I have to say. And it's commonplace. It really is when it's reactionary. That's what I'm learning.
and that's when, John Kennedy spoke up.
Yeah,
After listening to several board
So now you're talking policy.
Mhm.
Thank you.
If you run out of those.
Well, then let's do that. I think it'd be helpful. I defer to you on that.
Ready?
So that-
Oh, wait till she's done. Before I say what I'm gonna say.
Can I do a little overview for them real fast?
Yeah, I was gonna preface. I'll let you do it first and then I'll say what I'm gonna say. That work? Either way? Either way? No,
I don't have
I'll-
any
I'll just-
preference.
I'll leave into what I'm gonna say. Okay. I will preface.
What did I do with my coffee? Did I bring my coffee back? Oh, it's over there.
Suzette, use your cream with coffee.
Sadie, it's a Saturday.
Well, and you got home late after driving, how was that drive?
What did I
It
say?
was,
What about say about? So, what we've been talking about is this comprehensive strategic plan and basically how we get to where we are. To explain, because it's some of the things that we've done within the district speak to exactly with what we're talking about and the PED's talking about out of that document. But what I wanted to say was that because the PED's responding to the lawsuit, it's more reactionary than not. And it is not conducive to developing anything that is truly meaningful in its onset, because it's hard to get the perfect when you do that. And when you do that, then you get to where it's what I like to refer to as impositions from the PED, from the state. So they have these outlines, and then people over there in Santa Fe, they get together at the PED, what do we need to do? Well, it says this, this, and this, and then they start to respond. They bring in some people, they come up with ideas, and you get the Equity Council. Okay, or any one of those programs or initiatives that they start. But what I see and what I've been hearing is even to use their own words under reflective, we believe learning is a continuous improvement process involving intentional self-awareness and reflective practice to encourage thoughtfulness, personal growth, profound learning, and meaningful change. From what we're hearing now, what I'm seeing, that is what it has evolved to over the past couple of years in response to what had initially occurred a few years ago. Again, that was reactionary, but because of time and the investment over that time and utilizing what we as a board, again, to what Ms. Chappelle has stated, have developed and created, it has helped them to become more effective in their application of what they were looking for anyway. Which to me is, I mean, like to your point, those things that I heard initially, to me, who are they? How do they know what we need? Other than them just responding to the lawsuit and the demand. So therefore, again, that's why we are where we are now. And dare I say, with the help of what we've done, okay, they see that, they understand that, and that's why I said initially, when we approved this, and when we first went over it, this is a template. And it has proven itself to be that, because they've seen that, realized it, and applied some of that. Would that be a correct statement, Mr. Bell? See?
So I wanna come back to like the first page, there's a couple quotes in here that I really like. So number one, they've now put this in writing. It gives us the opportunity and the ability to then take what they've put in writing and literally hold them accountable to it, right? So the very top, and I'm on page 2, and so this is what they've boiled down the most important thing, right, because they put it at the top. New Mexico Public Education Department believes in all students regardless of race, ethnicity, disability status, or socioeconomic status. It believes in the strength of New Mexico's diverse communities and in the inherent value of our multilingualism, resilience, creativity, culture, and compassion for one another. So, we didn't read this yesterday, right? But you guys came up on your own with so much that's similar. So whether they have cribbed it,
Well, I find it really, it's funny that, you know, that we're reading this right now, because in terms of the thing with the legislative,
disconnect.
the disconnect with, even with the recent evaluation, you read this and the deficiencies or the things that they're looking at, it doesn't take into account this, the diversity. They're only looking at, based on what the criteria that we got rated on is based on urban school,
Agreed.
and not what they're saying right here in this first paragraph.
The
Agreed.
culture and
Right.
compassion.
Right, the resiliency, creative, the multilingualism.
So I wanna go to quote 2 and then quote 3, and then I wanna circle back to your point. So quote 2 says, the state must design a system that centers, and they missed a word, and I think it should say that centers on these students, meaning the ones we just talked about, and builds the state and local capacity to meet their diverse needs, like we said yesterday. Not one size fits all, but education that meets the needs of our kids. By capacity, we mean dollars, so they're saying, we agree with Judge Singleton, legislature, we need more money. Professional knowledge and expertise, administrative and oversight, and structures and accountability processes that support improvement. Now I'm gonna go to quote 3, and then I wanna come back to what you're saying. Quote 3, page 4. Right up at the top, NMPED is committed to meeting the needs of all students. The department also acknowledges the past systemic failure to address the historic inequities that exist in serving quote-unquote at-risk students, namely Native American students, students with disabilities, economically disadvantaged students, and English learners. The reason I want to focus on those 3 quotes is because regardless of who was in leadership before, to your point, Ms. Aspis, the current leadership at PED is listening. And this language gives us the ability to do what we need to do here, is the point I wanted to make.
Well, I'm glad this language is here, because then when we're in Santa Fe, this is directly from what they're quoting. I mean, we can quote that in terms of their viewpoint. They're not taking into account what they said they're gonna take into account.
Well, they're separate, remember this is PED.
But you know what? It's still, we got evaluated by PED, right?
No, LFC.
LFC,
Yeah, but then,
The recent one,
Yeah,
that was
LFC,
LFC?
Not
but
not BE.
They
But they
sign PED also.
they cite PED's, data. They use that. And I hope this on
These are
page,
just staffers at Legislative Finance Committee. Sorry, I just wanted to answer your
at
question.
page 2,
Sorry.
at the bottom,
This
in red,
legislative
I hope that's stated in here, in the response.
It's not talking about.
Yeah.
It can definitely be in our PowerPoint, but in the background section, that is what, I mean, we do have some language about the historic inequities. That's why I put the Kennedy report in there.
Yeah, in that response,
Mhm.
it addresses it. But that's also what I have said when you first look at these things, and Steve and I had talked about this, is that, again, not to be a dead horse, but even just with Impact 8 alone, their response is, well, you have your money now, right? But our response is, yeah, and we're still trying to make up for 47 years of inadequacy.
Mhm.
So that in and of itself is a precursor to a lot of the issues and concerns that they themselves, not the LFC, but certainly the PED, understands and sees and speaks to, and then creates a document to try to help the schools address. But again, to the comment that I just made to Ms. Haskell, left hand's not talking to the right hand.
Well, the legislature's trying to push this off on PED as much as they're
Exactly.
trying to push it off on us.
Precisely.
And so the question I would wonder is if the pandemic didn't show the disparities and the inequity, will we even be having this conversation? Would this have even been, would it have even been updated?
Potentially not.
Yep, I would
I mean,
just say not.
that's not on us, that's all over there.
The silver lining is that the education we needed these decision makers to have, the understanding we need them to have that you were talking about yesterday, right, is starting to happen. And it's happened more on the PED side than the LFC side, right? And so remember when we were in the Impact 8 fight, we talked about momentum and creating that momentum? The more momentum we create with PED, like with this document, with the Pueblos, with All Indian Council, with Regis, with Lente, the more momentum we create speaking these things, the more we're gonna see change at the legislature.
Now, to that point as well, I will say, because conversations with this Secretary of Education, former Secretary of Education, and the disconnect alone from the regions that they represent or represented, the one we currently have now is much more in tune to and willing to listen. And obviously we could see that in the writings and the expectation and the direction. Whereas before, that was much, much harder to permeate, I guess, when it comes to educational ideology and the challenges that we face.
So do you guys mind if I go back to giving us that foundation of what's in here and then tracking what's in the policy? Are you ready for me to do that?
It would be the foundation from here, the new policy.
Yeah, so I wanna go through what PED's strategic plan is, and then I wanna talk through how the team internally at CCSD utilize, does this meet what we need at CCSD? And the answer was not exactly. And so we took that and then gave what we needed for CCSD based on public comment, and I think Elvira was part of that. And I think 3 meetings, right? Yeah. We took all of that, we compiled that, you were even part of the core group, as I remember. And then we wanted to double check it, right? So are we aligned with PED? We don't have to be identical to PED because they have different needs than we do. And then are we aligned with the work from, that we know our community talked to us about in those meetings with graduate profile? And so that's how we got to this. And I just thought it would be helpful for you guys to know and have that foundation of how we got here and how it relates to this. Does that make sense? Okay. Elvira, I'm sorry, what is your mom?
Yeah.
Hi, let's do introductions so that way we can include you.
My name is Gloria Dennison. I am from Nash City and reside there all my life. I'm over 70 right now as a grandma. I got many grandkids going to school
Nice.
in Nash City. So I just observe and gain knowledge about what's going on out there for our young folks. So that's all I'm here for. So I'm listening to the discussion to see what plans we have out for our grandkids out there again. So that's what I'm here for. But on the other hand, I also am involved with other projects that entails youth. So outside the education system. So it's all in the community areas. So that's where I fit into the community. I've been working in Navajo Nation government for 28 years. I walked away from there and home, and I just thought I can't just sit back home and just have days go by without me. So I just thought maybe I'll take an interest in doing something. So that's where I'm at here.
Wonderful,
Thank you.
thank you. Elvira, do you want to introduce?
Good afternoon, my name is Elvira Dennison. I'm from Nash City. I have one son that's on Central Consolidated School, going to school at Newcomb Middle School. I'm working part-time outside the district with, working with special needs students. I participate as a parent within the school district, attending meetings, being part of the participation with the school with anything that they need as a parent. I also volunteer my time as a parent committees at like the state level with advisories, and then FX Parents Reaching Out. Anywhere that I can gain knowledge and share information with parents around this community. Right now I came over to catch up the district's plans. I took a step back for I think a couple months, and I'm trying to catch up now, see where this district's moving to. It's good to see everyone here. Thank you.
Steve, you want to start, or do you want your son to?
And it's my son Ryan Dennison. He's at Newcomb Middle
Ryan.
School. Shy.
We've all been there, Ryan.
We're all shy too.
We try to bring him along to listen in.
Hi, everybody, I'm Steve Carlson, I'm the superintendent of Central Consolidated for a little while. Nice to meet you.
That's good, yes.
I'm Christina Aspis, and I represent Oval area, that side of the river, Upper Fruitland. That's my district, and been on the board since 2012. So it's been some time. And I don't count superintendents like Sharon does. It'd be interesting to find out. However, yeah, I'm really glad that you guys make time and to do this and you know, I remember back in the day where my mom would travel for ONLR duties or, you know, and I would go along. And it just fascinated me, you know, I would listen, like, wow. And I was hoping that same gene was in my daughter, but she's just like, nah, I don't want to listen to you. So it's good, the little one.
I'm Jermaine Chappelle, and I help the district on legal issues, and I'm kind of one of the worker bees, I think is how I like to portray that. Ryan, I'm so glad you're here. I said his name right? Okay, good. You know, it's important to us. The work is for you guys, and so it's helpful for us to have you here. And so we thank you, Ryan. I know it's boring, but I promise we'll try to create some laughter for you. But I'm really glad to see you here, and Elvira, it's so good to meet you in person because I was on Zoom during those meetings. So thank you for being here. Oh, we have Cheryl.
She's there.
She says, I noticed, okay, go ahead, Cheryl.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Ms. Dennison. I'm Cheryl George. I'm on Zoom. I'm on my way into the meeting now. I just got off work. But I appreciate you always being involved in the board meetings and with the school, and especially out in Newcomb. I know you're pretty active out there, but thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm Marion Wells, and I represent the Kirtland area. And I've only been here for about a year now, huh? And I been in the community for 42 years, sent all my kids through Central and Kirtland Central schools, all 7 of them. And then playing catch up, trying to learn. All of these people here have been kind enough to help me along, show me the course and point me the way and push a little bit. Welcome. We appreciate the fact that you take the time to come and show your interest. I wish more did.
Ja, det är inte så att jag ska inte ashens det kan inte bli bara chinki an det är det touch det. Sheyas technology det nasha ado do Newcomb je aje do nilka stand khadinda na khaida e leisalago iya. So good morning to Ryan, and thank you for being here. I think that as a parent and grandparent and a student, this says a lot about your commitment to the community to be here on a Saturday. So thank you for being here and listening in and taking part in this, because this is where it all starts. A lot of things happen behind these and type of meetings like this, and so this is, I think it says a lot. So thank you.
Good morning, my name is Gary Matoy. I'm a school board representative from Shiprock, a lifelong member of the community. And there's tons of reasons why I do what I do. Just as with my kids are now. Like I said, I've been in that community literally all my life. Raised by a Navajo lady, a stepmother, married to a Navajo. And that's really where my heart is. And to me, there's nothing greater than being able to serve him. And I truly appreciate the fact that you're here and you take the time to invest a part of your life into what is important to you. So for that, I'm truly grateful, so thank you for being here.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back just to an overview, and the reason I wanna do the overview is just so we have a foundation that we can talk through the policy. So if you could turn to page 5. They organized it with 4 pillars. And so their first pillar is educator ecosystem. And I'll talk more about this when I get to our policy, but we kind of didn't understand from a local perspective what ecosystem meant. I mean, we understand it, but it didn't seem like the best language for us to describe to our community what we're talking about, right? So you'll notice when we get to our policy that we changed this quite a bit under the educator ecosystem. The other reason to change it is that our focus is different from PEDS, right? PEDS is more oversight because they are in charge of certification and that kind of thing, whereas ours is more building that community of educators and supporting them in a different way. So you'll see that focus change between PEDS plan and ours. Whole child and culturally responsive education, you will see that that is pretty similar in ours because we definitely agree with that. You'll see in ours that we made that as number 1. Profiles and pathways, if I remember right, that wasn't called profiles and pathways when we were looking at the draft. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. This one is similar to ours. We do talk about this, and I believe that is our pillar number 3. And then asset-based supports and opportunities. That one we thought was a little bit hard to understand, so as I recall, we made that more local to us. Yeah, we did. Okay, so if you could just kind of skim through the descriptions of those 4 pillars, or I can read them real fast. What's your preference? Read them real fast?
Yeah.
I think skimming doesn't do me a whole lot of good.
Okay. Educator ecosystem. Ensure every child has well-prepared, well-supported, highly effective educators who use culturally and linguistically responsive pedagogy to guide their learning and development. Second one, whole child and culturally responsive education. Increase student learning and development by supporting schools and classrooms to engage in deeper, enriched academic learning that is integrated with social emotional learning and that is culturally and linguistically responsive. Number 3, increase profiles and pathways. Increase student successful completion of high school with research-based, relevant, applied, and experiential learning opportunities that support all students to become college and career ready and contribute as productive members of their communities. And then 4, asset-based supports and opportunities provide equitable access to asset-based support services and learning opportunities that enable all students to thrive in their educational setting regardless of their demographics, family income level, or disability status. Now, the way the report is organized from here is that they then go through each one in more depth, right? So page 7 kind of gives another intro into the pillars, and then starting on page 8, they really kind of start diving into sub-paragraphs or subsets of what they mean. So under educator ecosystem, for example, they have recruitment, high-quality teacher preparation, induction for early career teachers, growth-oriented professional learning, leadership development for principals, district leaders, and school boards, and then expected outcomes. And so really where we're heading as we get through our strategic planning process is to have something similar to PED here on page 11. Or I should say beginning on page 11.
That's you.
Okay,
And I need to print you one of these because I gave your copy to them.
okay.
Yeah,
we can adjust it.
Stay away from the camera.
You almost did a Steve, you almost pulled out.
Jerry taught me a new trick on how to use the computer yesterday, so. I was like, how do I make it move?
Turn it on.
Yeah, it doesn't have like a mouse thing, so he's like, you have to use 2 fingers, you can't just use one. And I was like, oh.
Might need that.
I don't have one of these, mine's different. Okay. So we're on page 11. And I just wanted to give you guys a visual of kind of where we're headed in terms of a format, not saying we have to have this format, but an example of where we're headed as we get more into the strategic planning process. There's something in this building that makes my throat go funny. She wants to tease me about what I can see. I see it.
I'm having flashbacks. So,
That's not good.
since I know we're on Zoom. We're not on Zoom.
We're not on Zoom. Okay, so then on page page 16, they do the same thing for pillar 2 and they break it down into subsets. I'm just gonna read you those subsets. So deeper learning, community-based, culturally and linguistically responsive instruction.
Where are you at?
Oh, I'm on page, starting 16, I'm now on 17, I'm just giving the high-level titles of those subsets. Social emotional learning, page 17, now I'm on 18. Positive school climates and proactive support. Enrichment, extracurricular and out-of-school time programs. And then, I'm now moving to 19, they kind of do the outcomes. And then they go deeper so that we have a more definitive, we would want ours to be more detailed than theirs in terms of timelines. They don't have timelines on theirs, and so that is definitely something I would recommend we include that PED doesn't include. And so that was on page 20. 21 and going through to, let's see here, 25. Then pillar 3, profiles and pathways, I wanna talk those subsets and then we're gonna go to our policy.
So, as you said in 21 or as far as the timeline, and then you're saying that PED didn't do that, but we are, and I'm always concerned because it seems like they throw things back, and are we setting ourselves up when we add to it and then they use our own I guess, say in this case, the timeline against us?
Well, that's what we're gonna talk about when we get a little bit lower in this conversation, when we get to strategic plan recommendations and proposed timeline. We can talk more about that. My response to that.
Instead of giving us credit, you know, like, oh, CCSD, they, and we did this, this is the outline, and CCSD wanted to do a timeline. Instead of us giving us credit or kudos for that, then, and then they come back later, oh, they did it like this, Lord, now they didn't do it, and so I'm wondering.
Well, we can talk about those pros and cons, right? And then you guys can make that decision. Mr. Superintendent and I are your resources. And so ultimately, that decision is gonna be yours, how we deal with that. So,
It seems like when we do come, when it's in our court, then it's usually a response.
so, what I would like to do is just kind of go through this so we can get done with that. And then focus on that after we do the organizational chart, because I think you'll have more information, if that makes sense. To base that decision on. Okay, so I was in profiles and pathways, graduate profiles, reimagined system of college and career preparation. I'm on page 26, I'm moving to 27. Experiential learning opportunities, culture of college and career readiness, school redesign. They're kind of talking some about community school kind of situations, but also career technical and that kind of thing. Profiles and pathways, expected outcomes. And then they give kind of their first draft at what the more detail on the strategic plan is. And I think they will come out with something more detailed, Board Member Aspas, but right now this is their first draft, if that makes sense, or their first cut at it. So I would imagine they will come out at some point with timelines, but they don't have that in here yet.
Well, you know, I hate to be that way, but, I mean, knowing the history of PED and where they, I mean, even there's been complaints about them coming in and only getting a snapshot. And out of say a 5-minute visit or a 10-minute visit, and then all their answers are there, and they go with that. So, then it seems like we gotta think ahead, and I hate saying that, but then, you know, if it was different where we were getting credit for thinking beyond them, their team, you know, then it would be great, but it seems like it's just used back on us.
And we can definitely talk about how to strategize on dealing with that a little bit later. Pillar 4, asset-based supports and opportunities, and so the subcategories here, I apologize, on page 34. Strategic resource allocation. This goes back to that concept of performance-based budgeting. And so, really what we're talking about is making sure that when we make budget recommendations or decisions, that we have good enough data to determine whether those expenditures made a difference. To really track whether or not those expenditures are effective.
It's probably from Keto.
Chaos.
Do you want to talk?
Oh, yes, please.
No, it's carbs in there.
They're teasing me because I'm not eating food carbs. Yes. Okay. So strategic resource allocation, then closing the digital, thank you, Cheryl.
Welcome.
Closing the digital divide, health services and community schools, health services and high quality nutrition, student attendance.
Where you at?
Oh, I'm on page 35
Oh, 35.
and I'm moving to 36. Extended learning and out of school time opportunities, family and community engagement. And then they kind of go through their ideas on what the more detailed strategic plan would look like through 43.
Page 43?
Yeah, that's, so they go through, let's see, how many pages is that? They have that piece of it beginning on page 38 through 43. And so, to your point, earlier, board member asked us, if you look on page 41, for example, they are now calling it not necessarily quote-unquote equity councils, but you can see that within PED, they're even shifting so that what they're saying is meeting the needs of Martinez Yazzie student groups. And that's really how it has morphed, is to really give students voice through that process. So this would be a good place, but I can help you see some of that more in other PED documents too, if that's helpful. And then at the end, they kind of talk about overarching initiatives and support structures. So beyond the 4 pillars, what else do they need? And this is so interesting. I had not actually read through this part before, but it's sort of what we did at the beginning of ours, so I'll walk you guys through that. So I'm gonna pause just on this. From an overarching like 30,000 foot level, I wanted you guys to have an idea of what was in the PED comprehensive plan. Is there anything you want me to dive into a little bit deeper on this before I go to our policy? Can you hand it to Cheryl, please?
Well, I like that on page 45, they have the addressing the Yazzie Martinez.
That's what I said, you know, that they're emotional, they're being reactionary.
Mm-hmm.
And as you start to get into it, and people start to speak up and questions are asked and visions are made, and it starts to evolve into something that becomes a lot more effective.
Mm-hmm.
How do we make this bigger?
The Zoom?
I'm not a Mac person.
Oh, yeah.
How do I make that go to the whole thing? What did you do?
Push the green button. But I think even on that,
I'm
we're
learning
already
Mac.
talking about doing number 7.
Yes, so you're gonna be totally happy when you see.
Yeah, we're doing the stuff that they're.
So in the beginning, from our first draft, we got some really good feedback from parents and community members saying, we want more information about Yazzie Martinez. about the cultural education plans, statutes in the policy. And so we, as you see in the beginning, we kind of include an overview in the policy of Yazzie Martinez. And then a very high level overview of the Cultural Education Act, so Bilingual Multicultural Education Act, the Indian Education Act, Hispanic Education Act, and the Black Education Act. And the feedback we got from folks in our public meetings was that it made them feel more comfortable to see us repeat those statutes as our priority in our own policy. And so that's why we expanded that.
So on 6, page 6,
You're back in the PED or ours?
the PED.
Okay.
Oh,
So that educator ecosystem that you're talking about, that's all these people,
Oh, is that the people
Oh,
who
yeah.
contributed?
yes, that
educator ecosystem.
Let me go to page 6. I got it.
No, they're not talking about these people. These are the people that actually help put this document together.
yes,
But they say they're part of the ecosystem, the educator ecosystem.
It's everybody in that sense who
and
educates and responsible for that is.
you know, I find it interesting that Mimi Stewart is part of this too.
Mm-hmm.
And given some of the things that she said,
Exactly, I agree with you. There's a disconnect. Yeah, so this is the strategic planning team. So what they're saying is all of the folks that had input into each pillar, they're listing.
So there is, I mean, if Mimi Stewart's on here,
We don't know how much of an involvement, right? Is she in every single one? No.
it's the right hand, talking to the right hand.
She's not in every single one. That's very interesting.
There's names on there too,
Here's something interesting. We have folks listed from our own school district that Yolanda Benali Littletree is under profiles and pathways. I hadn't looked at this before.
how did that happen?
I have no idea.
I know at the onset, they were initially asking for
Oh, yeah.
considerations and recommendations and people to be involved at the very beginning of it.
I don't know why, and I mean, everything concerning this wasn't even given out, wasn't announced. You even have from New Mexico School Boards, Olivia Calabasa, and she's no longer a school board member.
Yvonne Key Bilson, she resigned 2 years ago. She's a board member with Window Rock Unified School District, so it says has her listed maybe before.
And then you were saying this is all new, but I still see Kara Boboff.
Yeah, it says former though.
Yeah, but I mean,
I would imagine,
they're still using this whole child and culturally responsive education, and she was a part of that.
they started with a draft and they've been working on it, and it keeps morphing and morphing and morphing, is what I would imagine.
Even
Yeah, they're
Sally
acknowledging-
Marquez got in there.
Acknowledging those people that were actually on the
In the
onset,
beginning, yeah,
and then it's been evolving into what we have now.
morphing. Looks like they have Pandora Mike here too, under Holchild, as chair of the Indian Education Advisory Council. Our friend Stan Rounds. Lovely.
Makes the rounds.
Okay, are we ready to go to our policy?
Yeah.
Okay. So the reason, I just wanted to help you guys orient you to the reason we have an expanded discussion of the case law and the statute in our policy is because we got feedback saying essentially it makes us feel like you are adopting it and making it a priority as a school district to have it in policy. The original request was that we formulate a policy just for Black Education Act. And the folks in our public meetings and many principals had a very big reaction to that because they felt like, why would we only have a policy for that act and not the other ones? And so,
Well, I think where I was coming from in that is that the focus is always given Navajo first. And then it's only a reminder, or somebody will finally say, well, we have Hispanic and we have Black. And then, so now we're addressing Black, the new Education Act that was recently formed. So now we're pulling in these again, and when it was specifically Black. That's where I'm coming from. And you know, nobody has said, but I just don't want it said, you know, especially from the parent or you know, mainly the parents from the Black parents, you know, from them saying, this was only supposed to have been for Black Education Act, not bringing in these other two. They're already been addressed over there.
the problem, and I'm not disagreeing with you, the problem is that the other cultural education acts don't require it to be in policy, and that's a disconnect. The legislature just hasn't gone back to do that. But there's nothing wrong with us saying all of these cultures, all of our cultures are on a level playing field and are important. So I from a litigation or a vulnerability standpoint, I don't see that as a vulnerability, that we are treating them all together. I see it as, from a legal side, what we were talking about yesterday and what you kind of ended with last night, Vice President Husky, which was we need to make sure all cultures feel like they have a place in our school district. And so that's why, and that's what folks said in many of our meetings about that was, we wanna see them all treated the same. And so we didn't want that disconnect where we only had one
Well,
policy.
I'm not saying that it's one higher or one lower.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's finally come to fruition. So address it as only that for now. Then later you can say,
I think the way I see it is when we had the discussion about the 25 CFR, where you have the federal guidelines, and then you go beyond and make
Exactly.
things more stringent. But the guidelines are at this point. And I think as a school district, it's good that we are saying that this is what we have to this is what we're being mandated for one ethnicity. But for us, it's gonna include all
Everybody.
these.
And that's exactly what I said when we completed that, when we were looking at this in the board meeting. The acknowledgement and being inclusive, okay, which we did, and we've approved, to me sets a template for everybody else, rather than to be selective as they singled out. And being ahead of that curve to say it's all been on an equal footing, it's all been addressed in this document, to your point of any recourse and or opportunity for liability, because it's all been addressed. And that's what I truly appreciate about it, is that it is completely inclusive.
And I think as an oversight of the legislature, I don't think they thought through how that would look. I don't think they thought I don't think they remembered that those other cultural education acts weren't required to be in policy. Cause what happens, right, with the legislature is they pass something
Yep.
and they shelve it. And then they go on and they pass something else, and they don't take the time, I mean, you know what it's like during session, they don't take the time to go, how does this work with this other statute? And that's why we have so many overlaying reporting requirements, right? We have reporting requirements that don't go anywhere anymore because the legislature keeps putting on different reporting requirements without taking out the ones they don't need anymore.
I have made that analogy when it comes to the educators themselves about how they keep stacking and stacking and stacking, but yet they do not pull away those things that are either redundant and or irrelevant.
Irrelevant, and so it ends up taking more and more time of our staff.
Yep.
That's useless. So that is something we have talked about.
And then you go back to the whole strategic plan in the
Nice
first
talking about
sentence. And the first sentence says, we believe in all students regardless of race, ethnicity, disability status, or socioeconomic status. I mean, it goes, that goes back to the strategic plan, the first sentence talks about that, but yet they're picking and choosing which act that we have to pay attention to, and for CCSD, we are addressing
And-
all.
And I'm glad you said that, because one of the things I also said is, it's unfortunate that we even have to do this to begin with.
It shouldn't have taken a lawsuit.
Yeah.
We said that, I don't remember what was that, the SHPRA meeting, I think I said that a bunch of times during our community meetings, I'm like, this is ridiculous, it shouldn't have taken a lawsuit.
It is, it's sad.
It is sad.
Do you want me to read our, yes ma'am, sorry.
I just, you know, we've been saying that we've already been doing this in the policy commitment, equity and education opportunities that was presented to us by Donovan Russell last month or the month before. It's already included in there for the Black Education Act and then the Hispanic Education Act, and so like we said, we've already included that, it's all inclusive.
Quick timeout, sorry, Teriyaki Bowl is closed today. Our awesome Miss Ray wants to know what our preference is for lunch.
But
I put crab.
Teriyaki bowl.
What?
I put crab
It's.
Yeah, please.
it's close.
from San Juan River.
Oh.
Sharon is that's the one in town is
No, the
closed?
one in Columbus,
Region.
that's,
No, we have different.
but what I'm saying is the one in town.
The one that's driving?
It's Sharon?
Mm-hmm.
What's your preference?
Benches.
What are our options?
There's Dogs. Dogs is open. Dogs.
Subway.
Next
I
to
didn't
here.
do Subway.
And they have a good hamburger steak.
Really?
Yeah.
Sounds good for me, keto girl.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Dogs.
And
I've never,
they also
Or
have
country
native,
kitchen.
I'll go with dogs.
they have native menu too.
Oh, like you.
Dumpling stew.
Never eat that.
No, I've never
That's
eaten a dog, so. Do
Yeah.
they have ribs and
Yes.
wine?
I was just gonna say,
Lamb ribs.
Yeah, they have good stew.
You're gonna be up here every week.
Be a regular, they're gonna send us.
a retreat every weekend.
After that, we're like.
I better go ladder, I'm gonna be asleep.
They even have pizza.
They have all sorts of stuff.
Sharon, did you bring the cots?
So she's gonna do a menu.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want me to read our intro?
Yes.
Okay. So our intro says, thank you for that cough drop, that totally suits me. CCSD recognizes the findings in Yazzie Martinez v. State of New Mexico and the historic and equitable actions that have resulted in academic achievement and social emotional gaps of students. CCSD further recognizes the value of diverse culture and language and the implementation of all of those acts. These multicultural education statutes provide goals and requirements for providing Native American, Hispanic, African American, English language learners, and at-risk students with an equitable, culturally relevant education through collaboration between governmental stakeholders, including schools, Native American tribes, and appropriate federal and state government entities. CCSD also recognizes the importance of identifying learning and other disabilities early in their education so that the district can provide support and resources as early as possible to help students grow and learn to the best of their ability. That last sentence actually came from a number of our community groups. It might have even come, I think Elvira, you might have even said that at one point, if I remember. The early identification. Was that in an early meeting you were in? Anyway, that was a topic that a lot of folks said, it's one thing to recognize that, but it's another to make sure that we figure that out as close as possible or as early as possible so that student has the ability to have as much time and resources as possible to grow through that. Okay, let's see here. Then, scrolling down, you'll see some of those overarching principles about, kind of moving on that topic. Historically, I'm on the bottom of page 2, there have been deficiencies and difficulties with adequate funding and other structural and programmatic challenges which have resulted in a system that has not met the needs of our students in a comprehensive and coordinated manner. And the reason, I'm on the bottom of page 2.
At the bottom, the last paragraph.
The reason we looked at PED's language and we're like, that doesn't, it's a good start, but it doesn't quite get us there. We wanted a little more detail about what we thought the problem historically is. And then, so from there, we talk about the ICO, and now whether it's called the ICO or not, that's up to you guys ultimately, but the thought process is to make that such a priority that we have a dedicated group of educational professionals from our cultures in our district that really look at those issues. And so the next paragraph is,
May I say something?
yes,
So it's just say historically there has been deficiencies and difficulties with adequate funding. And then include in there, instead of making it better, the governor decides to take away more funding
Challenges.
when it was already historic.
Challenges.
that's challenges.
Yeah.
Read challenges, programmatic challenges. Okay, so I'm gonna move to that next paragraph. CCSD is committed to the cultural enrichment. Actually, I don't probably need to read all of this, but you can see that where we are, and even the conversation we had yesterday with you guys doing the bullseye, what you guys were saying is literally in here. So it's really powerful to me because we have alignment in lots of different sectors of our district. And what that means is when we have that alignment and we're all in sync, that momentum is able to really get started and going.
So now this is policy, right? This can be shared with
Yes.
our community. Is it on the website? Is there a link to this?
Has it been inserted in the policy yet?
There's not, I don't know how that works.
So as we said yesterday, and saying our district, that our district is unique and we're different as far as other school boards are concerned in New Mexico. How come that part's not included in here? The funding,
I'm not sure
I
I'm
mean,
following.
of what happened politically. And if not stated politically, maybe, what is this happening?
That is something you guys can decide to amend into this. I mean, this is your statement, so if you guys decide that you wanna include that as part of policy, you
Yeah, I
can.
think there should be a paragraph that addresses how are people to know? How are people to, our constituents or, how are they to know that is our funding that has been closed? And it's because of that led on to the research and then also the somewhat repair of impact aid. And, you know, that should be a timeline too, you know, and then even with that win, with that, that signing of getting 100%, we're still not whole.
So what I would recommend is that is definitely something that can be in the background of our strategic plan and part of our guiding principles and our mission and statement. It could even be in here.
Because as you said, that when we did the exercises yesterday, that a lot of that was pertaining to this.
Mhm.
But some of that was the sustainment, that goes under what we're doing.
So I'm saying, I think you could put it in at least 2 places and maybe 3. What I'm saying is, we can take a look at whether you wanna put it in a policy, and I would also recommend that background and that uniqueness of what our district is facing does play a central component in our strategic plan, because it's part of our story.
Yes,
And then the third place I would potentially recommend putting that is on our website.
and then we have such documents that support what we're saying and even that Kennedy report.
Agreed? I think,
I agree.
I think it would be
that we
really
have to have
powerful.
like historical document, maybe the history of our, like you just said, the history of the school district, and then the current challenges that we are facing, that we continue to
I think
face
that's,
post-pandemic, that kind of gives context to why we're doing this.
I think that's smart.
That is why every opportunity that I get, whether it's in my writings or in conversations with people, is to go through the historic timeline. Because there's so many people, the vast majority of people don't fully understand that. They just see what they see today. And again, how do you know where you're going if you don't know where you've been?
Yeah.
And how do you get to where you need to be if you don't understand where you've been to help guide you and direct you to correct those missteps or misdirections or lack of understanding? Because you have to have that context to fully understand, and to preface it with because of, or to start off and to explain to people, because, and again, people's attitudes, if they don't fully understand impact aid, well, you guys get all that money, it's one of the first things they say.
Well, even the Navajo Nation presidential candidate,
Yeah,
Ethel Branch, she said that. Like we were supposed to get rich off of impact aid, no.
And that's what she said to me in TikTok. Well, you guys get impact aid. Well, let me correct you, lady.
Yeah.
No, you don't fully understand.
So I don't think this needs to be amended, I think
Yeah,
the historical, the history and the history of the funding and all the impacts need to be included as maybe a supplement
I think that's,
to.
you mean in the, well, part of the strategic plan and
In
on
the
the,
strategic
website.
plan, why these things are being developed, what we're addressing.
I think that's super
Uh,
smart.
And then the kind of limitations and barriers we have because of all these things that our school district is
It
encountering.
has to be addressed to the public can see and be informed, not of why we are, because of where we are, but I would dare say, in spite of these challenges,
Mhm.
what we have to do to proceed and overcome in order to achieve. And we're, again, it's a constant fight, and we've heard it time and time again. We heard it when they were over here at Bond Wilson, that attitude that was projected. And yet, again, we see it in the report.
So this is what they say the guidelines are, right?
For PED,
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, now, in there you were talking about how, when I was saying, when we overthink or make it a little bit better, if those things are gonna be used against us. So you went ahead and made that change, right? This is 89 districts across New Mexico are going by this. And we said yesterday that we're unique. We have this special problem that's happening here. So our response needs to include that.
and I'm not arguing against that. What I'm saying is, you guys decide whether it goes in here and other places. What I am saying, and I wanna kind of get through this so you guys can see it, is we looked at the PED plan, our team internally, and through community input, and we took that and we morphed it to fit us. So you're gonna see the differences, and I wanna highlight those differences. So what I would say is, kind of on a parking lot issue, that we come back to whether you put it in here and other places or not, maybe as I get through that. Cause I think it's an important point. We need to have it somewhere. I think that is very
I think
strong
that's
and
like the
powerful.
key. I think that's like the preview, the prologue to this whole novel that we're writing, because it's the introduction of why we're in the situation that we are. And these are things that are not of our making.
Right, and
These are
see,
like impacts.
other districts are doing this with nothing happening to their funding. But over here, we have an additional issue. You know, and why we're not stating that and putting it in print.
It's like this is a template, okay?
Yeah,
And so therefore, this template can be modified, and in our case, has to be modified with the circumstances that we are facing.
yes,
And again, the acknowledgement of those challenges that we face, it's not an excuse, because there's those people who will run it off as what they're saying is an excuse, and it's not. We say that to the child. Because of where we are, because of that lack of funding, because of the closure of the mine and the loss of revenue. And again, the inadequacies of trying to make up for 47 years. And then the PED or the LFC, the PSCOC, all of them are things that we have to contend with and still try to meet
yes,
standards, is that there has to be a very huge asterisk stamped at the beginning of it to say, in light of these challenges, okay, and what we're facing today as a district, then you go on to say that, but it has to be acknowledged. So therefore, the grandparents, the parents understand that we are truly trying to do what we can
right.
to
And-
improve the education for their kids.
Yeah, and that's part of the education of
Absolutely.
staff and the public.
Everybody,
And if we don't put it here in our own, we're ignoring ourselves.
the reality.
So
Yes,
We're not addressing this, it's the reality.
in the very beginning, we do have some general stuff, but what I hear you saying, Board Member Aspis, is that it needs to be more detailed, and I think that's a really good point. Somebody said something like a prologue or an intro. I think that would be a really strong addition, is to have that prologue or intro and then be able to cite to that in here.
yeah, because
Because it's
asterisk.
not just for this document,
It's
it's
bigger
going
than
to
that.
be for the response. I
Yes,
mean,
too.
everything that we're doing right now falls back on that document about the history of this school district.
Yeah,
And the challenges that we face are uniquely, in some sense, unique
Mhm.
to, in regards to the other school districts. So
Mhm.
that really has to be why we have the rating that we have.
And what they do, what they like to do, is compare and contrast us to Gallup because of the makeup of the communities.
We're not Gallup.
Well, we are not
Yeah.
Gallup, and they do not mirror each other. Precisely, they don't have two power plants sitting next to them within the confines of their school district. They have a municipality that they can rely on. Ours are being taken away
Okay,
and
so
destroyed.
what I would like to do, given time, if that's okay, is, and I wanna make sure I'm not getting out ahead of Superintendent too. What I'm hearing you guys say is direction to draft something like that.
Mhm.
And then bring it back for you all to review to potentially include in policy.
Mhm.
Okay.
It has to be,
Are we good? Are you-
As far as this,
not just this alone,
It would be a standalone,
everything in totality to what we're doing.
mhm.
And in, whether it's in response, not even a response, but to preface this, to speak to and to preface how we react to this,
Mhm.
and most definitely, again, to preface the response to this.
Mhm.
or at
Because-
least the next response.
Gallup has the tax base from Gallup.
Mhm.
We don't have that.
Yeah,
We have all these
I
challenges.
wanna say something for constituents that are sitting here. Is they do a lot of different things with their impact aid that we can't, just because of where they are. And the revenue streams that they get for their tax base is different than ours. And people are always telling me, well, how come you can't do this like Gallup? How come Gallup does this and gives these types of stipends to their educators and you guys don't? Again, apples to oranges. Apples to oranges, it's not the same.
I
A
just
lot of
wanna
people, most people don't fully understand that.
come back to our agenda real fast. We do have possible board action on this section of our agenda. So what you guys just talked about could be a board action directing us to do that.
Yeah, absolutely, to draft and create.
And so we can do that at the end, when, cause we all just take notes of the different ideas that you guys come up with, and then you can vote on that at the end. Does that sound good, Group President?
And, you know, just for a little bit more to add to what Montoya, Board Member Montoya saying, we were enlightened by Montoya that, the impact aid that we're getting is 100% now. I don't know if you knew that. Before it was only 25%. PED was keeping 75% of it.
It wasn't
And
going to students.
so now, 2 years ago, Risha finally, I mean, it was a tough battle, but she finally signed, you know, and now we're getting 100%. And the crazy thing about that was, it's almost, I mean, if you picture a pie, about half of that pie, the three districts over here, Gallup, Central, and Zuni. And there were some smaller districts that were in on this case, on this lawsuit. But they were keeping 75% had that pot that was built out of they kept from Central, Gallup, and Zuni, estimated about, what, 60 million? So they swung it around to this other side of the pie, which was 86 other districts in the state of New Mexico. And they distributed to them 75% of the money. And that money is generated by our students. And because we don't have a tax base over here on the reservation, but that money went this way and it funded schools like Farmington, Bloomfield, Los Lunas.
Albuquerque.
Just to put a little context of that,
So now we get 100%. We get 100% now. But that's still, we're not whole. Because when you look at what the student generates nationally is about 14,000.
Well, what she's trying to explain is the national average for expenditures for students across the country is $13,000. That's how much all schools in the country, on average, some are higher, obviously, some are lower, obviously. So the national average expenditure for students in education is approximately $13,000 per student. We have been getting impact aid funding at approximately $4,400 per student, which puts us way down there when it comes to impact aid
So only a
funding.
third.
Impact aid funding. And I say that because, and pointed it out to the board, is that when you look at the federal language, when it comes to impact aid, it says funding will be provided at a level that is equal to their contemporaries. It's never been equal. Our kids have been down here and the national average is up here. So how is that equal?
Yeah.
It's not.
So that's another fight.
one of our unique issues is we're kind of like Zuni in some ways. 98% of our school district is on the reservation, so that means there's only 2% that's taxable property off the reservation. And that's what the impact aid is for. It's called in lieu of property taxes. There's a federal grant. And it's meant to kind of make that up, right, for other school districts who, like Farmington's 100% taxable property. So they're getting dollars coming in more than we are from that source. Does that make sense? The impact aid issue. And so the school board made a choice about 3-4 years ago to get into that fight. And because of the leadership of the school board, we joined that fight and were able to, within 3 years, get the legislature to reverse their law and give us 100% of those dollars. What we're now dealing with is how do we use those dollars in a way that bridges our gaps as quickly as we can with community input, and so that's where we are, right? And that's one of the reasons we're having this strategic planning. And the intent is, this is the very, very beginning stage, planning stage of the strategic planning. And so you're gonna hear us later talk about where, when, and how do we bring community input into that strategic planning process so that it's not just the board, not just the district, but it's the community talking through those issues. Does that make sense? So that's where we're headed. I probably should have helped you with that overview in the beginning, so I'm sorry, but that's what we're circling around when you hear us talk about these issues. And what our challenges are is that we're such a large district, 3,000 square miles, but we have literally only 2% taxable property land base. And so when our mines and our plants get shut down, that piece is, then we become like Zuni. Zuni's like less than 1% taxable property. And so then they're completely, how do I say this, we're more reliant on federal dollars.
So she's putting it nicely. I'll give you the rough,
That's what she was
the
saying.
ghetto. But anyhow, with the plant closures and what we were seeing and what we were trying to get across and tell the legislatures is that, it's gonna cascade down to the school. And PRC, which is Teresa Vicente, and prior to that was Linda Lovejoy, they have been, they have been almost the protectors of us, you know, looking out for us. And we don't even, I mean, I don't know how, but I just say the Lord is looking out for us. But, you know, through their actions, it was, you know, kind of held off and with PNM but we were forced into all of that, into looking to that situation. And now what's coming about is exactly what we were saying. The numbers are declining. Our students are leaving. Families are leaving to seek work elsewhere. And so then that goes on to we're not generating as much impact aid again. So it's just a cycle. So these are some of the things that we're up against, and I think that we really need to start putting that and having that in our meetings instead of bypassing and ignoring our own. We talk with reporters, we talk with other people, but
I agree.
Because we've lost over in the, I think, is it 3 years? About over 1,300 students. And that's the closures, the mine closures, and we haven't even really seen that yet. We haven't seen how that's gonna look. So all of that is directed, so we, you know, with New Mexico PED, they like to say that, yeah, we gave you back your funding, but I graduated from Newcomb in '89. And we were already providing at that time our impact aid, because our CIB numbers were used to generate that money. And that money, New Mexico PED was taking 95% of that funding.
Mission.
It wasn't coming to the school districts. It wasn't until the 1990s that they said, oh, we'll give you 25% of that money that you're owed. So over $2 billion should have come to us, which they don't recognize. That finally got corrected last year.
and now through that correction, now it's more of retaliation.
They're fighting harder to take it back.
They're trying to find a way to get the money back.
And we're saying no.
See, so you see, we just don't sit around and eat free lunch. Like some people think.
It's just an orange.
Huh?
It's an orange. All you get is an orange.
What's that?
I want to thank the board for updating the information because I'm out there as a grandmother, meeting with elderlies, parents out there.
Yeah.
So I share information like this as well out there for those that have grandkids. So it's kind of like sitting like the way we are while we're eating at the center, at the senior center, or at local areas where we have gatherings and communities. So I talk out there and mingle with them, even if it's just a one-to-one base. You know, I get out there and do some of these comments out there. But I'm glad to hear, you know, where the direction of the school is going with their fundings and what else, what challenges they still have. So I usually say, because a lot of the fundings, the bond obligations come in through that process as well.
See, because of these closures, we have no bonding capacity now.
Yes,
And
that's what
then-
I'm saying.
And then on top of that, our credit rating is not there. And so, it forced us to look into these new areas that other school boards are not looking at because they don't have this issue.
They're not faced with it.
And so, I'm really glad to hear that you explain because, again, we're not whole with impact aid. And then secondly, we've even talked about, we may be, repeating an historical trauma right here because, nobody has really taken the data down in Page with that closure that happened with NGS. Nobody has seen where those students have gone, if there's still school, how much of the student count is lower now. We have not heard data from Navajo Nation anywhere, but we may be looking at, because with this closure too, families, even property in the Kirtland area, their property, what do you call that? Property tax is gonna climb 7 times higher. That's what they're gonna be forced to pay to make up what PNM closed down or what they left. I think our student, but like with, what do you call it, realtor, land issues. So we may be looking at having to send off our kids again to boarding school because there's not gonna be a state funded school here. And our student count may drop so low that might have to just send them off. So that's what we're really trying to get to people and trying to inform them that, the politicians all stand there and say, oh, I want your vote, and, we're doing this, we're doing that. But you should have seen how many appeals that Grisham wanted. She didn't want to sign it. And then we have representatives, native representative for our area is Anthony Allison. And many times there's been an invitation, nothing. And a lot of them have put party first, not our Navajo children, our Navajo families. So those are the things that we really are facing and really trying to voice these when we can.
And you'll hear the school board talking about economic development, like the rail and other things, and that's why, is because we're worried that, all of us collectively are worried that if we don't diversify with these plant closures, we're gonna be even worse off as our communities collectively than we are now, without jobs.
The other thing about it, the sad fact reality, Ms. Aspas kind of touched on it. This community right here could literally turn into a ghost town because of that. And we've already seen that outward migration as the Legislative Finance Committee states. Outward migration, and it's already occurring, has been occurring for the last 10 years. Not just here, but in Farmington, but let's just say, and it's a real reality, it gets worse. That power plant shuts down. Because it's slated to in 8 years, right?
We're trying to keep that open.
No, I'm just, for the sake of discussion, let's just say they do close down. No other progress is made. Now you're talking even hundreds of more jobs gone. Hundreds more families leave. So this community dries up. They don't have enough tax base to support the public school system. They shut down. Now you're left with the schools in Shiprock. Guess what the Navajo Nation is gonna probably come and do? Take them over. BIA.
But they're not gonna have students either.
Yep.
Because families are gonna move out of the area.
Exactly.
And doctors, dentists, all these businesses rely on the people. If you don't have people, you're not gonna have these
No
businesses.
businesses, no services.
Those businesses, people forget, like this power plant right here, or Corners, they give, the mining give our 43% of it, of Navajo Nation's revenue, 43%. So if that goes away, we may not even have a government.
See, and those are those little things that create the bigger things that this board right here has to deal with, that every other board in the state of New Mexico does not.
And I guess the biggest battle that we have is that Santa Fe doesn't recognize that.
Yep.
They don't understand what, all these challenges that we're faced. So they're over there making their deals with going all green, all electricity, all these things, which sounds really great, but at the impact, but it's really directly impacting our community here. Our schools, our funding, everything that we're doing is impacted by those decisions. And so each time that the governor decides she's gonna add more to her cabinet for the, what was it, PRC, that's another way of keeping things the way she wants it. And so all these things, and I came in here without thinking about party lines or anything, always just about the well-being of the children. And I think in this whole situation, the children have been forgotten. Our communities are gonna suffer even more if things are not righted.
I told, 3 years ago now, we're sitting at the round table with the government. We're talking about some of these issues, impact aid, power plants. And we had tribal members there, chapter officials, delegates. I said, everybody here sees the problem. It's a big, huge round table. I said, everybody here sees the problem, but the ones who feel it are our children. And you're seeing that today because that power plant, that mine closed, and this one's slated to close. So when people know the jobs are drying up and going away, what do? They start to prepare and they start to move away, just like they've done here in this community. And it directly impacts the kids.
And the sad part is that she goes on pollution, she goes on that data, but she ignores that both power plants were within regulations. They were the cleanest. So it makes no sense.
They don't tell the people that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you were watching the news yesterday. Yesterday they had a news story about how using a propane gas is the cause for childhood asthma. It came out yesterday. I was really surprised. But that's another direct attack at a gas and oil industry.
They're trying to outlaw
Because
gas stoves.
Because they wanna go all green. So they're gonna continue to push this narrative.
And the issue isn't about going green, renewable is hopeful. The issue is from a transition standpoint, how do you do that without destroying communities? That's the real issue.
And there are communities that are being destroyed are
Are the native,
Indians,
Exactly.
native.
It's just, the concept is disproportionate impact. So if you look, there's this great map. There's literally like 10 to 15 mines and plants. We want you to have lunch with us.
Yeah.
have a rib mutton sandwich.
There's a sheep hanging outside that.
That's what I ordered.
We were just on our way to get dog food in Farmington. Decided to just stop by.
Good, I'm glad, we're glad
Thank you
you did.
for indulging us, we
Yeah.
really appreciate that, because whether it's one person or two people, the truth needs to be told, because you're not hearing the truth from the representatives. You're not hearing the truth from the governor. And again, it's not that we're against completely and totally what the transition should be, but the problem is how it should be.
It shouldn't hurt.
Yeah.
And when she talked about disproportionate impact, even across the country, when you look at what they're doing around native lands and how it's affecting it, it directly impacts Native Americans all over the country. On the East Coast, it's working its way back around to the West Coast.
We were at the National Congress of American Indians in November, and all these tribal leaders from all over the East Coast and the West Coast, that was what they said, that their area is, they're also experiencing the same thing. For them, along the coast is they're fishing and they're trying to put in wind turbines and destroying their ecosystem of the water where they fish in their tribal communities. And then other communities like Wyoming, they're trying to do the same thing to shut down all the different the mines and so forth too. So we're part of that. I mean, we're directly impacted. And it doesn't have, I mean, like I said, we weren't here to say we're Republican or Democrat. We just got thrown into this situation and we're trying to fix it the best we can for the community.
We're kids.
And so we're like up against New Mexico PED because they want everybody to be speaking, to be supporting all these initiatives. And we're like, hey, wait, hold on, what about this?
You wanna think about this?
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like they wanna listen to the challenges, even to the point where during the pandemic, when we had the closure, and some of our students didn't have electricity, and they didn't have the computers, they didn't have the internet, those resources, and now they're trying to penalize us for saying, why aren't your kids at this level right now? Why, you guys were like this in 2019, and now you're at this level. Why? And it was broadcast everywhere with the disparities, but they don't want to recognize that either. So it's just these different challenges that we're experiencing. We're trying to help the situation, but that's kind of where we're at.
So, I know, I'm really glad we did that, but can we get back to our?
Yeah.
Context of it. Important for them to
Good
understand.
job. Correct the whip. I guess, should we wait for Christina?
Give her a couple minutes.
And Cheryl.
Oh,
I almost said she's still online now, so she's sitting back.
I think I should be drinking more coffee.
Let me call this back. I've had like 2.
This has been such a crazy week. I've
Yeah,
maybe
what's up?
gotten 4 hours of sleep a night every day. Last night I tried to do work for Steve. I tried to do work last night. I was like, my brain was. I just sat there and looked at the wall. I'm kidding. I didn't. But, yeah.
Gary, any drinks with your meal?
I had Pepsi on his.
Any drinks with your meal?
Yeah, I put Pepsi.
Pepsi. Oh, yeah.
What size?
Eating would be fine.
I need large. Cause I need caffeine.
Marion,
See if they got a lemonade,
lemonade, what size?
medium. Egg Lord,
Large?
Yeah, give me a large. One water log.
Cheryl?
Large Dr. Pepper?
What was his name? Evan? Is that it? Sweet. Jerry. His name, Evan.
I thought it was Roy.
I'm terrible with that. I'm terrible. Ryan, what's your favorite thing to do?
Officially now.
Yes, it's official now. It's the plaque.
Oh.
Cross it out and put a board on it.
They might be able to touch it.
Maybe.
I hope so, otherwise they
That was
can.
down in the.
They might be able to actually cut, have it put another,
That's
Here
just
was-
one.
I think they have to. There's a process, it's not that easy.
We had,
So it's good, it's good. I don't know what they're doing over there.
6 international photographers.
okay, we're gonna go back to our policy. Okay. You ready? Giddy up.
Equity,
Yes, sir. What was that?
Equity policy.
Yes, sir. Okay, so we were on page 3. And so some of the things you guys were talking about yesterday are actually specifically stated in here. I don't know, do you want me to read this part or do you want me to just move forward and maybe come
Are
back
you
to it?
reading the whole thing, or are you reading,
No, I don't think you guys need to
Well, I
read
mean-
anything.
page?
Oh, up to you. What would be best for you? Okay, I'm getting. That's what I'm getting. Okay. CCSD is committed to the cultural enrichment of all students through programs rooted in the preservation and extension of cultural and linguistic knowledge and values. CCSD is committed to intercultural education and views cultural diversity as a valuable resource that should be preserved and extended. CCSD's goal is to prepare students to live and learn in a world with more opportunities than the past, with an understanding of the importance of their own culture, back to what you were saying yesterday, Vice President Houski, and the culture of others. CCSD strives to provide a positive learning and work environment for all students and staff by developing, implementing, and monitoring policies, programs, and procedures that enhance cultural awareness, understanding, knowledge, and diversity, provide meaningful intercultural education, and promote diversity in staffing for CCSD. Any question with that paragraph before I move on? CCSD is committed to the principles and practices of education that recognize and celebrate cultural diversity as an essential ingredient to student success and the fulfillment of CCSD's mission to provide a quality education for every student. This commitment is directed toward the elimination of racism and prejudice and the removal of cultural barriers wherever they may exist throughout CCSD, and that's to our superintendent's point from yesterday, including intentional or unintentional discriminatory practices in classrooms, schools, offices, and other workplaces and learning environments. The goal of CCSD is to prepare students to live and work in a global intercultural society by creating, supporting a teaching learning environment where all students and staff understand and value commonalities and differences within and across various cultures in order to produce a harmonious community of lifelong learners. And Secretary George, you touched on that yesterday in terms of folks coming from small communities and then going to more diverse communities. Contributions to this education process will require staff, students, parents, and community involvement, as well as interagency and government-to-government collaboration. CCSD is committed to providing opportunities for all staff to learn about various cultures and to improve their skills in cross-cultural communication. The school system shall continue to promote a diverse workforce by increasing personnel recruitment efforts and by fulfilling the commitment to maintain a school district that is free of prejudice and illegal discrimination in all aspects of employment. So that's kind of a summary of a lot of what we talked about yesterday. There's room to expand this, obviously, from what you guys talked about yesterday. And so when we circle back to that at the end, we maybe, if you have ideas, then we can go back to that. The next piece, I don't think I need to read, but what this essentially says is that the school board is directing the superintendent and itself to have a strategic equity plan, and for that to be an extremely important component of the mission. And what that just means is we wanna put, what we're saying with that language is we don't wanna just talk about this, we wanna do it. And we wanna make sure that it's implemented and keep following up on it. That's what that means.
Why include employment?
From what standpoint?
Well, the last paragraph that you read.
The paragraph before development and implementation of strategic,
Free of prejudice and illegal discrimination in all aspects of employment.
I think it touches on what I think Cheryl had talked about.
I mean, this is for educational, why employment?
Well, because we have a workforce that teaches our kids, and one of the things that's been talked about is that we need to have a grow our own program where we have our workforce needs to look like our student. So we need diversity in that.
And we need to model what we want, not just,
Just say it.
not just say it, but we have to model that behavior. Where, we're not gonna have those, we have to be free of discrimination and racism across the board.
It's also a requirement
And
under
requirement.
the Constitution. That's part of the reason.
I'm just wondering, I'm thinking along again, did it ask for it in here?
There's language like that in there, yes.
Where?
In the educator ecosystem, there's quite a bit of that in there.
On what page?
Let me go back to that. But we're not bound to do what PED wants, what PED puts in there. What we're saying is,
That's what I mean, that's what I'm getting at, is as we, expand our thinking and trying to do this, I just don't want it to where they end up using it back on us,
no, I mean,
so.
that piece on employees is part of not just the US Constitution, but the New Mexico Constitution, and it's also statutory, a requirement. So essentially what we're saying is, it goes back to partly what our superintendent was saying yesterday about creating an environment where people want to work, and so that we can recruit and retain qualified, really great teachers and staff. And part of
Does it
that,
say it in here?
I mean, yes, it does have it in here, but that's not why we include it. the reason we're including it is because if you have a safe place for people to work, you're gonna be able to recruit, retain and attract those staff. And so part of that is talking about the job that they do is hard. And we've had folks, who was it yesterday who talked about, I think it was you, who talked about people not wanting to be, I can't remember and I apologize, people not wanting to be retaliated against for talking about concerns. That's part of what that means, is it's our job collectively, and really a lot of that is on our chief executive officer on how we create but it's both, you guys share that. How do we create that environment where staff is happy to work here? Am I doing?
Well, am I? Does somebody see my point? What I'm thinking?
I think it goes back to the whole thing, yeah, it's not specifically outlined, but it's something that we should do because our community, especially in our staff, our teaching, our educators we have a lot of diversity, and I think like what Gary had read, that text message, I think that's a direct to combat that kind of language, then that this inclusiveness that we have written in here will help that, especially if this is,
it's
take this
great.
as gospel.
It's great that we're expanding our minds and thinking, oh, we need this, but that's great. I'm not putting it down, but what I'm worried about is once we include it in ours, well, they come back and say, use our own against us.
No, I understand your point, I really do. And I would say to that is, if you don't acknowledge and address and then speak to it, because again, just as was stated earlier about the communities having input to the document, it's one thing to recognize, it's another to actually address on a piece of paper. If we don't do that, you're absolutely right. It can work both ways anyway. You can get sued for anything because you have it in there, because you don't have it in there. Because you address it, because you don't address it. So either way, you're open to be scrutinized and sued and drug into court because somebody is gonna find fault with anything that you do. So what has been inserted in this document and being addressed as a positive concern to what she said about the comment that I made and the text that I read, that speaks to it. If we didn't do that, if we don't address those concerns or speak to it in a document, then there's more liability for not doing that than there is to doing that. Because we can always turn around and say, hey, right here, it's in our policy. Therein lies the mitigation of the opportunity. Again, you can get sued for anything. You can get sued because you did, you can get sued because you didn't. Erring on the side of caution is actually addressing, not just recognizing, but addressing the concern.
Okay,
Make more sense?
yes,
Okay.
I'm just,
No, I appreciate the devil advocate because it helps people understand and think to this, so therefore you can approach and mitigate those issues or concerns.
And we should be held to this standard.
Oh,
yeah,
I mean,
true.
I mean, for real,
Yeah,
in terms of our students and
But,
the acceptance.
I'm seeing what PED has done
Yeah.
before.
And we
And,
can actually
Okay.
say that we're addressing all, like their first sentence in here, their first sentence says all students. Well, we're addressing that, not just all students, but all people that work in the school district.
remember when he explained to us, sitting over here and talking about the LFC, about them coming in and doing, and then I made the comment about it works both ways, that accountability works both ways. Okay. Just as we are held accountable to our constituents within our independent districts within the district, and then collectively as a board for the entire district, so are they held accountable. And again, that's why I said after this was adopted, it's a template for everybody else. Because they're not thinking that way. But we did. So,
But we've kind of gotten a taste over the past few years how they are, how they think.
well, yeah,
And then that's why I'm asking those questions, and then I, either in the future, I can say I told you so, or.
well, let's,
You're like,
just,
you remember January 14th?
just as I say, Ms. Aspis, that we can be sued for anything. And that, I told you so can follow and certainly validate, but again, erring on the side of caution. That we have taken the necessary steps that we
Me too.
believe. Huh?
Me too.
Oh, absolutely.
On that side of caution.
Absolutely.
And see, and they have to uphold this too.
Yeah.
I mean, when we talk about PED's responsibility, they came up with this document also.
But either her words of morphing into or evolving into, however we want to state it, it advances to a document that becomes more clear and more usable. And then certainly, as I said, palatable and being able to take it and adjust it to our needs, which we've done to a good degree and we're continuing to do.
That's a good first
Okay.
start,
Excuse me?
good first start.
Yeah.
Are we understanding of the equity plan language? Can I go to forward, or do you want me to go back to that?
No, I think you're
Advance into the unknown.
you're going into development and implementation of strategic equity plan, okay.
Okay. And so in the beginning of our kind of discussion, we started with overarching foundational principles, missions, goals. And then we broke that down into the pillars. And the reason that the internal team did that is there were some key items that didn't quite necessarily fit into the pillars, but were deserving of being stated on their own, if that makes sense.
Before you go any further, we have the names of that educator ecosystem?
Cheryl Benali.
Alfred?
Elfrida Yazi. Then what's the coordinator, the new coordinator? I don't remember her name. Harvey, yeah, doctor, she's now a doctor.
Dr. Harvey and then Elfrida,
Elfrida Harvey is her name.
yeah, Elfrida, what's the other one, you said Yazi?
Alfreda Yazzie and Alfreda Hardy?
Let me start over. Berlinda Begay, Cheryl Benali, Elfrida Harvey. She changed her name, right?
Donovan?
Donovan Russell. There were some coordinators in there, but I don't remember their names. Around the table. That's the bulk of them, in addition to Dr. Lopez, and then the community. Group meetings.
What about Michelle?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
that's, thank you. Michelle Nakai was there. She had a lot of good input, actually.
No, Michelle Nakai Begay, BOJ, another Michelle Nakai.
She works for ICO on the community schools.
Oh, okay.
What's her name? Do you remember her last name?
Gail? Nakai Gail?
Nakai Dale.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
weird that there's similar. And what about Mia? Mia was not on there?
Mia was in some of those,
Supervisor?
but not all of them. She was in some of the early ones and some of the later ones, but she had other things going on, like other obligations for some of those meetings. But yeah,
May I
She wouldn't
ask-
be included in this list, just these guys.
I think she could be included. She had some good input.
May I ask why, like our IEC wasn't included?
IEC was included in some of the, community meetings.
In the community, what?
Meetings. And if I remember right, I think they even, I'd have to check, I don't know if I was involved in that, but I think they presented some of this to them, but I wasn't there for that. But there were some IEC members that definitely participated in the public meetings, because there were 9 of them, 9 public meetings.
Okay.
Was the public meetings, were they to disseminate the information or for feedback purposes?
Both. Mhm. And from start to finish, we got some really good input in a lot of those meetings, and it did change the language. There was, in particular, I remember there was a really good Shiprock meeting. I think it was Shiprock. There were a number of elders in that meeting that really spoke at length on different issues. And it definitely, for me, it really helped, and the team as well. And we have some summaries of that. I think Berlinda had notes on most of those, and some of them were recorded. So, and those notes helped, because I wasn't at all of the community meetings, and those notes helped me fine tune this. There were a couple meetings where superintendent and assistants yesterday, which is, we don't wanna be blindfolded with how we allocate our resources. We wanna understand what our needs are and then have this kind of data reporting system that helps us assess if we fund programs ABC for these needs, then we have a system that helps us evaluate were those programs effective? And then that data can come back to you guys in the board and the superintendent and say, these programs were effective, they helped with this, we should continue funding them. These programs didn't work, we really should spend our resources differently, and, maybe because they weren't effective. So instead of just like the legislature is doing, they're throwing money at it, what we're saying is, let's make sure that where we're spending our resources are actually making a difference. That's probably the best way to say what that means.
Why
So-
couldn't we say that?
That's a good question. Because in documents, you sometimes don't get to just be clean. The next one talks about community schools. And this goes back to the notion that we've identified, which is we don't have municipalities for the most part on reservations, right? And so what we're saying is we do become the hub in those communities for not just education, but after school programs and other like social resources and networks. And so the concept with community schools is that you're literally honoring that hub by helping folks understand that it is a community resource. And then it becomes I mean, it already is that central kind of hub, but essentially what you're saying is, you're just calling it what it is. The great thing about community schools is that there's funding for it in addition. So one of the missions you all asked the team to come up with is additional funding sources since we're losing funding sources. And community schools do have quite a bit of funding sources attached at the legislature right now and even federally. And so we're saying, how do we sign up for that money? We have to literally, we're already kind of doing those things, but once we say in our policy that we're also community school focused, it helps us qualify for additional funding sources. That makes sense? Any questions on that part so far?
Hold on, sister.
Yes.
What you said differentiates us from literally everybody else. We've all said this to a certain degree about how and even more importantly within our school district and our communities, is the lack of a municipality. You have a chapter which makes more important and more reliant the schools as, and again, in the grand scheme of things, that is one thing that is not one addressed and acknowledged or recognized as to contributing to those challenges. So I appreciate that fact.
So, sorry, that's fine.
So with this community schools, what does that actually look like? Because we always say community schools, how are we gonna get, what does that actually look like? Because to me, community schools would be, let's say out in Newcomb area, they have an open library for the community to go to. Kids go there after school, parents go there after school, they can use the computer, the internet, they can use a printer, all these things. And then also maybe having a family support group for fathers, young fathers that are, for students, like have, like AA, like substance abuse counseling sessions in the evening time for things like that. That's what I consider a community school. But what does that really look like for CCSD saying we have community schools? Because we don't have those things going on.
Even something just, like the track, the field, just to go and walk, and now all of that is closed and, yeah.
I think that community school, if we get those 6 extra classrooms and partner with the Ned College and NTU for those, will really also help that concept of community schools.
Could you explain community-based learning and tie that to the community schools?
Yeah.
Place-based learning,
What's that?
place-based learning.
Place-based.
Schools, yeah.
Yeah, and other than, I don't know if you have more of a definition, but that just to me means that you have the facility there for the learning that can take place by the adults as well as the kids. And I think that's an important thing that we're not doing that at all right now. And to your point, we're educators, and that's something that, one of the things Gary talks about is educating the parents along with the kids, and the parents, teachers program, but also even with the language. That's something that can be done at the schools as well. And there are, like you mentioned, funding opportunities available for it. And that's why having a document says we're gonna foster community schools if we're not doing it, it says we're doing it right here, so.
To that, place-based learning. We take Newcomb as the example. They have educators that understand, that are knowledgeable. They utilize the surroundings, the environment, the community to teach, because you may have heard me say this before. The individual, the child, has to learn who they are first before they can truly expand and broaden their educational knowledge. The vendor, the individual, and I'll use my son as an example. We had to quantify when we were making those burritos. Again, taking the cost of the individual egg, not just the dozen, but the individual egg. Adding that to a couple of strips of bacon, when you buy the big 3-pound batch of bacon, and then the cheese, and then making, or where you get your tortillas from. That's economics, see? Versus just an individual selling a burrito on the side of the road for $3. You break it down to how much you're making off the profit with that burrito. A lot of kids don't understand that. A lot of people don't understand that. So you learn that, whether it's the sheep, the cows, the horses that you tend to, the agronomy, the vegetation, all those things, learning about who you are, to infuse that with the culture, the history. How much history is down in Sanasi that a lot of people don't fully understand. It is huge what is there. And again, Dineta, as it was once called. Incorporating that, again, that's teaching about self. Then you take that, the establishment of the governments, the chapters. That's why there's 110, okay? People not fully understanding how even that evolved. The true voice of democracy, okay? Where they talk about a representative democracy or participatory democracy where everybody has a voice. Back when they were first established, nobody could speak for anybody else. Yeah, you had a head man, okay, a representative, but each individual, and I've seen it because I've participated in the chapter meetings, everybody has a voice. All right, so then that voice speaks collectively. A lot of kids today don't fully understand that. Place-based learning teaches about self, about that individual, about the individual, the family, the community. And then you equate that to everything else around you, then you expand that. So in that development of place-based learning in the community schools is where it, I don't like using the example, but Hillary Clinton's, it takes a village. It's not necessarily that, it's the community.
It takes a chapter.
Say it again?
It takes a chapter.
Yeah, well, there you go. In place-based learning in community schools, it's basically encompassing all of what I just said, okay? And it utilizes those resources, and that's why I said we don't have municipalities because we can't rely upon them because we don't have them. They don't exist within our communities. So what becomes the hub? We keep saying this time and time again. The schools do. The schools take the place of that, and I always like what Ms. Aspa said. If we have to become the municipality, then we will. And we've taken that upon ourselves since the onset of the pandemic, even more so than anybody else. And there again, whether it's Yazzie Martinez or it's the LFC or it's the PED, they don't recognize that, they don't understand that, they don't see that, and they don't acknowledge that. But we do, and we have to, because that's the reality that we live and have to try to give to that young man.
And so the short answer is, it's whatever we want it to be. And
Precisely.
really, that leadership comes from you guys and the superintendent and the principals, right? And the community. And that's what this process is really gonna help us define. What kind of community, the schools, do we want in each community? And that's where that really great collaboration occurs with the community. What do you guys need? It's like it's the next step on that graduate profile conversation. What do you guys need from us, the district, for your community? And then it grows, it evolves. It's never like set, right? So the sky is the limit to answer your question and to tag off of what Board Member Montoya is saying, the sky's the limit on what can that community school look like in terms of meeting the needs of that community.
So we would have different community needs based on, I mean, it's not gonna be a cookie cutter kind of thing. It'll be different, all the locations, because different needs will be addressed in each based on the community that it's serving.
For example, Newcomb, Nash Chitty, right, we have so much remote, so many remote families. So you may have a different emphasis on after-school things that can occur at the school setting. Kirtland would be different because they're closer to Farmington. Shiprock would be different because they have a little bit more things going on. So that's just kind of the thought process with community schools. Right now, it's a placeholder. Right now, it just says, this is important and we want to start developing it.
And I think it's really good that it's written in here, because there's a lot of times that people say, that's not my responsibility.
Yeah.
And if it's written in here and part of the connecting with the community, making it that we have to listen to the community in order to provide these things, it's good it's written in here, because most times, I mean, that you see, they just kind of, okay, that's not my part, that's not my job. And if you have it written in here, it's everybody's job to be able to connect to the community in order to build these community schools.
Makes it a little bit more clear.
So like, for example, there's this really great video that we watched. Some people liked it, some people didn't, but it was in an inner city community school. Well, that's gonna be very different from ours. And so that's the thought process, is what is it that we need, and then we go there.
I'll try to equate it to this, and I know I said this at the beginning when we were talking about in 2020. Geoffrey Canada is a gentleman in New York, in Harlem. He started what was called the Harlem Children's Zones, which was the idea and the concept was the school was going to heal the community from the inside out by providing those services. The school became the hub within the inner cities within Harlem. And they did, and they were doing wonderful work. And again, not that I'm saying we took that concept and brought it here, but it's mirroring that idea and that philosophy of healing from within, and again, the community being the hub. That's my personal vision, is that's what I would like to see us become. And those community schools and the board providing that. To her point, if we have to become the municipality, then so be it.
So the next one really takes off on that concept, family and community engagement, and it talks about making that a really huge priority for the school district. And not just that the school district and teachers and parents are communicating, but that there's this connectivity. So you notice bullet point 2 says foster authentic school-home relationships related in a community healing, mutual trust, and reciprocal accountability. So it says, it means it takes a chapter. That's what we're talking about, right? So that kids, especially after COVID, this is what we saw, right? And especially our kids that were in remote areas, is they were disconnected. And they didn't have that feeling necessarily of connection. And anything you look at in terms of behavioral issues, or what we were talking about yesterday about that self-confidence you get when you go through your own challenges, you can't do that in isolation. You do that in connection with other people. And so when kiddos are really having trouble with suicidal ideation, with alcohol, with drugs, with other things that are distracting them from their real issues, what they say is, and we all know this, especially you, given your background, is that connection and attachment and that feeling of I'm absolutely loved and I have this base of people that love me and believe in me. That's what pulls those kids out of that spiral. And so that's what we're getting at. In essence, in element, foundationally, that's what those two things are talking about.
And for some kids, and I use the analogy of when my wife and I were going around delivering packets, we were up at Rattlesnake, you could see Shiprock.
The headache.
You could see Shiprock from where we were. Trailer just on the side, just sitting there out there in the open, right? And the wife comes out after about 30 minutes of tutoring the child. She's shaking her head. She goes, and this is one of the smartest kids in my class. And yet his mother barely had enough money to keep the lights on. And yet we're expecting, if not demanding, that they get online, have a computer, have a hotspot, have all those things. And again, the visual of Rattlesnake and the trailer, and then Shiprock is just, the community is just right there. You can, as you're standing there, you can reach out and grab it. But yet he's so far away and disconnected that we can't help him. So to me, that visual, when I explain it to people like that, is powerful because they don't realize. And then imagine down south, in Notch City, how much further that you can't even see them. See?
I know exactly what he's talking about, because when we went out and gave packages too, we went to a family, and there's 3 families on one plot. All of them have no electricity, no running water, and they use generators. But they have, like, I'm talking about the disconnecting and no electricity or anything like that, and they have to haul their water, you know, and that's to cook and bathe and whatever else they have to use.
So that's kind of where that goes and why it's there. And it's used just as foundational language that you guys get to mold. Like all of you, superintendent and board and community, you get to figure out what that ultimately looks like, what masterpiece you're gonna make.
It's a real struggle, because I know of a family who's been struggling, and it's a generational. And one of the students was middle school, and then 10th and 11th grade. And I was really hoping that this student would graduate and everything, but she ended up getting into a relationship, getting pregnant, and now the cycle continues again with her not finishing high school, and just the generational is just going again.
I'm so glad you said it that way, because essentially what we're saying with this is we wanna be a cycle breaker.
Right.
That it stops with us. That we're taking the leadership role of saying, to the best of our ability, we wanna help break the cycle.
And that's why I said.
I love that. Thank you for saying that.
That's why I said at that meeting in 2020, we're gonna do everything we can within statutory rules, within guidelines, regulations, and how we can use this money to help our kids.
I want us to remember that cycle breaker, because that is such a powerful image. I forget to say it like that, but it is huge. Maybe we should even put that in our presentation, PowerPoint.
Break the bondages, the detrimental cycle of historical trauma.
Cycle breaker.
I'm a cycle breaker, thank you very much.
No, I think it's true though.
Break.
I mean. And I do
That's
like
what
that.
our mission is, if you boil it down.
Because what it becomes, it becomes a bondage basically to those people that are trapped and have no other outlet or means, so therefore again, we have no choice other than to become that breaker of those cycles. We Have to. Again, a lot of people don't realize or understand. And I'm gonna say something here, and it might be off-putting to some people, but I've said this a few times, that our schools, when I say this, I just mean it in general. Our schools do not need to be populated by missionaries. They need to be populated by people on a mission to educate our kids. Because I've seen it and I've heard that. I've heard of that IHS came out to have these poor little India kids. Excuse me? No. Again, I've been in that community 60 years now. And I've seen, they come, they go. The investment is truly to become enculturated, to fully understand.
So the next one kind of builds off of that, and it, pointedly addresses meeting the needs of Yazzie Martinez to provide equitable learning opportunities. This one I do want to read the bullets on, and what I would ask is maybe as we go through this process, we might want to add to this, I'm not sure, but this is kind of a beginning list, so I don't want to make sure that we are tracking, supporting, implementing things at all of those levels that support, that help bridge those gaps. It's like raising the bar on what those issues are. Increase access to broadband and devices necessary for students to fully participate in education. This one is huge. As we saw when we were through the pandemic, that was a massive indicator between who's gonna be able to be in that educational process and not. And this bullet also comes from when the LESC was here and they were talking about how, wait, what? Some students don't have access to the internet? Like, how is that possible? And teachers literally give homework from the internet. But it goes back to them not even understanding what the reality of our kids in our communities are. Number 3, increase access to physical and behavioral health services. And physical means increasing or making more effective some of the in-school medical facilities that not facilities, but services we have. And so that goes to some of the points you make pretty often, Secretary George. But then also, we know we're losing some behavioral health resources in the community. And so it means we need to help our parents and families know what their options are and to have better interface with those options. So not just that you say, okay, Johnny, you need this help, and then you wash your hands of it. It's more, okay, what help did he get? Was it effective? What else do we need to do to make sure that that kiddo isn't dropped and in a crack?
And you know where that goes, right? When it gets to that point, it goes to your district psychologist. And it stops right there because the district psychologist has to do a 7 to 10 page assessment, and to that district psychologist, that's too much paperwork.
So I wanna keep us on track because we
Yeah.
are a little bit off, so I apologize. But that is the basis for calling that out, is concern. And there was actually concern from community members that addressed some of those issues. Increase access to high quality nutrition and decrease food insecurity. That obviously was a huge part of the pandemic, but even before that, and that, speaks to the need for the food pantries, but not just from the food standpoint, from necessities as well. increase supports and resources to eliminate barriers to school attendance, increase learning time for at-risk students, prioritize ELTP funding and K5+ funding. Now here's the key, guys. For schools serving high percentages of at-risk students in a manner that honors and the needs of local schools and communities. We put that language on there on purpose because we are pushing back on this notion that they're saying all you need is more time. Well, that doesn't help. So if you have a student who has a 3-hour commute a day,
That's right.
that's very difficult for that student. So what are the other ways that we can still get additional learning time within that circumstance? There's tons of ideas. You make the bus ride more productive. You find ways to capture that time. We haven't talked.
This is when they threw out expanded learning time. There's a difference between what you talk about learning time and actual teaching time that the teachers don't have and has been minimized by impositions and interruptions.
So I'm gonna try to keep us on track.
I like this interruption, what you said.
It's true, we're just teaching for the assessment,
Pull a kid out of a
not
classroom
teaching
with this little
life
thing, and we
skills.
pull him out of a classroom for that little. That's the interruption that causes the biggest problem with the kid, excuse me. The basics in the proper education.
Especially K through C.
Yep.
Or where I will tell you, Superintendent and I have had these conversations, where the foundation is not being established. So therefore, when you get, and to my point of bringing up pre-primers, that's why you have pre-primers in 4th and 5th grade.
And so partly what we're getting at with that interruption, right, is how do you teach core, but at the same time provide cultural relevance and dual language? And so that's why there's conversation coming from you guys, right, about how to potentially do that differently. You guys are gonna come up with some magic.
I think there is going to have to be somewhere in this, and tell me if you agree, Mr. Montoya, that perhaps some things are going to have to be sacrificed for other things. So we're gonna have to determine which is most beneficial to the students.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Mr. Wells, because in business, called trade-offs.
Yeah, we cannot, it is impossible to provide everything for everybody.
Well,
So there has to be a trade-off somewhere.
as you've heard me say, the schools have become everything to everyone. And they can't be. The point being is again, especially now with the 2-year learning loss that all these kids have experienced and the challenges of getting them caught up to speed in a short amount of time and the expectations of the PED because of the funding and responsibility of the funding to the kids that they're providing, that we're being held accountable to that. But again, where's the trade-off?
But was it not the PED that said keep your schools closed?
Absolutely.
Partly.
Then we fight and push back.
And
say,
now we're fighting
so.
that battle.
Then open them up.
We're being held unjustly for their,
Decisions. We'll call them decisions.
no, I won't.
I'm gonna move on to the next part.
Educate to that one.
So improve advocacy and advice for students who are at risk, improve tribal consultation, and implement recommendations from the CCSD Equity Council, which is our students, regarding equitable learning opportunities. Then the next piece is description on the Student Equity Council, and so I'll just read this. The function of the Equity Council is to include community and student input into how we achieve equitable opportunities for our students. At least half of the Equity Council must represent students who are Native American, Hispanic, and English language learners economically disadvantaged or have one or more disabilities. And that comes from the Yazi Martinez group of folks that were considered at risk. Additionally, council shall include a liaison for each culture, ethnicity in our school district. And because we do have a Filipino community, that's specifically called out there. We've talked quite a bit about expanding data functionality to help us close gaps and also to close our digital gaps, meaning access to technology. And superintendent has, already made a pretty good commitment to that, I think, by his leadership so far. And so what this is contemplating is circling back to that to really minimize, if we get data the way we need it to be, it will actually take less paperwork off the desks of teachers, ultimately, as part of that goal. Because it would streamline quite a bit. I'm sorry, what was that, sir?
I have a question
Yes, sir.
on this second bullet point, next, are you going down, there yet?
After data? Or in data?
Expand data.
Okay,
Second one says, provide increased funding and technical assistance to expand student access to digital services and high-speed internet service across CCSD. We've talked about families who don't have electricity, who don't have running water. Are we going to somehow get them? I understand from this, I understand the need, okay? Do we bring the horse to the trough to let them drink? Or do we take a bucket of water to each horse?
and that's something you guys get to decide as you move through this process. So if you're expanding the community school concept, it could mean that you're expanding opportunities for after-school hours available to have that.
But on the other hand, if that student has a 3-hour bus ride,
Right, and so I'm saying that's one option. On the other hand, and we've already started this, right, a couple years ago, is to have hotspots. Working with NTUA, for example, to increase coverage.
okay, but if we provide hotspots for everybody, you have to have electricity to do that. If you don't have running water or,
You can, but that's what I'm saying. This is just the foundation from which you guys get to spring to decide how you do that. This doesn't say how we're gonna do it. It says it's
recognize the
need.
need.
And then you guys get to decide as the policy makers and the holders of the budget and the purse strings, what options you have, what opportunities you have, and how to best serve those communities. And that would also include community input too, right? In terms of what do you need and how do we fix it? How do we participate in fixing that? But the ultimate goal is, how do we help those students in those predicaments get what they need? And that answer is gonna be magic that's part of what your all's secret power is. It's not so secret, but that's your power, is figuring that out as we go through this process.
Okay, I can accept that. However, there is one thing that human nature as it is, we don't all want the same thing. Because of what electricity and running water and sewer system, et cetera, brings with it. There are, and I speak from my background, there are people who don't want to live with that. They are perfectly comfortable, and their kids are brought up with the idea, well, it was good enough for dad and granddad, it's good enough for me.
And that's where that community input comes in, right? So that's why it's important for when you guys are making that decision.
Well, one of the things that I've said to people, and people have asked me, well, what if you do it and they don't take advantage of it? Okay. The point of us is to create the
Provide it.
opportunity.
And that's what the Constitution requires.
Precisely, and that's my point. If we do not create that opportunity, then they don't have the opportunity. And whether it's 5, 10, 100, 200, we have to be able to provide that opportunity equitably to these kids. If they want to take advantage of it, so be it. If they don't, well, then that's fine too. At least they can't say we didn't do our job. And we're trying to come up with ways and means to be able to provide the greatest opportunity for these kids to succeed.
President Mills, it really goes back to what you said yesterday about giving them the opportunities and not doing it necessarily for them.
Yeah.
But creating that opportunity.
Somewhere in providing, and I agree with you, Mr. Montoya, that we have to come to grips with, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. But we have to give him the opportunity to drink.
The trough has to be there
Absolutely. And then on the contrary,
with water.
on the contrary,
It can't just be a trough.
taking an empty truck, that's really good dust in it.
It can't just be a salt lick.
See, but that's the thing is being able to construct and put together those opportunities for success, whereas there's those on the other side of it who will tell you, you know, it's polluting the earth, the coal, the carbon, but yet they stand there with a cell phone in their hand, okay, and a car that they had to put gas. Yeah, the day that you put those things away and walk up into the hills and live off the land, I'll believe you.
I believe you're serious.
See?
Yeah.
So the point being is we have to create that opportunity because that's our job.
And so going back to Mr. Wells and Gary, what they said is absolutely true, and I agree 100% with them. I mean, you can lead the horse to the water, but you can't make him drink. And now, back to this family. So, the two middle school and the high school students, they have behavioral issues. So they're challenging the teachers in the schools. They're defiant in the schools. They're the ones that are causing the lockdowns and having de-escalation techniques done in the schools because of their behavior problems, but yet they don't have the resources at home, so that wraparound service needs to really be there at the home. And the parents, the mom is, the two is a single mom, and she's got little ones, and she's just over her head. She doesn't know, her kids are out of control. The kids run that household. And so the parent is underneath the kids because they're running the household. And so that's what we're dealing with, and that's what these wraparound services really, really need. And, you know, one day the son got suspended, and the mother just said, go ahead and call social services. They're not gonna do anything anyway. They've already come 4 or 5 times. And every time they come, they say they're gonna take the kids away, but they never do. And so the kids aren't scared. And so she's, you know, it's, those are the type of things that some of our parents are dealing with. And, you know, these are the kids that have, those behavioral issues in school, and, you know, their decisions and their behaviors cause a lockdown or a shelter in place in the schools.
And you're spot on, because now you get to help me with the next transition, which is holistic wealth. So, in some of our community meetings was potentially being able to expand meal accessibility beyond breakfast and lunch. There's a number of school districts that do that. And especially during breaks and holidays, for those students in need. And so, I mean, we have so many stories of that, right, where coaches literally are doing things like that already out of their own pockets, and teachers as well. Because we had already identified ourselves, especially after COVID, that there were chronic issues with that. And so that's why that's in here. The next one talks about extended learning, and I just want to stress that we are pushing back with our language everywhere throughout this paragraph by saying whatever we do with extended learning must meet the needs from a local and community standpoint. And it can't be one size fits all. Yes, sir, sorry.
Or on page 6.
Yeah,
You wanted me to go back to the extended learning? No?
well, extended learning that you say coaches were doing,
Oh, that one, meals. So especially during COVID, we identified and noticed many children, some of the only consistent meals they get are at school.
okay,
And so the conversation was, how do we, and there's funding out there, there's federal funding especially, I think, how do we go, there's the McKinney-Vento, for example, I think would also help us with some of that funding.
McKinney,
Vento, homeless children or children in severe need. So the thought process is, what programs can we implement that provide meals to students, not just breakfast and lunch, but potentially during breaks, and maybe even dinner. And there are some schools that do that, but again, that's an offshoot of that community school conversation. What does the community need, and how do you get that to them?
well, first of all, we're going to determine that kids need that. How do we determine that?
Oh, so that's partly through our strategic planning process, and then it's literally through holding meetings with our community. It's a board level, but it's also a district level, and so that's partly what ICO and some of those programs are for, is to do that, is to meet with, and student services too, is to meet with families, communities, to figure out what those needs are and bring that back to the board.
My experience, and let me say to preface this, for the last nearly 6 years, I've been working with addiction recovery. And the biggest problem of that is not that we don't offer, the assistance is not offered, or they don't recognize it. It is if the individual feels intimidated by it, they're not going to accept it or come forward and say, I need help. And it's intimidating to say, I'm not, because it reflects personally that I'm not adequate. I can't do it myself, and that's a huge issue. So they're not gonna come for it. So if somebody goes into their home to find it, get that out of here. Don't need you, I don't want you. How are we going to, how can we overcome that?
Well,
That's not an easy answer, as you already
No,
know.
it certainly is not.
There are ways to start orienting to that, but it goes back to how do you create that trust and that rapport and that relationship over time. It's not a magic wand fix, right? So that's what all of these things are. You begin them, it's like a seed that you plant and you nurture it and you grow it, and some of those seeds will take to that and some won't, but you kind of cultivate and that momentum builds and that momentum builds. But I know the point you're making, President Wells, and it is an absolute challenge to what we're trying to do, but again, you have to first at least provide the opportunity for that resource to be there, and then help with the comfort level and the trust level of folks participating in it. Does that help?
Well, you're explaining what needs to be, and I recognize that.
Yeah.
Been there, done that. So collectively, how can we put our heads together and say, okay, how do we, because it's a matter of self-esteem.
Let me give you an
How do we
example.
overcome?
Secretary George talks quite a bit about the old CAT team. Well, the old CAT team, not 100%, but by and large, created trust and rapport in the community over time. And as they continued with that program, more and more folks would take part in that because they trusted the folks who were part of it. And so you start small and it kind of grows, but you always have that dynamic, right, of some people want to participate in the resource and some don't. And so I'm hoping that helps answer that question from a board perspective. You guys are the policy makers, not the doers. The doers are under our superintendent. And so, there are things the board can do to help support the worker bees. And that's what this is. Does that help? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I think with nutrition, it goes back to Mr. Carlson, but he doesn't really get a report from the breakfast, lunch. But, you know, we lose a lot of money with the food program because they just throw the food in the trash. I mean, you should see trays and trays and trays of they just put it in the trash because they don't eat. One way that we could help the students, you know, is to have them go outside for recess first, do their 15 minutes and then come back in, have their 15 minutes to come back and eat. Then they'll be hungry because they've exerted themselves and they'll probably eat more. And then we have all these student councils, student councils, student this, student that, student-led groups in the schools, in each school. And in the elementaries, you have the Mr. and Mrs. Najoni or whatever it is. So we need,
Royalty.
yeah, so Mr. Carlson can go in and tell his team, you know, utilize these student groups, these Mr. and Mrs. titles, to go in after school, you know, have the leftover food that is left over at lunchtime, have the lunch people package that up and have it ready for seventh period or the end of the day school, and have those groups of students go to the classrooms and hand those out, because the
To make
students
it
already know them, they trust them, they know there's a camaraderie already there. Even if you don't really know those people, you're like, okay, it's cool to get the food because they're handing it out to everybody. And if you don't want it, leave it on the desk. And then, you know, I think it's gotta come from our students, and we elect these students and we put them in these little positions, but we're not utilizing them just only to take a picture or only at a certain event. But if we utilize them for these programs, and if you,
Like ambassadors.
yes, and if you have them, the students that are really, really hungry, they would ask for seconds. And the cafeteria people would tell them, no, you can't have seconds. And I'm like, they're like, Miss George, they said, I can't. I said, no, you can't tell the student that, because that's free, that's a federal paid program, they can have seconds. That's what it's there for. So they used to argue with me, and so I really think that you need to have the coordinator and yourself and this assistant superintendent talk to the workers there in the cafeteria and let them know that students are allowed to have seconds and have, you know, thirds if they want it. And then also, because at the end of the day, when they close their doors, that food is gone because those workers take it home themselves. And I've seen it.
They're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, they're not supposed to do that, but I've seen them do that. So,
So here we go, kind of to encompass this, and I was trying to think and search through it because I saw something in the LFC's report. And
That
it
is
speaks,
an embargoed thing when we're in open session.
say it again?
That is an embargoed
Yeah, you have,
report when we're in
Oh.
open session.
we have to go through that whole thing on
Well, I'll save it for the,
Tuesday.
So-
the executive session.
So with that, what Cheryl's
But we can
talking
openly
about
discuss that after.
Yes.
on the food situation, I think it was the national, the first lady had said,
Obama.
had set guidelines.
Michelle Obama.
And then, and it was ridiculous.
Still is.
And then schools have, you know, come up with healthy eating, and they confiscate, chips, you know, and things like that. And then you hear of, students that potato chips or, I don't know, whatever is confiscated by the teacher. And then you think about our athletes, our student athletes, and a lot of them are having just on the lunch that they do take, and then having to go and do a practice. It's they're starving, and then there's not enough to get them through the practice, and then when you look at when they travel to their sport event or to different tournaments or wherever they're playing, then nobody's there to say, no, you can't have that. They eat. And then worst of all, I think what is given to the student, you know, which is what, $10 for each student, and the only place that you can take them to is McDonald's, fast food. So it makes no freaking sense. But then to go back to what Cheryl was, you know, throwing away food, you know, that is crazy.
Where are we at? I need to look at that.
Okay, can I get through one more and then we take a break? Okay, so the last one, before we go into the foundational pillars, where I wanna spend some time is student, school and district safety. We have started to kind of, be a lot more intentional with how we conduct various aspects of this. And some of this is required by the new Black Education Act. And some of the things in the Black Education Act apply to all students, not just African American students. So, but it also really dovetails into some of the things we were talking about yesterday about how do we safeguard our children from adult sexual predators, for example, in our midst, and other really huge issues that are out there. And so that's why that is there and specifically called out as important, because it is a very important priority. So with that, we can take a break.
We can recess for 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I watch.
I still have it.
Where is it?
Back here.
Really?
Yeah.
I can wrap it for you. So yesterday I got a cold bottle of water and that really helped me when I was putting it on the areas that hurt.
I don't know why.
I heard that engineers make your head expensive.
Whatever. I went looking at you. I'm looking at the
I dreamed about you last night, that you were way in a different. Say, I never bon voyage or bon voyage. I was like, she really left. I was sad, kind of in my dream. Like, she just left. Yeah, you did.
I'm not gonna do that.
And I just pictured you on an elephant with a bunch of flowers, jewelry.
Flowers in her hair.
Flowers.
Your hand, your arms was.
I don't have
And you had hanging right here, all
this,
yeah, and thing all right here. You had all this necklace connected, like we couldn't take it off of you, and it just beaded everywhere.
No. Oh, they've been teasing me for months.
And when the elephant
Months.
walked, you went like this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You were trying to be all nice, but you kept going like this.
You were trying to be feminine or side to side.
Trying to be nice, but you just kept going like this. No.
Side saddle on
That
the
was your dream, really?
Yeah,
No,
I
it's
dreamed
not
that.
gonna happen. It's
No,
not
they
gonna
I was
be
like,
dream.
gosh, she really left.
Very
No,
cool.
not even a goodbye, nothing.
No,
It's
no,
gone.
it is not, that's not gonna happen.
She said side saddle on the elephant.
But they did make sure you were safe because you had that arm. I did.
We were at a conference, just to let you guys in on that. So they don't think this is too strange.
I wasn't there.
And I was sitting, minding my own business at a table by myself. And this random person decides he wanted to strike up a conversation, and that's where all of this comes from. And he decided to keep that conversation going, and
It wasn't just a conversation.
then they started talking about sheep and cattle and horses.
He was like, over. I mean, it's not a random thing when somebody scoots up to you and he kept touching her.
Oh,
her
goodness
shoulder.
gracious. No, that is not true.
hair was down and.
It's in my face.
On the side that he was sitting on.
No. OMG. I've never, ever, this is gonna be my life forever.
Could have moved to California.
No.
Isn't that where it was?
Yeah,
I'm not, no,
and the guy knows shiprock.
no, it's,
Like. He
Find it
did talk
easy.
about visiting.
Oh, no.
wait, there's something I need to go, I need to go.
You know, they eat goat, that's, we could kind of take a goat, dog, goat, kind of
Cats.
tough, but.
It's amazing. And Cheryl had that dream.
Yeah, I did, I just kept seeing you go like this. On that elephant. But you were safe because you had a every time that moved, they're walking.
Okay, flag on the play, unnecessary roughness. There is a
And there was
100-yard
flowers.
penalty.
Flowers, every time you walked, there was petals in the air.
OMG.
Oh, boy. Jerry's good.
It's like as if you were there in that car ride.
I think I was meant to be.
Experiencing.
Oh, good thing I wasn't there. I think I would have married, you would have, or we would have married you off. We would have sealed the deal.
No,
We would have made him live here in Shiprock.
no,
You can marry her, but you can live here in Shiprock.
no, the answer is
You have to
no.
move.
Bring all your
I have a
family
say
over
in
here.
this, right?
Bring all your family. You bring your mom, your dad, your family over here. It's not the other way around.
Oh my God.
That's so hilarious.
It is, and you just watch, he will come here. And see,
I think it's meant to
no,
Just
no,
taking
no,
time.
no, if you saw him, you would not see
It's a
that.
matter of time.
I saw him dressed up, but I didn't see his face.
No, oh, but I'm just,
But he was dressed up in his not costume, but his custom attire.
make her stop, make her stop.
Wow.
Wow.
But I didn't see his face, so.
Okay,
Looks
no,
like-
it's a no, it's a no.
No. I
He
don't
even
know.
had pointed wooden shoes that had little drawings on it, like painting.
Okay,
And he was kicking he was on a horse though, but he was kicking the horse.
I had to be on the elephant and he's on the
Yeah.
horse. That's awesome.
Because the elephants, you know, are very, very,
They're
they're very,
Sacred.
very sacred to them. So you were his woman, so you were on
Your
very
sacred
sacred
Can we
woman on
like
the
talk
elephant.
about something else? I am begging you.
I think I might have some land in India.
Oh my gosh.
What's the air flight over there?
No. Gary, you're not helping. I need help. I'm tagging you in.
There's gotta be a prince descent. Very nice.
Gary. Gary.
Well,
I need help over here.
I'm sorry, I can't help you.
They're taken. It's sealed.
I like how Jerry just,
I vote no.
he just. Oh, that's funny. You're very insightful, Cheryl. To have that dream.
I saw him on a horse. He was in the back on a horse.
He's here. No.
Just kidding. Run!
Oh, man.
Isn't Indian food healthy? It is, isn't it?
What is it?
Isn't Indian food healthy?
Keto.
They say
Curry.
like it's,
See, we started keto for a
it's a
reason.
Mediterranean diet that's
Yeah.
supposed to be really healthy.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's meant to be.
Curry, chicken, curry. I think it's meant to be.
No, I say no. I vote no.
If I drink it, it's gonna happen.
No.
I better start saving money to go to India.
That's what I said. I think I'm gonna have land in India.
No.
We're gonna have land. We can purchase land.
But I think we set the alarm and shut it off.
Okay, let me. Is Steve here?
That's it.
I think he was outside.
Let me tell him. I don't even know
Maybe
who-
it's Suzette. We can buy land. There's 3 of us.
What's going on? What did Steve do again? Yesterday, he knocked over that camera.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. He's here. He's working on it.
Oh,
Yay.
is.
His dream's over.
Thank God.
They caught him.
He did not make it in here, thankfully.
They told him, leave you alone.
Yes. Cannot
Just cute. I want to be in your wedding. Give me a reason to dress up.
Just like Jerry.
I always wanted to look like a genie.
I always wanted to wear those half outfits.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
You want to wear a sari?
I want to have a henna all the way up my arm. Painted all right here inside.
Oh no.
Can I throw out the flowers? I'll make it real dramatic.
Yes, you and your daughter.
It's marigold, right? Marigold?
Daisies? I don't know.
What kind of flowers do you like?
I think it's marigold.
I don't think I'm gonna answer this question.
Maybe it's
I don't want this to be reality. So I'm not gonna give it.
Was he cute at least?
No. No, this is what I'm saying to you. It could be somebody else, just not that, okay?
I think
Your dream is about somebody else.
Yeah, this one was tall, like
Thank you.
regular.
Okay,
Oh, God.
yes, no.
he wasn't a midget.
He,
Small. He had
in comparison to
yeah,
me,
of short stature.
in comparison to me,
Yeah, in comparison,
he was,
he went to probably maybe
Here.
to her shoulders.
no,
Ooh,
it was not shoulders.
sick. No.
Can we now push the conversation away? It's for somebody else, your dream is for
Yes.
somebody else.
Now that you please,
Please, the dream is for somebody else.
we're not doing it. No.
You had a dream about somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm good with that.
Did you try to bust out? That's why the alarm went off.
Try to sneak out.
Did you try to run away? You tried to run away for 15
I
minutes?
saw him, he turned around.
Didn't know that, did you?
We have invisible anklets on him.
You know, back to that conversation,
Which one?
I'm the I'm that kid
They were teasing me again, that's why I was,
accusing you about us.
no, they were teasing me about what they were teasing me about last night, so I was hoping you weren't gonna say that conversation.
I'm the kid that rode a school bus 120 miles a day to get to school.
It shouldn't be just dead time, that's a ton of time.
I grew up in a home that never had electricity. We hauled water. The only communication we had with the outside was a battery radio. My first year of high school, I boarded out. I went to school in Tuba City. And the extended learning you talked about, I had a very dedicated math teacher that spent an hour with me every night after school, coaching me in order to pass algebra. And then I hitchhiked home. Now, we don't want kids hitchhiking today, but back then it wasn't. And the only ones that ever give me a ride wasn't the Billy Ghana. But
And you see the.
I can relate to every one of these
I actually grew up
personally.
in high school, same thing. We lived in a village, Penasco, what's actually Llano, which is right above Penasco. And there was electricity, but no running water, no, whatchamacallit, indoor plumbing. And, I literally, when I left home in 7th grade to go to school and got a scholarship and literally was a couch kid. I stayed with families, I stayed with teachers, I stayed with friends. So I totally identify with it too. Right there with you, right there with you, sir.
We did this, my son wanted us to do this, like a quiz, and it was, what was it called? Privilege, something about, privilege, educational privilege. And it had 4 parts to it. And he wanted to see, the generational difference, my mom, myself, and then him. And it talked about, parts of it were about gender. Oh, yes. And then some of those things, education level, and it was really surprising when we did the quiz between the 3 of us. It was really interesting. Maybe that's something.
Maybe that's a training.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that, understanding, and because you can relate. I mean, looking at even here, our diversity and thinking about the inequity and how that role plays in what our background, what our predecessors and our, what that looks like and what we look like, and you wouldn't know that about Marion without knowing his story. And then you wouldn't know my story without hearing and the challenges.
You would never imagine that I lived in that situation and
Yeah,
put myself through school.
Well,
Right,
that should be told to Shannon Pinto.
yep. And just
because-
understanding, like, if we did a kind of like a diversity type of challenge, I mean, when I think about like what we were told because of where I went to school.
Because she put Steve on the spot.
And that's not right.
And then Steve answered back that he was born and raised in Chinle,
Mm-hmm.
and she didn't know what to say.
Yeah, because her perception, looking at him, just making that, she's making a lot of assumptions based on,
too.
on just like visually making a lot of assumptions.
And talk about racism.
Right. I think that would be, I think that it would be really interesting to see what kind of, a test that would come out, what the results from that.
This is on our,
Hopefully I get that right second.
this is on our shared thing, right?
Is that what you got?
I think so.
Looks like mine. Looks delicious.
Yeah. What is this?
What'd you order? Oh,
Ooh.
I'm so glad he's been working on this, we've been talking, because I did not have time. He is-
Steve was working on it?
This presentation while we've been talking,
Oh, thank you.
so awesome.
I'm here putting this green chili all over my sandwich. I don't even know if it's hot.
And now it's on your fingers,
It is.
don't touch your eyes. Psych.
Start crying.
That's hot.
God. Get an electro.
Okay. I'm gonna have him.
is there a mushroom here?
What is this?
Maybe, I don't think it's, but also straw.
Sorry. I'm so glad your dream was short.
I know this.
Thank you. It was on the horse. He was tall enough.
No.
You don't do short people.
No.
Oh, you're making me feel so much better.
Even if they're handsome, no.
Phew. You had me nervous for a minute.
These are slices. They're like gyro meat.
Is it the lamb?
Yeah. It's like
You
gyro.
almost got it.
Kind of sweet too.
They were really generous with the.
Got the same. I got the same thing.
I wonder what they put in
I have no one to impress.
So the,
What time did she say she was leaving tomorrow?
I think we better leave early.
Mm-hmm. Are you gonna go?
Mm-hmm.
What time are you gonna leave?
I'm not sure, cause that storm's supposed to come in.
I think we should leave in the morning. Then it's gonna be done by Monday.
It's gonna be done on Monday.
Yeah, I mean, there will, it looks like it's gonna be clear all day.
Oh.
I think by 10, they should have the roads clear.
All right now, girls. We don't want to repeat of last year.
I know, that's why I'm scared.
I'm taking my Prius, but they have snow.
That's the lemonade.
I haven't driven,
Lemonade.
I had lemonade.
Oh, you did? I got Dr. Pepper.
Oh, yeah. You're welcome.
Who had a Coke?
They had a
Who had
Coke.
that doesn't have a Coke?
It was Pepsi, but it's Coke now.
You get to have it,
I had a Dr. Pepper.
somebody gets to have an
Dr.
extra
Pepper?
one.
Sure.
When you
Dr.
do
Pepper,
straw.
Did you have?
The Dr. Pepper?
This is Coke.
What do you got?
You have an extra straw?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Coke, ice.
Ooh, and there's mush, yum.
Oh, yes. I'm gonna cheat with the lemonade. And yeah,
We had Dr. Pepper.
have you had it?
I don't,
That's mine.
we called it a Tony,
Do you have a Coke?
but I grew up on it.
We had a BT.
Marion, you didn't have anything, do you have a drink?
Thank you.
We
Lemonade.
had a
But yours
lemonade.
is.
I got lemonade.
We had the briskets.
Yeah, that was fine.
Is it briskets?
How about the little ribs that, the cords in my hands?
Oh, there's probably an extra Coke because.
Of me.
Diet.
That's my fault.
Oh, this is right.
There's probably an extra Coke.
Ish.
What did you have?
Now, chills.
Jermaine, what time are you leaving tomorrow? What time? Wait,
I don't know yet. I'm gonna decide around this thing. Where are you gonna say?
I don't know for sure. I think, the Hilton.
By missing utensils, need them?
I have something here.
Straws, anybody? And also there's some, you want some condiment?
Oh, I want
Ketchup,
some of
mustard?
those. Is there meal?
Got some ketchup on that?
Yeah, maybe there is. Maybe it's in there. Like there's like one meal inside. Stick them down, pass it around.
Does anyone else want the meal?
Brisket.
Nice chill the meal.
Is there another in there?
Nobody's competing with it, so I'm gonna say. Well, once, going twice.
oh,
The potato salad is yummy. Oh my gosh. Was the chili hot?
No, it wasn't.
So hi, can you get?
I feel jealous.
I don't feel jealous. Let me see. If I'm jealous, then it's hot. Not hot. It's yummy. Did you all like the Comedy Central over here?
They just didn't put in the box, but she said, okay.
Jermaine, we're at the Hilton Santa Fe Historic Plaza.
Right by the Eldorado?
I think so. I think that's the one right next door, right?
What's that?
Across the street.
The Historic Plaza. Tomorrow.
Gary, do you want my salt?
I think with this much stuff that we. So do you think with as much salt as I eat, I would have like a problem with?
That's good.
That's what you're saying, sea salt, which is better for you.
Even that, we need to really look at the ingredients of sea salt,
Minerals are,
because now they're imitating sea salt.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing it chemically?
just like with olive oil. They blend.
Well, how can they call it
blend the
sea
olive
salt?
oil.
That's what I mean, that they're doing it. Now, the only good salt is probably the Himalayan pink salt.
Oh, yeah. Soon they're gonna be adding dye, if they haven't already.
We just have to put it under a different name if we do that? That'd be awesome.
Where's Jared?
Was that,
Jared.
he had to go to a funeral.
Mm.
Funeral.
The This has to be the best potato salad ever.
Mm-hmm.
They used to, that big aluminum size, they used to make for $40.
That's so
And
good.
now it's, what, about 80, 90 now? But, I love their potato salad.
It has good crunch, but there's onions and then there's pickles. And they have good eggs in there, and is there some mustard, you think?
I think the eggs are cage-free.
Somebody opened the door, let them out of the cage, huh?
They're prairie chickens.
This lady did research on that, on why the cost went up. For eggs,
Yeah.
400%. And it's not justified.
It's like $7 or something for a dozen eggs now. $5?
Yeah.
Some places it has that. So can you imagine passing on like the cost of that, of potato salad to
Mhm.
Surprised we even had eggs in potato salad. Imitation eggs.
It's all right for an omelet.
We're gonna have to go back to commodity. Powdered eggs.
It lasts longer.
Mhm. I like it. My dad still eats that.
And powdered potatoes.
You don't like that? I love it because you won't get eggshells in there.
Powdered eggs produced by powdered chickens.
By Pete's. Then I wouldn't like it. I don't like Pete's.
Christina, I sent you a picture.
So even if he comes with 5 dozen eggs, he wouldn't, well, he has to grow first. If he stands on 5 dozen eggs,
You're like Ford Farquhar in Shrek.
no.
No, it's just a no.
What did you have, Steve?
As the solely,
Mm.
pretty good.
Where do you go for your Pasoli in Brunswick?
Where do you go?
I asked you first.
That's where I go.
I asked you first.
I don't know if that's what we go to.
You know he's a jealous person, right?
Yeah.
He's a very, very jealous person.
Very jealous.
Very jealous.
Cause the chili's hot.
Yeah,
He can't
it's so
handle
hot today.
hot chili. He's very jealous.
Good to
Donna
know.
Maria's?
Okay.
Loaded with a lot of pork.
That's pork. This doesn't have very much pork, that's what we're thinking. It's
Does
only got
anyone want my tortilla?
a couple chunks here and there. So,
Has
I think
flavor on it.
Let's go to for
I
Mexican.
guess so.
I don't
Then,
think- I don't wanna say too much, but like, like there with Los Rios, you ever go there?
You should.
Los Rios,
Yeah,
very small.
yeah, yeah, I get that.
Where's that place located at?
It's in a shopping center.
Big lots.
By Big Love? I would go to that place.
It's good.
That is freaking hot.
It's pretty hot.
I didn't have a good experience there.
I sweat a lot in there,
Really?
very embarrassed.
Customer service was bad.
Green chili stew to Francisco's up there at Mesa, little Mesa Shopping Center.
I can't have my totally,
You know what, I've never been there.
I can't have very much.
That good, green chili stew.
I drove by there with my daughter not very long ago, and she's like, oh, it's really good. But I am,
Only make the green chili stew in the wintertime.
The menudo I like is,
Do you want my mush?
used to be at La Casita, but now it tastes
Maybe,
watered
yeah,
down.
it is.
I don't wanna waste.
But what, eating what?
But I've been cheating, so I
Menudo?
better stop.
Oh, menudo. I don't eat that stuff, man.
And,
You don't?
God, no.
I
Disgusting.
Oh,
love,
I love menudo.
yeah,
Oh.
and,
No, thank you.
Menudo? Yeah. No, thank you.
and then,
I'm there with you.
but I like right here Burrito Moss. They have it with pig's feet.
That's how we make our pozole with pig's feet.
Oh, that's good. And
I don't
they
eat
have,
the pig's feet, but
they have
usually
tripe.
flavor the pozole.
I use bacon. I made a huge pot of pozole this week. Been eating it all week.
It took me a long time to eat pig's feet.
Yeah, I don't know if I could do it.
I remember over at
I think
Shiprock Drive-In, there was a movie. My parents, we went over there. And here the new movie was about,
Thank you, Sharon.
Welcome.
was about the devil, the,
so then your food got cold.
yeah, that-
tweaks. To the flames.
Which one? Let's make it pretty quick. I mean, I won't put them out till you get rid of these. I got to
I still wanna do it, I still need to.
think about which one.
Oh, I wrote it down.
You do?
Flip through them and you'll see my notes. Hopefully you can read it. But I can do it really fast too. They would just jog my memory, so when I go back, it won't take me more than like 15 minutes.
Just the fact that CCSD serves as a municipality for communities.
I'm not one yet.
Is that good enough? I mean, I can expand on it, no problem. Just as a bullet.
It goes back to what we were talking about earlier. But they don't actually understand. Yum. Salad.
Oh, I'm hanging on to my sandwich. I didn't finish it.
Left out.
I'll take the bag. I can put the sandwich in there, yeah. Hold it together, thank you.
Jermaine. Would be better to look at the case for the update. Darlene Martinez would be better to look at the case for the update. Would it be better to look at the case or the update?
Either one, but I would start with the case.
Time's the gap scheduled.
What'd you say?
I'm the schedule on that.
I said, what time is a nap scheduled for?
5:30?
Too late.
That's too late. It's one lunch.
So I know there's a number of us that have to finish pretty close to 5 today, especially since we have to travel to Santa Fe tomorrow. So for some of those conversations towards the end, we may need to put them forward to the next time.
Is it to be continued?
Yeah.
You mean the discussion and potential board action? Or,
That one's important, but maybe we high level discuss some of the other ones and then come back to them. And high level discuss executive session and come back to that.
oh, that's what we're going into, right?
After we finish, we're getting closer. We still have to go through the strategic plan, and we still have to go through the org chart. We're almost done with our policy. We're this close. And then we still need to kind of circle back to those, but we can also revisit them later too. I just want us to, I'm just recommending that we stay mindful of the 5 o'clock, because I know several people have some things they need to do this evening. Especially since we all have to be out of town.
And we stayed super late last night.
That's my thought process.
Super late.
Are you serious?
Thank you, Sharon.
Okay. Does anyone need to go to the older boys room before we start?
don't know.
I didn't hear you.
No, I don't know.
I only hear you laughing, so I know that you're saying something I should be paying attention to. But I don't know what you're saying. Your voice was going the other direction.
We're gonna be heading out now.
Oh, thank you for coming. So good to see you.
Thanks for the update. I caught on pretty quick. It gives me more information to the meetings on the be attending. I got an email yesterday from the principal.
Okay.
I was wondering what the meeting was gonna be about, but I think I know what direction it is.
Did you wanna say anything about the public meetings we had or any input you had
Yeah,
before you go?
it's all there.
Okay.
I think those public meetings that we had, most of the comments, I think you did insert,
I tried really hard.
yeah.
We tried really hard.
As what you stated, so,
Good.
we followed.
Oh, good, thank you. That's good to hear. It makes me happy.
And the principal, the email that you got from the principal is regarding,
Meeting with the superintendent, one's for the next 4 months. Strategic plan.
oh, okay, we have this.
Yeah, when I got it yesterday, so I didn't really know what that was about until I came here and understood when you guys were talking about it. So then the other one was, I'm waiting on the other one, the update for the calendar committee.
Oh, okay.
That one I'm waiting for.
I think in the past, the past superintendent, I don't know how long you've been with IEC, but, district, each board member would have to pick 2 people from their community to be a part of that and to have some input into that calendar. And I asked if we could return to that. And so that, you know, I like that instead of just an administrator, because then it turned into, I don't know, I don't know, it's my opinion, but we ended up with 4 days and yet people, parents were upset, were concerned, leaving, their students leaving in the dark of the morning, returning in the dark of the evening, you know. So there was no input from parents, you know, about, and then the graduations and last year, the graduations were stacked. 2 of them were held in one day, in the afternoon, the evening. And I got a lot of calls on that. And so, you know, just things like that. So I asked Mr. Carlson if we could return to that.
Sending me those emails,
Mm,
I've been responding back to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I'm in kind of out of the loop with the district for a while, just kind of doing mental, my physical health for a couple months. We worked pretty hard during the pandemic. I just kind of took aside some time to take it easy. And I think since last summer to now, and I just kind of stepped back even with attending the meetings at the state level, so I'm just really kind of trying to catch up now. But some of the information you guys talked about, like Impact Gate, I was following that, and I remember recalling the, like people, Montoya was saying that the statistics of 44 and the amount of students, I don't remember where I heard that from. I think I remember attending a meeting somewhere. And I do remember recalling that and the action you guys took. I did remember in the meetings I was following that and listening to that and, here and there, I was listening to that. But, not at towards the end, what happened, but not as part of getting back to 100%. I didn't hear about that. I just kinda stepped back for a while. And then I'm just catching up now, and, now, and over the weekend, I just kinda, met up with, Senator Pinto. And I was around, some, dignitaries, and I did get questioned from time to time when I see them, and they usually ask me questions. Usually I'm on top of things and they give them answers, but this time I didn't. But, just to get informed with what you guys are dealing with is very good information for me, and I will probably bring that to attention to, from my standpoint as a parent. And having them understand what future entails for our area. Just thinking back, thinking, okay, this is gonna be a very, maybe possibly, hopefully not gonna happen, drastic change in our community. And, you're gonna have to let people understand and what the impact's gonna happen here in the district. And what highlights that we need to do to make sure that we sustain our funding in our district to help our students get the education they need here. And what other fundings could be available to have them get the education they need. And I know a lot of families understand that, and it's been a while since I've been in contact with local community and parents. It's very hard now because of the pandemic. I haven't really got in contact with them. I also am dealing with emotional trauma. During the pandemic, during the time I worked as a, I maintained a hotline for our nonprofit. And I was doing wellness check to the families, and I firsthand had to be here to listen to these families firsthand, to the actual what they're dealing with at that time during the pandemic. And it is heartbreaking. I heard them cry at the moment. A grandma, mother, crying, talking to me, saying her daughter's next on the other side of the room, she can't breathe, crying to her mom, I don't know what to do. The doctor just told her she has to stay in that side, I can't sleep because of my daughter, I can't nothing, I can't do anything. And I'm supposed to, as my job is to call them back and see how they're doing. It's hard for me to call back. I tried. There's this one grandma was taking care of a student going with CCSD. I found out that grandma is no longer here. The first thought of our mind was this child is a disability. Our thought is where did the child go? The grandma passed. We helped her get internet in her home. We tried to get resources for her. And to hear her, the COVID took her. After that, I couldn't do it. To this day, I'm having a hard time trying to call them back, and it hurts me. All the connections I had, I called every single one of them, and I called like over 300 people, and it's hard because I was there at a time when people talked to me, and I would be on the phone. Some of them would be over an hour, and I just listened to them. But all they needed was for someone to listen to them. And all I know is what they told me and their name. I never seen them in person. And sometimes I think, are they still here? And then it would be heartbreaking to hear them say, I had to send my grandkids to their kids' in-laws, even though they aren't there. The thing about it is that their parents, they are not together, but they're not speaking for them. But they have no choice but to send the kids to that family. And on this side, they take care of that, but these kids don't know that side of family, but there's their parent, but these parents don't talk. They never see the parent on this side. That's the situation that happened. And then, that's where we lost our students too, on the reservation. That happened, they had to send the kids off reservation to go to school. So there's a lot of things that I heard and went through, and it was hard. So now, we're working on projects dealing, having youth try to have them develop projects now for violence prevention, mental health, and all that. We're working on that, and it's gonna be in April. And my son is still in school, but sadly to say, my daughter is one of those that fell through the cracks. She didn't finish high school. We're leading her to be a youth advocate. Slowly, we're trying to bring her back up. Resources are hard. We tried using different ways, but it's not working. We're still working with her, and we're having one peer motivator. We're using one youth motivator that she's worked with CCSD before, with the Casino department, and she was a previous Northern Navajo team, or Navajo, Miss Northern Navajo. And she's doing okay. Hopefully she's gonna, they're getting connection, and she's working, volunteering, working with, she's kind of part of the project, and hopefully that'll get her motivated to go back to school at Kerr Prep. And she has time still, but we're not pushing her. She only has like, 6 weeks that we have that, we're not pushing her. We don't tell her you still have time. And we understand, we did talk to Mr. What is his name? But we're giving her a side learning experience to give her motivation, her self-identity that way. But other than that, I've learned a lot just sitting here for 2 hours and understanding where the district's going, what the challenges the school board is dealing with. That's something I have never heard of all the times that I've been in the meetings.
Not even from the legislature, from Sharon Pinto?
I don't think, no, I haven't. This is probably the only time I've been at this type of meeting. This is my first time attending a retreat. I've seen this on the last time? You guys
3
had-
years ago?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I didn't watch it.
I don't think we did
Not
that,
last year.
we did, it was before the pandemic, so,
And just before then,
and we
well, it was in
did.
2020, and then we had one last year, the year before,
Yeah.
about the college.
That
Oh,
was
yeah.
before Deonzi Martinez too, wasn't it?
That
Yeah.
was,
But the thing is, Ms. Dennison, again, as I said, I truly appreciate the fact that you took the time to sit and you've attested that you've learned so much. And it's always, people need to understand, sometimes it just takes that one person to start spreading the word, to let people know. Do you realize, do you truly understand what it is they're doing, rather than, it's very easy to get on the phone and get on Facebook, CCSD board sucks because they do A, B, C, and D, but for you to sit here and to hear it from your own words, to truly see, because of the challenges, not just that the kids face, but we face providing education for the kids. The obstacles, the reality, a lot of people, most people do not see. Is what we're trying to help fix. It goes, and people say it all the time, it's a thankless job. But yet, find people who are committed to the education of their child. And I'm truly glad and appreciative that you took the time to stop and listen and learn. So thank you.
I think one area too that's probably good to explain is, we know that there's a lawsuit out there and it talked about that CCSD didn't collaborate with Navajo Nation. And just in that heading and the way it's worded, it's wrong. When you really hear our explanation of that, it was more of a state mandated one thing, Navajo Nation mandated another thing. So again, we're unique, and our schools, some sit on the reservation, some sit off the reservation. So when you consider, and we as board members, we know that there's an Indian Education Act, there's a Hispanic Education Act, and now there's a Black Education Act. In there, either side, okay, to make this example more understandable, but Navajo Nation closed down during COVID, right? People were complaining, mainly the union, which is the teachers. They said that we were putting them in harm's way because we weren't complying with Navajo Nation standards, guidelines, house guidelines. But we also gotta look on this side. Our constituents, mine here at Ojo, and then on this side of the river, and then Mr. Wells. Okay, those parents could have come forth and they could have put a lawsuit. They could have said, you're not obeying even the New Mexico Education Act.
Constitution of New Mexico.
Yeah, and so they could have said, Navajo Nation is locked down. We are not on the reservation. So we as a board, we had to look at this. And then the same way with the schools on the reservation. We're just catering to one side, and it's not equal.
The federal law too, don't forget.
And so that's how we looked at this, and then that's how that lawsuit came about.
And ultimately, the really cool thing is we did have really great tribal collaboration with Dodie, the president's office, and then Chairman So from DC. And ultimately, the Navajo Nation adopted where we were, which is to give parent choice because of those students that are remote. So the lawsuit is, or the court action is misleading, is a good way to say it.
And that's, in those consultations, Ms. Denson, it was very important to understand that and I told this to President Nez, the cornerstone of every decision that we make, especially when it's regarding keeping schools open, parent choice. And there was a council delegate who said, I'd like to see a survey. Since that's what you say, I want to see a survey of the parents. I said, ma'am, with all due respect, come to our schools in the morning and watch the busloads of kids being dropped off and the parents dropping off their kids. That's your survey. They want these schools open. If they didn't, they wouldn't have showed up. We gave them a choice. And there was a truth to this that a lot of people don't understand, and I said this publicly. We did a survey between the schools and all the schools on participation. Shiprock had the highest participation, even more than Kirtland. You would think it'd be the other way around. But we had more students going to school and choosing to go to school in Shiprock than they did here. So again, simplistically, what does that tell you? It's parents want their kids in school. So we gave it to them because we had to.
But we were also wanting to be extremely respectful about multi-generational homes, right? And so it was, the board was really, you guys talked about that because of a very long meeting where that was discussed, and so it was a balance.
And, you know, the talks that happen over in our conferences with New Mexico School Board Association, you know, they talk like, back when we had the pandemic, and we're like, hey, wait a minute, it's not over. We're still in it. Navajo Nation is still in there.
And just like you were saying, the caregivers also take that on, right? And like we were talking earlier about our staff and our teachers, it's very similar. We have to find ways to be there for you guys because it's hard to deal. I mean, it stays with you.
And that saying really resonated, it takes a village. I mean, it really
Takes a
does
chapter.
take a village
Takes a
for,
chapter.
it takes, yeah,
Takes a chapter.
a chapter, oh yeah, it takes a chapter. But in this case, several chapters, so
Oh, yeah.
I think
It takes
in our
chapters.
case, it was really unique and that's kind of the decisions that we the issues that we were confronted with, that we had to make the best choice based on what was going on. And so trying to protect our families and then giving them that option, so.
And it was just very odd, like the judge knew from the testimony and what we put into the record that we had the consultation with Navajo Nation. And I just don't understand how she got to that ruling because she just ignored it. It was very strange.
It's not like we just licked our finger and stuck it up in the wind to figure out what direction. We can't do that.
But we know you guys have things that you need to do for a
Please
reason and we've kept
don't
you,
forget
so
about your daughter.
sorry.
I'm still waiting for my dog.
Ms. Dennison, and, I just want to, just hearing you say that your daughter was one of the ones that fell through the cracks, that really sticks to me and that bothers me because all the stuff that we've been trying to do, all the stuff, you're sitting in front of the key people, the board, the attorney, the superintendent, and you're telling us that your daughter fell through the cracks. That really bothers me because how do we help you now? How do we help your daughter with all the stuff that we talk about? All this stuff that we're talking about, and then how does the school out there turn around and help your daughter? How does career prep turn around and help your daughter? I mean, we can sit here all night tonight, talk about things, but I just can't fathom that you're sitting in front of the key people that make the decisions.
Well, the way we're doing it is that we've tried so many different ways and there's no one way. Everybody's different.
Yeah.
And she's also a special needs student with mental health and there's so much trauma she's been through. I mean, I cannot believe with how much she's dealing with. We've supported her and right now she's realizing how much support that we've given her. That's the part that we've succeeded at. She just told us we've completely succeeded in that. And right now, we're moving to where we're showing her that she can stand on her 2 feet. by involving her in this project that we're doing. The project she's, the opportunity that she's giving is some teen, like runaways? Teen runaways disability, like MMIW. Mental health, something that she's dealt with. And this is under a grant that we've got, and we're working, right now we're in a process, and this conference is gonna be in Winter Rock. And we're kind of focusing on young youth, and this is gonna be geared to students who are dealing with these types of issues. The ones that are directly dealing with it, the ones that you don't know that they're dealing with it, they're quiet. That don't know the direction that they could possibly get out of. She's right now, she was like staying home. She's scared to get out because of the pandemic. We have a lot of students that, right now I can tell you, we lost her best friend last month, October, her best friend. That was hard. I just saw her the day before. And that was so hard on me and my daughter. She was also one of the CCSC students. And she was one of those. Her, my daughter, her and another girl, they were the only three that graduated from North Shore Elementary in 6th grade together, the boys, they were boys. All three of them dropped out of high school. One of them committed suicide. The other one had a child. She's not going to school either, my daughter's not in school. So it's heartbreaking to see them. And they're all dealing with mental health issues. And we're still exploring what can help students. So this youth conference is a baseline of figuring out how to bridge the gap. We're using youth. How can we engage youth to mentor youth, to give them connection to help youth? This is what we're doing. And we're starting, and it's gonna be April 26th, 27th, and Winter Rock. And who is that thing? That's another.
Well, what's going on is, we've talked about having communities identify at least 18 leaders in their own area. And what we need to do is kind of give them a training, an overview of training for them. And then from there, we can identify that individuals will take the lead in their community to get their own connections. They do have connections in the community if they are in that situation and that category. I believe the way we've seen it happening down the road are those students that are not able to graduate and they fall. That's why she said fall through the cracks there, and they're not able to graduate. And they turn around and do that directions. So we're trying to find out to see what does it feel to be in that position. Let us know how you feel, because we don't know what you're dealing with. We don't know what the traumas you have, your social, emotional anxieties that you have. We don't feel it, but you yourself, you understand yourself. That's where Mr. Montoya is saying that they have to reach their identity first to understand where they're at. So this part of what we're trying to bridge the gap with these young folks and the youth that we have. So mainly it's more the ones that we're working with is those that are at the lower level with their grades. And we know that the students that are up here, that are mainly in the council, in that perspective, that are high level, we know what their standings are, they're there to graduate. But for those youth that have a lower level of education that they're trying to pass is the ones that we're targeting right now, to see if we can bring them together. And we're talking about getting family circles, getting their parent involved to see if they can get that support from them to get into that. And mind you, it's so difficult, and it was really challenging to have my granddaughter come up to the plate and tell us what she feels and where she's at and where she's looking forward to. Yes, they have a different direction both times, they jump back and forth, they can fall back and then they come back positively. So that's what they deal with, and that's the understanding we get from her. And she did approach the elected official at the chapter level to see what they're doing for them. Those type of students that are in there. Right after that incident that happened in our community, she went to the elected official herself and stated her positions. So that's when we thought, okay, I guess we have to support her in some ways to understand. So that happened, and now she's reaching out to youth that she knows along the Chusca Mountain areas that they have connections, as well as into Farmington. She knows people in those areas, I guess they have their own connections that way. So she's trying to connect with them to see if they can be a part of that organization to where they reach each other to get assistance and support. That's what's going on, and that's what she's talking about, that project. So she's one of the, we identified her to say, you wanna take that lead for these students, step up to the plate and understand what you're going through. So, like what she said, search and rescue, means so many things that come into play with that. It doesn't mean just, just to search a missing person or anything, but there's a lot of training that they can build into themselves to have a better understanding in their communities as to where they're at. So we're trying to reach that far to understand them. And as a grandparent, I'm really in support of what we're trying to do to see if they have that understanding. Because what they say is, Grandma, we know that you only have a life of this amount of time, but what are we gonna do? How will we survive? Because a lot of us don't understand what skills we should have that you built yourself into to reach that point at your age level. That's what she brought that to us. And even this gentleman here, my grandson, he tells me, and I get caught in that little cycle at home when he says, okay, you talk about being positive. When you tell me that being positive, yes, it's a handful of things that's good. And then he turns around and says, look what happened with COVID. If you turn positive, what does that mean? So he used that language on me, positive and negative. So they think that far ahead what they learn. As well as, he says, water can drown you and kill you, but your body needs water to survive. They bring up these points to us, and we kind of, as a grandmother, I sit there and I think, okay, so I don't have an answer, So I'm just kind of thinking like, okay, I guess I'm gonna just have to follow that to figure myself out to see where I'm at in this group too. That's where we're coming in from as being the grandmother. And that's where I'm trying to refocus myself as well after I went through this whole activity of being employed and just getting worked from an 8 to 5 job and not realize what's going on in my background. That's what I found out. So I said, okay, let me just go back out and volunteer my services to my own people. That's where I'm coming from. So I just want to thank you for giving us the time to express. We even thought about getting our CCSD involved in this process as well, to allow to see if we can work with some students. Maybe they have time on their school campus where they can we can just go forward with it, maybe just for maybe an hour or less than an hour, just to express, have them express those type of information so they can communicate somehow at their own level.
And I think that's a good point that you bring up, and I think how that you can make it easier for evidence-based, because New Mexico Ped will come back and say, where's the evidence? And how you can do that is by saying, I'm a grandparent, so I'm gonna come into the school as a grandparents, and we're gonna teach as a grandparent, like a parent as teachers, but you're as a grandparent can come in as that. And I don't know if you guys are traditional, but if you are traditional, what your grandkids had said, the difference between positive and being COVID and then positive, having a positive attitude, that's the same with the right and the left side. You're a female and you're a male in one entity. So that resonates there culturally. And then on top of that, what you had said about your daughter going through grief, we have a grief, it's through the New York Life Workforce, and what it does is it receives, it gives $500 to the district to get bereavement material and a package for students who are grieving, and it's like a course that they can go through, and that's through New Mexico Ped, and that's something that I wanted to let Mr. Superintendent know that we could get that. It's called a grief sensitive school community, and that's something that your daughter could benefit from, and other students could benefit from, especially in that community with the last within the last 3-4 years with the suicides that happen out there. I remember those ones. And then the peer-to-peer that you're talking about, you know, we have a peer health exchange where it empowers young people to give them knowledge, skills, and resources to make healthy choices, and it brings college students, which we could use locally, our colleges here locally, that they can come in and teach skills that are based with a health curriculum to the students. And that's one way that we can give back, and that's kind of like what you guys are implementing out there already. And then we have the natural helpers too that could be in this peer health exchange that we have going on. So I just wanted to let you know that I hear you, and you know, and I just really want to see how we can really work with you to help your daughter get back into career prep, because you know, my oldest son, he went to career prep and he struggled, and you know, he had to get his GED, but that was as a parent, my choice to do that. But my daughter, you know, she graduated from Shiprock High, and there's no difference between your daughter and my daughter, why they both can't be successful and both graduate and get a high school diploma and then go on to college or further their career. There's nothing in between that. And so if my daughter could graduate and my son who struggled can graduate, then I have to extend that to you and help you out as a parent and as a grandparent and as a grandparent. And that's where I think that we have to make that connection from a parent to a grandparent, and we take off this hat of a school board member or an administrator and really come heart to heart and talk, because your student, your daughter, means just as much as my child. And when we talk about these equities that we are talking about across the board, that's the equity that we're talking about. Your daughter, my daughter, being able to have the same outcome and result, and that's graduating. So I really, when we sit in here and I speak on things, safety and wellness and the child and the staff, it's coming from my heart, because this is what it means to have a parent and a grandparent take time on a Saturday to sit in on a meeting and sit there and listen and take that home and take that back to your community. You know, that is, you love your family, you love your kid, and you want the best for them, and that shows. So I just really want to tell you how much I acknowledge you guys and I appreciate you, especially from a grandparent's point of view, because like you said, my dad always said when you get past 70, he said in the old ways, they used to say your feet are hanging over the edge and you don't know when you're gonna go. And so that's what your kids were saying, they don't know how long they have with you. So these are the things that are important. It's just not paper and just not talking, it's life. It's somebody else's child. And we take your child in for safety, to make sure they're safe at school. We take your child in to educate them, to make sure that they can go out into the military, go out off the reservation and compete with other nationalities that don't know of a Native American child. And we have to give her those tools to go out there and to have the stability and the confidence to say, you know what? I grew up, my grandma raised me, my mom raised me. I come from a strong community and I'm gonna make it out here on my own. I'm gonna stand out here and I'm gonna compete with all these other nationalities and I could become something, a doctor, whatever it is she wants to do. That's our responsibility. And if we failed, then we have to go back and really, really, really look at ourselves and say, why are we on the board? Why are we a superintendent? Why are we a principal? And it goes back to, I don't know how, in the schools, I know that sometimes we have adults who don't really respect a child, but sometimes a child is more mature than what their age is, or because of their trauma, or because of their experience in their household, they had to grow up fast, but they're still young. So they have this mindset, but when an adult comes and belittles them, or, whatever the case may be, and not really listen to them, that's where they get this fundamental breakdown to where they're like, okay, I can't talk to an adult. I can't stand up for myself because they're just gonna talk back, they're gonna put me down or whatever. It should be the other way around, to where we respect that child and we tell them, if you can't read, write it out or let me read to you, let me do the phonics. If you're so angry, you have anger issues, here's a piece of paper, we don't have to talk. Write it out and then I'll read it, There's different ways, and those are what we need to do as teachers, as staff, as we sit here. And so I don't want to take a lot of time because I know things have to go, but I just really want you to know that that I really appreciate you, and for you to sit here and tell us how your child is going through a hard time, and now you're trying on your side from the home, because learning begins in the home. You're doing your part, grandma's doing her part. So now we have to step up and do our part, which is wraparound services. If that's bringing a traditional healer in, if you're traditional, bringing a medicine man in, or having the hoops set up out there at Newcomb for your child, having a sweat lodge set up over there for your child if she felt she wanted to go into the sweat lodge, because all that sweating, it goes back to when the child's in the womb. That's why it's so hot in the sweat lodge, and it clears their mind. So those are the type of things that we need to know. That's why the CAT team was so important, because they had that service. And now,
Where can you get back to?
but I don't want to take your time, but I just know that I'm just really appreciative of you guys being here.
And I think, yeah, it's unfortunate it fell through the cracks, your daughter. But that's why we make it a point, and especially with COVID happening, and we come back to some kind of normalcy this year, this school year, and we're looking at graduation rates and things like that. And we want to identify those students after or even before Christmas break, and Thanksgiving. And, because then they have time to work on that. And instead of the last minute, you know, and so those are already put in place, and I believe Tuesday or maybe next month that we're gonna be informed by the schools where their graduates, where their senior class stands. And I'm always adamant because personally, my daughter, I went to school with her 3 days, and then from her sophomore year, she always had summer school. And so by the time, and that was kind of an elective, and that wasn't mandatory, but we got to her senior year, so I'm thinking, shoot, she has all these credits already, and she should be okay for her senior year and not having to catch up or. So we go in there and we come to find out she's lacking credits. And I was so angry. And then the way this was before I came on to the board, but then we found out the counselor, the way the counselor talked to me over here at Kirtland as a parent, when I told them, I'm gonna take this to the school board because they didn't have documentation of her attending the summer school. Therefore, what was that then? You know, where's the credit? And so I told him, you want to take it to the school board? And he yanked those papers out of my hand, and he said, and he started yelling at me and telling me, well, if you're gonna do that, you know how these teachers, they give up their summer to teach students like you. And boy, he didn't know who he was dealing with. So I let him know, first of all, you're not gonna talk to me like that. I'm a taxpayer. I pay your salary. And so that fall, I ended up on the board. And it just so happened the next day, I didn't know my name was already in the schools as the new board member, but I had to come here with my daughter to the high school, and we didn't see that counselor. He had already left. But that's what makes me, from what I dealt with, what happened there. I don't want to ever see that. And then when he finally settled down and we started to discuss what needed to be discussed in making up those credit, it turned out to be 1 credit short. So he didn't even know his material, what he was pushing on students. Oh, this is gonna be easy, you're gonna fly right through it. You should be done maybe a good month and a half if you keep to it. Not even. And so that's what I asked about now. I asked, you know, you counselors, do you know what you're pushing? Do you know that curriculum? Do you know that, because this was college level to make up that credit. And so from that experience, that's what makes me adamant about those things now. And then who would have thought we would be going through a pandemic? And I still say we still haven't healed. It's not over. And then the multi-generational homes that exist out there. And then, you know, earlier I said that we haven't even gotten the data, you know, from Page or, you know, but here you are telling us. And, you know, that we lost a lot of people, a lot of our people, and a lot of them were grandparents. So I understand where you're coming from, you know, that, you know, especially somebody with a big heart. You take on that responsibility, and then I guess that's why I'm really glad with us sitting here, we I don't know. Sometimes you just, I guess that's called passion. But I just pray, I'll keep you in my prayers and hope that you can work through and you know, I know it's tough and with these losses and you try to help, you try to, for me, I just get angry and but I'm really glad you shared what you did, and you didn't have to, but I'm glad you did. And next time you're sitting in front of those dignitaries, that's what you need to say.
So I'm gonna add something real quick for your daughter and your grandmother, and your granddaughter. Just know that there are those who have gone through the same thing, and I can say my youngest daughter, same type of traumas, same type of issues. Pulled her out of school, 10th grade. She's got her GED. And she's almost done with a bachelor's degree in American Indian Studies. And she's come back, she did an internship at Career Prep to precisely have the same kind of kids that were just like her, that are just like her. There was one boy in one of those classes, and my daughter was trying to talk to him, and the teacher, the adult of all people, said, don't waste your time on him. He won't talk to you. He doesn't talk to anybody. She connected with him because she believed in him. Mind you, a little 22-year-old girl versus an adult believing in that child. So no one understand that there's people just like your daughter, your granddaughter, who have gone through the same thing, persevered, and are succeeding. So just let her know that.
I would really love it if you guys, I was just thinking through the strategic plan process, like we had the core group with the policy. I think we should have that. I'm just throwing this out there for the strategic plan too. Because it's these stories and it's this exchange that really helps us understand where to go. So I know you guys have things to do, but thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would that be, do you want me to reach out to you when we do that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
There's a lot of other things that I have, but I think you guys have limited time. I'm into a lot of different things on your agenda, like working with families. I really helped them with IT, with their help desk with their school, to set them up, because they had difficult times. A lot of them didn't know how to work their laptop. So I work directly with their students.
You've given me a lot of ideas on how we should have more things like this.
See, we need to bring you along, you know, because that's what we've been saying, but we have nothing firsthand or, you know, like, you know, no documentation. But, you know, that's why I say next time you get in front of these dignitaries, these legislatures, that's what you need to
They have to
share.
hear this because they hear what's in Santa Fe and they're separate from what's happening here.
What you're doing is validating what we're trying to champion and express to them that get to understand. You're saying you're dealing with it and you live it.
I do that when I go to the Secretary of Family Advisory. Everybody gets quiet. My mom had to escort him out of the meeting. He really wanted to talk as a youth, but she had to take him out. Because he did express that the things that they were doing was not gonna help out here. So, but other than that, and then the other thing was asthma. That was some struggles with me personally with him with his school.
Yeah.
That's something that needs to be changed up.
And that's in this policy too, the self-administration,
Yeah, that is.
medication.
Yeah, that's really, that kind of deals with absence, medication, training, credits.
We did
With
with
PE, that's what my future thought is with him.
Yep.
He doesn't do PE because he gets asthma attacks.
Mhm.
And I'm thinking future, how is he gonna get that credit for freshman year?
Oh, well, the law says we would have to accommodate him in that.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking into. But at the same time, I don't want him to, I was trying to encourage him to join sports, but it's difficult to have someone to be one-on-one with him in sports too.
Well, thank you so much for coming and sharing. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Can we turn the heat up?
Is it too cold?
Can you put more coal in the wood stove?
Put more coal on the stove.
It did kind of.
Over here on the,
I'm a little shy.
I remember yesterday it turned up to
Look,
get
look
super
at the
hot.
size, it's kind of,
That's the reason we've been having headaches, because we
Those clouds are
barometers.
coming in, yeah.
Okay, do we need a quick break or should?
yeah, let's go do.
5 minutes? I do need to go. And then we'll figure out what we're gonna accomplish till 5-ish.
Yeah, so we got,
Yeah,
Let's prioritize.
yeah, yes, I'm taking this outside to my car.
You don't need a help
I
out.
should do that, so I don't keep eating.
You're the boss, woman.
If the alarm goes off, you know, lock out.
Twice the size.
tortilla.
You see that?
Yeah.
You're the most fiber.
It's bigger than your head.
Save it. See if I can go set off a few more alarms out there.
O M to the G. Sharon?
What?
Wake up, that's kidding.
Cheryl and Cheryl can't go.
Oh,
You
yeah,
wanna tell her?
I can't go, they called me to work tomorrow, because somebody got sick, and so, I can't go. And I tried to call them to see if I could, cancel it, but they said there's no refund. So she's going, I don't know if you can change my name to her, I have to check, are you okay for it, or
No, it would be,
just,
just like we did at the conference in San Diego, I would just take her spot.
yeah, she was just taking.
I didn't understand your notes exactly.
Oh,
And I called like last night, yeah, I said, she's just scheduled, she just, it was like 2 hours ago, and,
Which
and
one's
they
your
were like,
one?
yeah,
Those-
sorry.
this one? This
one?
And I did the municipality.
They did not feel like a week or a week.
Another one over there.
Until Tuesday?
Let's nap time.
I know. Seriously, we are being recorded, I would be sleeping.
And that's why I say, generally,
Since it's not refundable,
because it's.
that would make sense.
And I usually am big before I get.
So I'm just
sick.
gonna drive down in the
We sing yesterday,
Yeah.
how does it look?
Monday, early, oh,
Put
because I
something.
get off that morning.
Let me see if I can cancel it. Yeah. I think we've been having.
It won't give you a refund.
When did this come out? This is from. I did not.
Question.
Bless you.
Excuse me. Guess the heater's on.
I'm all tired.
I bet you are.
In a way, that was emotional draining,
Yeah,
you know, to think about how,
to relive it.
yeah.
And hers is one story. There's so many other stories too. So,
It's like I said, my daughter, I noticed on the something, figured out in 10th grade. So I had to go to the superintendent and have him sign off, so I can take that school. Yeah, she would tell me.
yeah.
There's nothing you could do. I said, pull it out and put it through that program that so that to get their, not the GED, the high school codes, that's what we call it. So I do that program and I start their class at 7, she's almost ready for bachelor's degree from high school in studies. She works with kids that are in the same situation. And with sexual trauma and stuff like that.
That's fine.
Yeah, well, and then the other thing that she's trying to is
Yes, sir.
Allow the Green Party to know how and why they get reach a decision and whether that is feeling what they want. It appears that this report will review any additional information provided and will interpret findings of fact and conclusions of law and provide further instructions regarding submission of a judgment. Does that mean that if an appeal is requested based on which this is finding of facts and which is the law.
What's your question?
Those facts.
Have you heard anything about, there's a young man, so he was a basketball player. He was from, he went to Kirkland Central High School. His parents were like, he's been missing since December, or before Christmas. He,
Are you reading, what are you
he's had issues, and he used to call me up all the time.
By one page?
I think I did see that meme,
Oh, I see.
but I don't even
It's
think
trying, I
it.
see.
I mean, if you could.
So it's describing the
I don't have
process
to.
of an appeal and, yeah, it's trying to help you understand where we are. And so it's just giving you kind of the option.
Oh, no.
It's been.
Right. And nobody appealed it.
That's so scary.
Yeah.
My question was, if there had been an appeal, then the lower court would look and recommend.
The Court of Appeals, you would file briefs with the Court of Appeals saying why you want to appeal like in the mandamus. The Court of Appeals would look at that and say, is this worth taking up and putting on our docket? And if they said, yes, it's worth taking up and putting on our docket, then you say it has been appealed and has been accepted for appeal. If not,
I'm signed out.
then it's out, then you can't appeal it.
That happens in activity, right?
And that's,
Yeah.
that decision. It becomes final.
And it gave like 30 days to
Thank you.
30 days.
Catch it when you're watching.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
How would we get it next time on your own? Did you get it?
Almost. Okay, I think that one's done. That was the first one. Okay, thank you. Okay, I wanna do the last 4 pillars, and then while you talk about the org chart, I'll finish these, is that a plan?
Well, do we do priorities first? I don't wanna get into something that's gonna be not a priority, so people
Well, I
decide
think we need to finish this out.
which one.
I would recommend that we finish our policy, have a quick conversation about the org chart, have a quick conversation about strategic plan recommendations and timeline, do the mission goals and priorities,
Okay, I mean, we're gonna need to
and
go back,
potentially end there.
right,
I
we're
don't
gonna
know
go
if we're
back to
gonna
the.
get through all of that.
Well, that I think we can get through in an hour and a half, but the other things, I don't think we'll get through. And then end with discussion and potential board action regarding the next step.
I think the org chart is gonna take a little longer than you're anticipating.
I'm just saying do an overview with not a whole lot, so at least it's in your mind of where it is.
Where
Can
is
we
it
just
gonna
kind
be
of
in relation to how Gary had requested the documents?
Why don't I just pass out the org charts and then you can have the time to look at those. I have individual, because Gary had asked for, kind of, not job descriptions, but I asked them to kind of give just a real overview what everybody does. So I can send those to you too, so that when we have a conversation about them, and maybe I'll attach them to a different org chart, I'll redo it, but at least you have the basic one. Because I know you're gonna wanna look through, I didn't wanna put names, but they gave names on all of them, like the ones like Donovan, he listed everything that everybody does in the department.
In that sense, since I'm the one that asked for it, to me, the name or the individual is irrelevant.
Right.
It's that the FTE is filled, and under that FTE, what are the responsibilities and duties and or functions that are being performed? Because again, getting to the point of quantifying time and responsibilities, we use, for example, a supervisor. They have 10 things. Okay, let's
Right.
look at,
Let's think of a
of those 10 things, you have 5 days, you have 40 hours roughly. How do you break that up? And are you using that time efficiently, effectively in order to fulfill those 10 things? So does that 40 hours really, is there enough time to do those 10 things in those 40 hours? Or is there room for other things?
and that's part of the strategic planning process.
Yeah,
Right, so we can get into that too. I wonder, is that something, if we're through that process, we're hiring somebody else to do that?
To do
Could a
what?
board member work with somebody else on that? Gary's got a lot of expertise. To actually go through and have those discussions about here's what's necessary, here's sort of the extra that we're doing in the district.
Okay, can I,
Just
before we
question.
do this, can we do the 4 pillars and
Yeah,
finish that?
yeah, and well, and again, I think Vice President Hanson is correct when she says that I can pass them out, I can talk, but it's the same thing I've done before. You know what's there, the shell of it. But when you're starting really talking about what people are doing, that's not a 10-minute conversation. It's not even probably like 2 hours.
And I think the purpose of requesting the information organization chart is not just to go over it, because we know that there's some big issues that involve our organization chart. Not only was it stated in the report, but that we know that's happening.
I guess I was just intending that we at least start with the overview and then come back to the detail. But I know what you guys are saying.
Okay. You do your deal.
I'll finish my 4 pillars.
Everybody can have the kind of the conversation. Do your pillars.
And then I'll
Don't
be
forget your
quiet.
pillars.
Okay, so remember in the, Cheryl, do you mind if I use yours real quick?
What's that?
The PED one?
You want mine? Mine's so good, it might be easier.
Thank you. So, PEDS first was the educator ecosystem. The internal team really felt strongly that they wanted the first pillar to focus on the needs of the child and that whole child concept. And so, I'll just read this just so you have it in your mind and to just think through it. So implement programs that seek to help each student reach their full potential by focusing on the social emotional well-being of students, which includes prioritizing the needs of the whole child, honoring multicultural and linguistic diversity, and holistic wellness programs. Pillar 1 seeks to implement programs that focus on the needs of the whole child and provide resources to children to help them address challenges and barriers to learning that each child may have coming to school as follows. So the thought process was, what is each child's challenge, like their internal challenge? Oh, I'm sorry, I am reading on page 7 of our policy.
Of ours?
Yes, sir. And then the bullet points under that: instill resilience and self-sufficiency, coping skills, social emotional wellness, and life skills. Incorporate and promote holistic wellness skills and knowledge needed to be one's best self and the ability to thrive regardless of the circumstances. Teach students life skills necessary to thrive, teach better decision-making and sound judgment. Provide resources necessary to support the student to navigate challenging circumstances they may be facing. Identify and provide effective wraparound services and promote healthy self-identity. So that's pillar 1, essentially child-centered approach. Pillar 2, the internal team felt very strongly that they wanted a pillar that focused really on the gaps identified by Yazi Martinez. And if you look at PED, that's not one of their pillars called out. They do have it in here, but it's not completely called out. And so this one says, implement strength-based programs that close educational and social emotional gaps while actively creating connections to learning opportunities and enhancing student and parent participation. Pillar 2 seeks to implement programs that address educational and social emotional gaps as follows. Provide equitable access to education, culture, and language. Provide resources to support students in challenges they may face due to external factors involving homelessness, food scarcity, familial unemployment, poverty, neglect, abuse, or trauma, safety, health, and/or disability. And so that distinction is between the two, external to the child and versus internal. Implement restorative justice approach, going back to what you were saying, Cheryl, on the peacemakers. To discipline so that students learn natural consequences to actions, accountability, making right the harm or wrong they caused others, learning from mistakes, creating connection and community between students, and adults in making better decisions. Implement programs that assist students in addressing challenges rather than engage in problem avoidance with substance abuse or other damaging behaviors. Implement programs that instill respect of one's own culture and other cultures. Implement programs that promote diversity of cultures and languages as a strength and asset. Implement hiring practices and training and leadership advancement that promote diverse staff and diverse students. That's kind of our grow our own, and that's gonna show up in another place too. Implement curricula that instills critical thinking skills and cultural inclusion, racial sensitivity, and anti-racism training. Create pathways to develop and promote opportunities for student leadership, advocacy, and voice. Prioritize culture and language. Provide training and mentorship in de-escalation, crisis prevention, intervention, and first aid. Make cultural linguistic relevant instruction and multi-layered student systems a focus and component of all curriculum, and expand data programs and resources to monitor and track student proficiency and assessment. Pillar 3, this is similar to this continuous process is referred to as the graduate profile. The identification and prioritization of the graduate profile honors cultural and linguistic values through ongoing collaboration with students, their families, district staff, and community stakeholders. Backwards planning is then utilized to create learning pathways that are implemented with pre-K-12 curricula and other programs to support the graduate profile. The last pillar, I'm not going to read all of that because it's kind of long, but I will go over the subsets. And this one is the educational workforce. Instead of calling it ecosystem, the internal group thought it resonated better, at least for them, to call it educational workforce community resources. Cultivate a positive, supportive, and collaborative workforce of administrative and academic leaders, teachers, and instructional staff, student health, disability, and wellness professionals, and all support staff. CCSD's workforce will focus on the needs of our diverse cultural, linguistic, differently abled, and varied socioeconomic student populations. CCSD's workforce will share knowledge, expertise, and experience by learning from and mentoring each other. Our workforce will work together to help our students reach their full potential and become lifelong learners that actively participate in being positive, responsible global citizens. We will accomplish this by building thriving collaborative systems and partnerships across social and cultural communities. CCSD will strive to support our workforce with expanded resources, educational opportunities, and training in order to better provide students with an optimal learning environment and engage families and communities by providing the following. And so then we mirror some of the stuff we do for children, our students, which is staff holistic wellness programs, in under hiring, recruitment, and retention, the Grow Our Own program, recruitment and retention programs, ongoing professional learning and professional development, educational leadership mentorship programs, and then support. The last one is a separate bullet, which is to support governing board involvement, engagement, and training. And this kind of goes back to your point, Suzette, about the boot camp kind of concept, but that is that we really employ best practices between the board and administration and staff in having those ongoing conversations, because they're really your biggest resource from a expertise level, right? So that's kind of where we stand right now. That's our snapshot, right? And from here, as we go through this strategic plan process, you guys can make this better, but at least we have a springboard to come off of. And from there, I'm gonna turn it over to Superintendent Carlson, and I'll make those changes on our spreadsheet.
Okay, you want me just to give up there? Have some quick comments? Okay.
Hopefully this will be the latest.
Thank you, Cheryl.
I got extra. She just wanted to use the restroom.
What's that?
She just wanted to use the restroom.
Do I need to knock you down?
No, you're good. Yeah, so Suzette, I guess, had I like the suggestion of not delving into too much, other than to just kind of talk about the things that have changed. The first few pages basically just kind of detailed the overview of who, what happens in which departments. Obviously, the first page is the board and me and Sharon. The next page is, so this is what was in place before, and it doesn't include the DART, the Data Assessment Research and Technology, which is added at the end. But this does kind of detail what was there in place before I got here. There's all these directors, curriculum instruction, and this is just kind of basically what's underneath them. ICO, operations, student services, human resources, the risk management, which is basically our safety folks. Then there's Jared, Public Information Officer, and the Director of Finance, who is Don. And the next page is just another snapshot of that. It's got the Assistant Superintendent on it. The next one, this is the one that you probably all want to start talking about eventually, is the curriculum instruction. That's the one that was kind of pared down, but I still hear things about, again, if we get into it a whole lot, there'll be enough discussion for the next hour just on this page and some of them. Because that one, there's a confidential clerical, there's the Title I portion off on the right, but there's also the ESSERS, there's a curriculum instruction coordinator for ESSERS, the Title I curriculum instruction coordinator for those schools. So we do have 3 coordinators underneath, which this is Jen Huffman, who is the director right there. And then she does have on there what the coordinators provide, so you can look through that. And there are 2 coaches. Now, the next page is the finance department. There's the director with an administrative assistant. And I don't need to bore you with going through all these things, but this is what I was talking about before. I asked the directors, especially, the last one kind of had it on here, but to know what all the folks do in these departments, it's kind of listed out for you. And if I could send that to you, I don't know that there's harm having names to it, especially sending it to you like that. So I'll do that. Actually, I can probably do that today. If not today, probably Tuesday.
I think there's no confidentiality in the position.
Right, I mean, they have a contract. And ultimately, they serve you. So for you to have that information should be fine. Operations, I don't know how much you need me to go over this one. But, I mean, Gary knows that really well, obviously. The positions are pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
If you're the grounds supervisor, you supervise the grounds and that ground crew going out and doing all that work, obviously. The custodians are on here, bus aides. One of the things that's been an issue this year, you all have talked a little bit about the food service. I know Cheryl wanted to talk about that one. We've had that position open for a long period of time. And that's something that would really be helpful to be filled. I don't know if anybody was here when there was a food service director. I'm not suggesting that, but I'll tell you what, it was pretty easy to fill a director's job when it was 100 and whatever it was, or what it would be now. A coordinator is a little bit more difficult. It's hard to find people with that niche, with that expertise to do that kind of job. So anyway, that's open. That would certainly help that department.
Those watch that.
Brock Smith was the last director, and I think during Mr. Levinsky and Jordan Schoenfeld, they told him he's about to be a coordinator. And he said, I'm about to move back to Minnesota. Plus he got a divorce and other things.
He went to California.
Okay. Because he got a divorce and he had a new whole life. ICO, I do have this one as well, because this one needs more explanation. So those duties, I'll send you one that has, it has the people on there, which is, it's fine. And it has all their duties on there as well. And I imagine there'll be a fair amount of conversation on ICO. If I'm not wrong. And this is the one that looks like a big mess, the student support. Part of the reason why, though, it does include.
Bad choice of words.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. Cheryl already said that. So I'm just picking up on where she left off.
Was that a forward slip?
Yeah, no. There's good things happening along with the boxes of IEPs that I need to go look at apparently to see. Because I don't know how I missed those.
Look for the, is it
It's off to the right.
the card? The sports card? Is
Oh,
it
yeah.
on the right?
Okay. We talked about
Ford
that.
Corvette.
Did a little bit more yesterday, Cheryl and I did, but just a little bit. Had to talk about something on the ride home. But there are some coordinators there, and that may need to be another discussion. The weird thing about student support, I'm gonna actually need her to give me the funding sources for each of those two.
That's
Because-
important.
That's one of those ones where if this were just all operational, you would say immediately, well, why do we need this? Why do we need that?
Right.
Just put those together. Well, if they're separate funding sources and those sources literally pay to have a coordinator, then.
You know, when you talked about that funding source, where you look at the grants, or even ESSERS, taking into consideration how that money's been used or what you could allocate some of the funding, you keep it long enough, then over time it morphs into an operational funded position. But is that really the purpose and intent, or was that just to justify to keep that on how it's funded, or not utilize the funding that you actually got for that position to use another funding source to pay for that position?
Right.
So it's like a little shell game.
Oh, shell game, and we need to look at that to make sure we're doing that correctly. And I think that's one of those things that audit.
Yeah.
Hopefully, should look at and should take care of. But there are, obviously, there's quite a few positions there. But they include, social workers, physical therapists, and SLPs, occupational therapists, all those folks down the middle. Let's see. Yeah, that's gonna be one that I think there's gonna be quite a few discussions about.
So, in line with this, and I'm gonna open up a can of worms, but just throw it out there.
Sure.
When you talk about these things, and I know it was said a few years ago, that the district was looking at qualifying those positions with educational attainment. And as such, it was explained to me, a specialist requires an associate student, a supervisor requires a bachelor's degree. Obviously, a coordinator, I was depending on what you're doing, a minimum of a bachelor's degree. And then, obviously, the director for the state of New Mexico is a master's degree with a New Mexico licensure.
Now, is that across board, or is that?
That's-
Because I'm not aware of the folks that I inherited. You and I both know.
Again, yeah, I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying from what I know from experience, how was it explained to me, and the superintendent at that time said they were actually working with HR to codify and to ensure, because they gave the employees who were on that cusp a certain amount of time to get that educational attainment, and they were supposed to give an educational plan to fulfill that. So therein lies part of the problem we have, changeover, and the turnover of leadership, is that gets lost.
It is lost right now.
So I think, and this is just my opinion, because we are the ones that are paying for this experience to provide for these services, that, in my humble opinion, that needs to be codified in policy.
Okay.
And put to where people, when they come into positions, because especially now, we're paying good money for these services to be rendered.
Mhm.
And we want them rendered by people that have credentials to be able to do that and justify that pay.
So I would throw there's only one caveat that I would have, and that's with operations.
Say it again?
Operations.
No, that's right. And that's the exception. Now, let's say if you have somebody that's in a leadership position,
Mhm.
again, or a specialist, or a supervisor, or a coordinator. And I mentioned that to a few people that said, what about grandfathering? Well, there's always a limitation to how much grandpa can get away with.
Right.
Just because someone's been in a position for 3 years doesn't mean you grandfather them in.
And I totally agree with what Mr. Montoya is saying, and those, college degrees, they are supposed to have those in place, because I used to have those in a file. And they should have the rankings, as he said, and it should be up to those diplomas.
If I go around the horn and kind of think about all the different coordinators and directors, aside from operations, of course, I'm pretty sure that yes, masters, doctorate, masters, I mean, I think we're pretty much there.
Yeah, well, you're talking about the upper echelon of those people that are in those positions.
Yeah.
That should be a given.
Coordinators, yeah.
That should be a given.
Okay.
But I'm talking about those other subpositions.
Specialists,
Yeah,
especially those.
specialists, supervisors,
Yeah.
that type.
And
I wouldn't know those top of my head, all of them.
Yeah.
I'll have to look.
And then under auxiliary health and wellness, under the school nurse, you said you have 9 nurses, but really, you really need to have somebody like a district nurse to oversee the nurses, because the people who are sitting up top, the director, and they don't have a medical degree, and they cannot oversee a RN who has a medical degree.
What they do, and they shouldn't. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I agree with you too. 'Cause,
Yeah,
I mean, I just remember in my school, the nurse would be like, I mean, who was the person telling her everything to do?
yeah,
You know who it is?
yeah,
And so she would resent that.
yeah,
Because
That's
I
what I
have,
call BS.
I have a lot of,
yeah.
but I don't wanna, you're talking about adding somebody. We're not looking to add. We're looking to take away. So,
Well, not necessarily add,
Or
but certainly make and to ensure that that position is filled by the right person.
Right,
okay.
because I'm gonna give you an example, okay? Why? Because you're not even, with these people here in place, they haven't even told you about, so that asthma action plan and the anaphylactic, emergency medical that we have, those are actually NAMACs, those are New Mexico, state, laws, 6.12.2.9 asthma action plan, that's done by a nurse. So for a student from kindergarten to 12th grade, this is not new for them to carry their asthma or their EpiPen on them or their diabetes supplies on them. This is not new. This is PED that just came out with that. This has been since I was a health aide. It's always been that way. It's an action asthma plan that fills out by the nurse, fills out by the parents, and then they take it to the physician. And the physician signs, and then the physician or his nurse will tell the student, okay, blow into the asthma machine, and this is how you do it. You take 2 puffs and you inhale it, and then they show them how to do it. And then so when they show them how to do it, the physician signs off on that action plan. Then they take it back to the school, and then the nurse interprets that. And then she asks the student, okay, show me how you do your asthma medication. So they'll do it, they'll demonstrate it to her, and she'll say, okay, yes, the student was trained, and so yes, and everything, the doctor's orders, parents, and the nurse, and then she delegates to the health aide, and then she signs, and that action plan goes into the student's health folder, and then they give the asthma, they keep it on their bag or they keep it on their person. So this is not anything, and then the diabetes one too, And that NAMAC is 6.12.8. And then you don't even, and then even for emergency medications in the schools, if a student is not diagnosed or a student doesn't have medication like an asthma or an EpiPen, the schools are supposed to have a stocked supply, like 1 or 2 EpiPens, 1 asthma inhaler in the stock, in the cabinet.
Not the kids, but their own, the district purchasing.
The district purchases it in case a student has a reaction.
Something we would have done.
We've had it, when I was there, we've had it, but you don't have
We
that
had all the
now.
student ones and they stored those.
Yeah,
They didn't even let students have them back in the day.
because back when, I think, when it was one of the superintendents, the district decided to take all the medication out from the students.
I remember that.
Well,
Yeah.
that was
remember.
the House bill.
It was up to the district, and you guys were told wrong. You guys were told that it was a mandate,
Yes.
that they all be pulled out, but it was up to the district.
That's why I say these things are used when people say that.
Yeah, it was
Remember when
up,
that happened?
it was up to the district to decide if they wanted to carry medications or not. And so you guys, and then you.
And then to administer that was up to a nurse.
Yes,
You had to, and then they said that if there wasn't one at the school, then you couldn't administer that. That had to be the parent.
not, the nurse has the right to delegate to a health aide to, she trains that health aide, and then they go off and they sign off a delegation sheet saying that she was trained to give that medication at such and such time. And the only difference with that is that if the health aide gives the medication, the nurse cannot bill for that because the nurse didn't give that medication to that child. The health aide did, and the health aide, they can't bill on the health aide. So that's where we're losing money, because back a long time ago, all the nurses would say, oh, delegate it to the health aide, and they couldn't bill because the nurse didn't give it to them. And then you are under your health, auxiliary health and wellness, they're not even telling you. This is a NAMAC 6.29.1.11, life-saving skills CPR.
Jill, I need you.
Okay, okay.
We'll go over that later.
The point being, and again, you said something, trying to take away positions, I would disagree that we're just randomly pulling.
No,
I know you didn't mean that. I know you didn't mean that. I just want to say that just for the sake of clarity and expressing myself to say that can some of those coordinators technically, because of their duties and responsibilities, actually be a supervisor? Are they overclassified for what they're doing? And if that's the case, in how many instances, then you take that and you multiply the difference of what you can actually save if they're in the right position.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying.
No, and I agree with that. I mean, I think there's some duplication.
To the redundancy point that I'm
And so, yeah, and that doesn't need to happen. And there's just some folks who the jobs that they have can be taken on by maybe 2 other people in that department, which brings me to human resources.
Sorry.
Ding, 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 ding.
Well, and I've heard it all. I know what you're saying, Gary, and I know what a lot of people said. People
What
say it
is
even
he
in central
saying?
office. He's saying, okay, look, why does Farmington only have this many people? And it's supposedly like 6 or 7. Now Margaret will tell you something different, so we don't speak into it right now. But if you look at this, there's 11 people. And there didn't used to be 11 people. And we have more people, 11 people than when we had, what, 8,000 students,
my-
8,000 students?
My argument is that you go back 10 years, okay? Dr. Schoenfeld had 5 people in that office with more staff, more students. Fast forward 10 years later, we have twice as many people with less staff
Half
and
students.
So I guess that would require justification for all those positions.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
Right.
what, exactly.
And
Yeah.
That's what I'm
can't
saying.
we look to I mean, we can't just fire and fire and fire, but we can look
But
to
we
court,
can.
we can
According
consolidate.
to what we
Absolutely
went
can.
through
We
yesterday,
can eliminate.
we
I'm
can
not saying
eliminate
justify, we can
positions.
do, yeah.
And you're not firing them.
There's also attrition happening.
You don't fire, you don't.
No, that's what I'm saying, it's not firing.
Yeah,
We just,
Losing
what is
position.
it?
It's a business decision.
Eliminate positions.
yeah.
Yeah.
And to go back to that,
There's a
your,
case directly on point with this.
yeah, your ancillary health and wellness, they're not even telling you this, that this 9th through 12th grade is a health education course that they are supposed to have for graduation. It's a graduation 6.29.1.11 for hands-on only CPR. And they're supposed to be trained in how to recognize signs of a heart attack, how to use the AED, and then do the Heimlich maneuver. That's a graduate requirement, and they don't even tell you that. And that's why I'm saying, these people here are not even like doing their jobs.
In nurses, in terms of nurses.
Oh, no more?
I'll tell you that when I worked
It's a good, it's a good amount.
a larger school district, K through 8, we only had five regional nurses. We had 2 nurse practitioners, and the other 3 were RNs. We had 25 schools. And we had, I wanna say 17,000 students. And so I think we have to really look at what, like Cheryl was saying, really look at the job duties. What are being passed on to the health assistants? What is being taken on? Are we just like, are these positions, these directors, these supervisor positions, are we just allowing them to pass on their duties to their, to their staff? I mean, and that's where we come across that whole situation about not being able to bill Medicaid and get reimbursed for those services. I think I see too often that happens if it's not laid out properly to say, these are your duties. This is what you're supposed to do. You can delegate on these X, Y, Z, but you cannot, part of your duties are this.
And that's part of that efficiency effectiveness, because the other lens I look through are the educators. And again, federal government, state, tribe in some instances, all these things are continually just stacked on that plate of these teachers, okay? They're the only ones that can't say, hey, I need an assistant. Bring me an EA to help me, because I have 7 kids with IEPs.
For that.
And then I have, out of 20 kids, I get 10 that get pulled out for bilingual.
And if you're doing your job nowadays, you should probably have half your kids on a SAT.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and that's my point.
Hard work.
That is
Data
precisely my
collection.
point, is that they are the only ones that cannot beg for help, or if they do, it falls upon deaf ears, but a director can say, you know what? God, I need somebody to do this, a coordinator's position, I need an FTE.
Oh my gosh.
So they go and run and justify that
Yes.
FTE, all right?
That's exactly.
And then a coordinator's position is created.
Yep.
And then the coordinator says, you know what? I need a supervisor for this function.
Yeah.
Okay, well then they create the FTE and justify it to whoever they need to justify it to. And then the supervisor goes, damn, I need this administrative duty done by a specialist. Let me justify an FTE for a specialist position. So now that one director has created how many positions?
Yep.
Sure.
See,
And it's happened. I know it's happened.
all the damn time.
It's not happened this year.
And that's why we're so top heavy now.
Yeah.
Not yet.
We're more top
Yeah.
heavy now than when we had more students.
Oh, it
It
says,
says it in the report.
that's what I said, it says it in this document.
The
So
money's not
it's-
reaching the classroom.
Right, the money's not reaching the classroom.
Some office not ever been going to school.
Yeah, and and again, to my point of, they're the ones who need the most help. So in the natural world of attrition within the communities, and again, that outward migration, it has reduced the amount of students, but you still have the same amount of teachers, which technically and theoretically speaking, should affect the efficiency and effectiveness of that teacher in that classroom. All things being equal, but we know they're not. So that reduction is actually an aid for those educators to help them be able to focus. But again, with all those things stacked on top of one another, it's still a challenge
And
to attain proficiency.
To go along with what Mr. Montoya is saying too, is these EAs, some of them have masters, a bachelor's degree, associate's degree, and do you know they're only getting paid like less than $9 an hour? And HR said that they cannot progress up, but yet you have, as he stated, directors, coordinators, they create these positions and then they have this big, huge salary that they just all of a sudden create. But yet you have these people who are in the schools, in the classrooms, who are making less than $9 an hour.
Not anymore. They're all making 15.
Yeah, because the minimum went up to 15.
Yeah, but that's,
In our district, we did it better.
But for a person who has a bachelor's
Right, no,
or
I
a
agree.
master's,
I totally agree.
You know, and that's one of the things though, and I've said this even in respect to our substitutes, about making it attractive enough to come in, one, to want to work there because they know they're gonna make a little bit more money than Sassy or any of the BIE schools or Farmington.
We did that. That's one of the first
Okay.
things I tried to do, was say,
Yeah,
let's sit down,
absolutely, I get it.
make their pay better.
And the same thing would apply if you have an educational level and you wanna be a sub. Okay, let's pay them accordingly.
Right.
It's, to me, it's a
We do that.
no-brainer, man.
Yeah, we
I
do
was
that.
just gonna say that.
Long-term sub with a master's degree, pay them the difference of the time that they'd be working if they were an actual educator.
exactly, yeah.
When you have a kid out of high school who's a sub, they cannot teach a class.
Of course not.
And you know,
And
we
but you
understand
know
that.
what, we could utilize those, we could start growing our own from high school to help with the
That's what I was saying
middle school.
yesterday. That's exactly what I was saying.
Start doing things like that, giving them credit for those.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily have to teach, I mean, we're not gonna expect them to teach, but they can start helping with classroom
Yeah, it's just
management.
EAs, they did that at
Yeah.
Mesa College in Grand Junction. They would bring in the college students, prospective educators, they would bring them into the classroom, especially in the earlier grades, K through third grade, where they knew they need the help.
Yeah.
Where they knew they needed one-on-one, you bring the high school kids over and you start that educational
I don't
process.
mind paying high school kids, college kids. We'd pay high school kids, I'd do that.
And you know what, there was a program, with the last superintendent, when school started, there was a program from PED where they were going to pay high school kids to go in and be exactly what you're talking about. The state was gonna pay them and all
Yeah,
the district
I
had to
remember
do was apply. And that superintendent they didn't do anything, him and his, administration didn't take it up.
I mean, we could really do that and really start growing our own.
Because we have impact aid money, it's discretionary
Find out
funding.
if that's what they wanna do too. They
Yeah,
don't go
and
through all of
that's-
that education and then, oh, I don't wanna do this.
Yeah,
It's a good way to vet them.
Good points. You ready, Mr.?
So Monday, when you go back to work, you can get it all done, right?
I will be in Santa Fe on Monday.
Okay, Tuesday.
Okay,
Tuesday.
we expect a report at the
Yes.
school board meeting.
I do a superintendent's report. And my superintendent's report is gonna be all about the LSC.
As this one.
And about this meeting, I mean, I think there's been a lot of
Are we
good
supposed
discussion.
to, in regards to that, also talk about maybe the options about who is gonna audit? Did you find anybody to audit our support services?
Did she say she may have had that
You had a
card?
card, right?
Somebody had a card.
So we need to,
Give that to me,
yeah,
because I've actually, the student support would like to give us a card. Here's
Oh,
no.
hell no.
No,
So let's not have them.
Yeah, no, that ain't gonna happen.
yeah.
So, another thought along those lines is for example, for HR, I wouldn't mind having somebody with HR experience advise us on how to cut
So I think it's a good idea to do with HR. It's a good idea to do with all the departments.
Yeah, all of
I mean,
them.
All of them,
And
That
student
way-
support, that should be done separately from the audit part.
all need to be evaluated.
Yep,
It costs a few
Yeah.
dollars, but.
I think when we're looking at really getting, tightening the purse string, we really have to look at all those positions. Are they justified?
That's what I'm
I
saying.
mean, are we, where are we bleeding out money? Where is it justified that we're okay with, spending a little bit more here, but here, we need to tighten up? I mean, that, I would really like to, I know that I've done that, I've gone through several reorganizations where people came in and they looked at our positions, they looked at how many students we had, they looked at everything to say, and then at the end they said, you all have too many of this, or you don't have enough of this.
Give me their name.
I'll get the name.
We can, I mean, if they're good,
They're really good. They came in and they really did a whole sweep of the district and really looked at everything. And if we were paying the right amount, I mean, if our staff was being compensated enough or we're overcompensating in terms
in all
of
the
pay.
different areas.
All different areas, it was just a sweep.
Okay.
We went through the whole district.
The one thing for us in the state of Mexico is the tables are set by the state, so especially with the educators. And then they adjust accordingly, I believe it is, with the administration, they have principals and assistants and that type.
Except, I guess in our case, we have directors who just can't.
Oh, yeah, understood, and that's why I said what I said about ensuring and bringing up to where if they're in the right position, doing the right things, being paid the right money, rather than overclassified.
And it would be good to have it looked at, with the construction part, because there's two people who have their own construction company. And, and I don't know if bids went out to those or what, so that it needs to be looked into. And then, most of those bids should have been sealed and stuff as well, but, I mean, there's just a lot of,
Questions?
yeah, exactly,
Shenanigans.
yeah,
There's no accusation, but certainly
right,
questions.
yes, question.
Well, that's why, I mean, like Amanda, she should welcome, if they're doing a good job.
Anybody
Well,
should.
come on in. Audit what we're doing, it's fun.
I can tell you that it was happening over at one of the tribally controlled schools, that a staff member's husband had a construction company. And bids were not sealed, I guess. They were, it was kind of a setup. And now there's gonna be people that are gonna go to prison because of it. Because they underbid, but then when they got the bid, then they were charging
Oh,
all these other things.
it's very
that
easy to go back and ask for, what do they call it?
Forgiveness.
Huh?
Forgiveness.
No.
No, there's
Sorry.
change order, change order.
Yeah,
You
Not.
can go back and ask for change order, very easy.
I mean-
Keep it under a certain amount of money, you don't have to go in front of the board.
yeah, and I mean, even that Miss Stockton, that was a shocker.
Awful.
That was a
Oh my gosh,
shocker.
that was-
And that was right under our
That
nose.
happened with cold
She
feet.
You know,
was
oh.
the nicest.
Yes,
Help.
yes, you would never suspect,
Okay.
Yeah, we
never
didn't consider it.
suspect, and
So,
yeah, I was shocked.
so I mean, maybe even a policy that the board needs to put in that we can't accept those kind of close family ties.
Yeah.
Well, technically it's not supposed to happen.
Well, it's
in
not
there.
supposed to happen,
Yeah,
but
technically
there's no like written rule that says that.
There is a policy, it says if you
You're
have,
related?
Disclosure, it's
it-
under the
Oh,
disclosure.
but yeah,
Yeah,
you just have to
disclosure, yeah.
disclose it.
yeah,
So I could say, Gary, I have this great company, but shoot, they're related to me. But you know what, they're really great, so
They
you
do a
should
really good
consider,
job.
yeah. They've done a really great
It's only-
job and
It's only
I
my
did.
second cousin,
Mhm.
who lives right next door to me.
And they're working on my house too.
Yeah. And
And that's why the change
Tree
order
fell.
comes in.
That's right.
Yeah, the tree fell through my roof, so.
I mean, unfortunately, we have to really be skeptical about everybody because we don't know what people's motives are. They're not altruistic, like
Not all pure.
that you hope they would be. So.
Yeah.
She just stamped it.
Are you still cold?
Close the door.
My feet are getting cold.
It's
coming
getting
from
the
the
draft
window.
coming from
Really?
behind you.
I feel like
Need to change out those windows.
You need to get a board to cover the windows.
Go get Farmington Construction Company. Did I say that out loud?
Is that the family-owned business?
How come we don't have that protection film thing on there?
They're in the process of putting that on the school.
You know what, Tensei had those all put in and then they stripped them all off. Tensei, he had them all they were all over on the admin building, all the windows, even inside the offices inside, in building B. And then they went and stripped them all off. And now we're paying to put them back on again.
What was it?
It was,
Ones that you can see out, but they can't.
Yeah,
Can't see it in.
in case you had like an active shooter.
They also secure the windows
Yeah,
to a good degree, not absolute, but to a good degree.
all of the windows were done when Tensei was here. He had those done.
Tensei's the director?
He was
Is
the
that
athletic
director?
director, but he was very proactive on
Is it district coordinator, athletic,
director.
not director?
Coordinator? I think he was a director at that time.
But he was-
He wasn't the
Yeah,
director.
he was a director.
He wasn't.
No?
He wanted to be. He was the coordinator.
See, that's one of those
It was not a
positions
director.
that say, I believe I need to be director,
Yeah.
not just a coordinator.
Thank you.
And then somebody said, you know what, I'll grant your wish.
You know what, buddy?
If I was king for just one day.
you'd wanna be king for the second day. Just kidding. I'm so funny. They should stop.
So we got 35 minutes.
Wrap them there.
I think my recommendation is we move to the very last one, discussion of potential board action regarding next retreat date and topics, so that we have that as a planning mechanism to come back to these other ones. The other thing I would just remind you that you wanted to act on before we leave today is that prologue, introduction, context, conversation as a policy that you guys talked about.
Context paragraph for the general
It
public.
is not gonna be a paragraph.
No, I don't think it should be longer,
Yeah, it's.
and it's gonna be,
pages.
it should be, that's something that.
Pretty exhaustive.
Yeah, not thesis, not exactly a thesis. It just sounds like a novel. So, something,
Dissertation of the CCS board on.
just the history of not opinionated.
So we need to go in executive session?
Are we gonna go into executive session?
I don't think we have time. I mean, you can.
Steve doesn't want to be here till 8 o'clock.
Is that what's gonna happen? It's the executive session.
He gets paid either way.
Salary.
You're exempt.
I don't block my hours.
So,
So we don't need to.
first item of business, I apologize, sir.
So we're going to skip the executive session.
I think we should pretty soon maybe come back to that. We can't Tuesday the second, that it's too late for that agenda, but we could on Tuesday, is it too late?
Still within
I'm almost done.
So what if,
I
Ms. Chappelle,
went back to make sure that I was good.
Ms. Chappelle, what if we just tasked you with creating and developing a synopsis of the historical,
What the way would be
it would be the
relevant.
Do you guys want that to be a board action? Because you can, it's on your.
historical evaluation. Evaluation of the historical.
She's holding up sweaty as the.
You're cold
Don't
because
sit over
of
by her, you're
that.
fanning,
I think so.
raising her to death.
That's why you're cold. She's like, oh, sorry. The temperature's, the temperature drops like right.
What are you doing?
I'm fanning myself, I'm sweating.
I mean, Jermaine.
Oh, shoot.
You're what?
He and I have been working on the presentation
Of what?
For the,
for Monday.
Monday.
For the response.
Yeah, so he can go through and give the presentation about how it really is.
The rest of the story.
With emotion.
We expect you to cry.
No,
Which emotion are we talking about? There's a lot of emotions.
Just give us one, it doesn't matter.
Make them laugh.
Can you warm up a little bit, Christina?
Yeah.
Once she moved.
Now she's back.
Way back, away from the chair. Give her my sweater. You want the sweater?
No, okay.
Oh,
She's like,
Really,
sweaty.
Hurry and do that.
you guys can do a motion and a second on.
You're my elbow.
Telling you to do it.
okay, do a motion. I motion that we task Ms. Chappelle
Create
to
a synopsis
create a synopsis
of
of
the historical inequities.
historical.
No, it's just tasked her to developing an outline for CCSD and
For Chappelle to make a synopsis.
You have to repeat it so Sharon can hear.
Yeah. What was that again? Sorry.
Just tell the story.
I motion to have Ms. Chappelle create a synopsis of the historical
inequities
inequities for the school district.
And
faced
also the
by,
economic challenges.
Challenges.
challenges faced by CCSD
In the recent years.
over the past
Okay.
47 years. Because that's really
Oh, for the, yeah.
tied to what's happening.
In the past 47 years.
We could just say 50 years.
More 50 years, yeah.
50 or 40?
40.
Go back to 1975.
Because it would be
Impact Aid.
before Impact Aid.
50
Well,
And
years
then
before.
47 years ago was Impact Aid when they started. But what was it before?
Well, actually, it goes back to 1968 where the Kennedy report.
Okay, to the Kennedy report, to 1968.
1968.
A thesis.
No.
So do
I motioned.
we have a second to this motion?
Second.
Been moved and seconded that, Ms. Chappelle be tasked with creating et cetera.
Yes, that thing.
Historical outline.
Vice President Haslett,
Yes.
Secretary
Yes.
Ford, Ms. Asper,
Yes.
Ms. Montoya.
Yes.
Myself, yes. you have been
Task.
tasked with. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
What is long?
The next item would be discussion board action, legislative priorities, Superintendent Carlson, General Counsel. Did we do that already?
No, but so my recommendation is we go to what's at 5 o'clock, the discussion and potential board action,
Board action regarding next
and schedule a time to go through the rest of this. Paul Harvey,
street and our topic.
that's my recommendation.
So we're seeking to continue?
Continue like a retreat or continue?
You can do it in a board meeting
Is,
and
I can't do it the week of January 22nd.
26th is a Sunday, right? Is that a Sunday?
I think that's a Monday. It's 23rd.
23rd.
23rd, yeah, that week I can't do it. Going to Georgia. Georgia.
Oh, not. Very good time to go to Georgia. It's supposed to get cold later this week, so, and stay cold for a while.
You can't do it on the 27th?
What day is that?
Friday.
No, I'll
20,
be coming back
26th
then.
through the 28th.
I'll be coming back that day.
Oh, and the 30th is
And then
on.
that following week is when we have
Can you
Yeah,
Zoom?
we'll be,
conference.
we'll
in
have the
Santa Fe.
conference, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
What about that
30th,
following?
30th and 31st are Monday and Tuesday that week.
I can't do it on Monday.
How about that Tuesday, 31st?
What's the possibility of, while life not being, like executive, I guess.
I'm the week of the 24th and the 30th, 31st.
About a Saturday.
I'm going on Saturday.
Everybody open just to a Saturday?
Let me see.
What day?
Pick a Saturday. What, the 28th?
28th, yeah.
My mom, I can't.
26th through 28th, like 26th through the 30th, I'm out.
Okay, then the following Saturday. Oh, we'll be in Santa Fe.
February 11th?
There you go, the following Saturday after that then, which is that the 11th?
Yeah.
The 11th, yep,
I can.
I can do that.
I think
I
I'm
can do
able
that.
to,
I can do that.
It's far enough away that you can certainly X out the day.
February
Last-
11th. At Pagosa Springs? No, I'm kidding.
Firework.
It goes to Hot Springs?
Yeah, the hot springs.
And it'd be wellness.
Yeah, that's right, we're dressing
Stress,
on
we
this.
can de-stress.
So we good for that then?
On Saturday?
February 11th,
February 11th.
9 o'clock in the morning? Put that down my schedule.
The only other action item I would recommend is that you authorize superintendent and I to keep moving forward on strategic plan consistent with what we've discussed today.
Okay, I motion to have Superintendent Carlson and Council Chappelle to continue to move forward with the strategic planning.
Speak up, I can't hear you.
Are you really?
That was well done.
For real? You can't hear?
See, you know, with him, I'm like,
I heard her. Really? I'm like,
hearing loss in women's and children's voices.
Get your fan and fan it that way. To Mary.
You ready? I motion to have Superintendent Carlson and Council Chappelle to continue to work on the strategic plan,
Consistent with what's discussed here.
consistent with what was discussed today.
Do I have a second?
Consistent, what is consistent?
Aligned with, consistent with,
Whatever we talked about,
yes,
that it's on that.
We have a second.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we have the superintendent and council work on a plan. Ms. Ashley,
Yes.
Ms. George,
Yes.
Ms. Asmus,
Yes.
Mr. Montoya,
Yes,
myself, yes.
and if I may add with that, just as an understanding, Superintendent, a caveat to inform the board in board meeting, or work session, whatever.
Yes. Does that go on the motion?
Just a
Just a cabinet courtesy.
What was the time for the order to be on the
9 o'clock.
3.
To midnight.
Possibility.
You guys will be up the next day for Super Bowl. Oh.
That would be-
That's right.
Oh.
49ers.
You have to change the date.
That the increase in administrative costs was technological stuff?
We said,
Okay, because it's not in here.
if it's wrong,
No,
They
it's
won't
not,
know.
I'm just saying it's not in here.
So is it 9 to 5?
a portion of it.
But she said 9 to 5.
I'm like, yes.
Working 9 to 5.
You know, you doubled up on my security advisors.
What?
You doubled up on the security advisors. I mean, you expanded it in a different place, that had already been used, so I just got rid of it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm so sorry.
And the location
Pagosa.
here?
Where's the Super Bowl?
Oh, yeah, where's the Super Bowl at?
It's in Phoenix, let's have it in Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Down?
We'll have it in the West Valley, not too far from the stadium.
What about Chef Bertie's?
Where would you put that?
What?
Administrative thing? Sorry. Oh,
Finish this meeting first.
I will entertain a motion to,
Where are we having it at? Here.
So are you
Oh,
gonna,
here?
are you gonna include in there that, sovereignty or Navajo Nation?
It's not the
um,
boardroom anymore.
I don't know what you wanna say, guidelines or
Manny or Randy?
Navajo Nation sovereignty was not
Randy J.
mentioned,
Randy.
but was
The whole
Okay.
building.
was something that we had
Remember the
to,
beginning?
It's a building and the
to,
board together.
consider.
It's a complexity.
Let, the chef know that the food was really, really.
I know that
Yeah,
steak
that
was
steak was
great.
delicious.
It
Yes,
was so good,
it was.
It was better than that,
melt in your mouth.
that place in Oklahoma, that steak place, it was better than that.
They just need
It
to,
was-
he just
it was
needs to
better
make
than
the,
what we
well,
had
even the bread
in,
was really good. Everything was
Those were
really
delicious.
delicious, so.
That,
So I don't mind if he catered again.
Yeah.
That steak for
Yeah.
11.
when
That's a
they,
hint right there.
Yeah.
when they did the
Purchase order?
I will get it going.
committee meetings,
Blanket purchase order.
they did their committee meetings at Ron Wilson, he had baked chicken, and that was good too.
Yeah,
I like the steak.
it was so
delicious.
good. I just
And I
love
don't-
the rest
Yeah.
of the rosemary. I could taste.
I
It's
really
just so
don't care
good.
about chicken, but it was good.
Well, the eggs are really expensive, so
That
the
bird was
chicken
good,
probably. Mhm.
Probably cage free. Makes a difference.
I think I eat cage because small. Let me out, I'm free. Screw you guys.
It's like she's used to the cave, so it's like.
Bring it back.
It was funny looking. You're all like, and she's.
Stop it.
That was funny.
I'll entertain a motion that we adjourn.
I second.
Oh, yeah.
We need a motion.
I motion to adjourn.
She first did.
I second.
And then
Then moving second to the meeting.
with the closures of the power plant, that also threatens our career readiness because that's tied to that. So that needs to be mentioned.
We do have a placeholder for that for students.
Yes.
Ms. Askey,
Yes.
Ms. George,
Yes.
Ms. Asper,
What?
To adjourn.
Oh, yes.
and myself.
Scary.
Gary disappeared.
Steve, this is yours, your school
Gary,
districts. I mean,
How do
the,
you vote to
this is
to
a guess.
adjourn?
Say it again?
How do you vote to adjourn?
Jared.
How do I
for
vote?
me.
Like, where did he get it?
If I was to vote, I'd probably get up and say yay or nay, but
I don't know.
can I send a text?
No,
Yeah, which is this?
Yes.
not allowed.
Yeah, this is
Yes.
all part of it. So,
5.
yeah,
I
that's.
feel like that was a bunch of.
I guess.
This,
No,
All of
we
it's
it's
part
yes.
of
we
it.
say no.
You're with the court again.
I know.
And then is that other thing?
Seeing the jovial
Well, I have to do this.
smiles,
Yeah.
faces, everybody, and the attitude, I say we stay
And
there a
then
little
that's
longer.
because he had this hooked up. So I'll have to bring my computer and have it updated because the firewall is not letting me.
Is this his or?
He said it was a guess.
The meeting
The Leandra said it is my
gave
phone
us
in case I had to have a problem.
Do you need it for one?
No, I'm only having issues in here. I'm okay.
It's just probably the connectivity in here, though, isn't it?
No, she was wired too.
I
so-
had, yeah, I was plugged in, but
Oh,
it's
you're
just the
still-
fire,
are you
the firewall. It needs my computer. Steve, I updated, but
How will
then,
you be dressed?
Matt? so,
She's gonna wear shorts.
so commit, so.
Just
How would you
shorts.
like,
Bermuda
And a tank
shorts. What?
I could wear boots instead of a tie.
He's gonna be wearing Bermuda shorts. Open
On
sandals.
on Friday, I mean, on Monday? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be professional-ish. It's probably just like I was yesterday. That was all right.
Can we dress you as a hush puppy?
At the medicine man.
I would be freaking out a little bit, right? And listening.
We'd have to grow your hair.
Maybe, you know what might work? If you dress like Bite.
And stumble around.
Steve,
And make sure
over
you're
here,
wearing-
over here, Steve.
Smell people.
Forget whoever. I'll elect you to my school board. I don't remember their name. I can do it.
Talk to imaginary ghosts.
Didn't you fall after the airplane thing? Your leg coming down?
Yes, that, and then on his bike.
I think they'll have that plaque by
That background stuff where we push back is it?
Okay,
in
Get it.
the response.
Gary, you're on that side, would you do me a favor?
We kind of
Plug
take
me
on
over
the
there.
task on this one, which is kind of what she's saying. And that would be a good place to put in the administrative stuff, the cost, the what I could hear.
Let me try,
How do you look at it?
well, there's nobody else.
So my only last suggestion
Everybody's not.
is that we at least have some bullet points that address it.
I'll go in
Would it
and
have
get
to be
that
inside? Would it be inside?
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Hey,
thank you.
just in time for
Hey, Jerry.
We'd like to kind of get rolling. We just gotta take half hour. So are you thinking after?
Well, let me know. Okay, I will.
I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Bye.
See you.
Probably pretty close.
Monday.
Monday.
Probably after the dinner.
Tomorrow, we're leaving.
After which one?
Oh.
Okay.
Shoot,
So before the equity?
you think, can we leave about
So if
10?
we need a strategy session or something, just let.
So after 4?
And I'll be working on my protest.
Sign.
Nothing to see here.
I will send that. What did you do?
Let's put a new slide in.
Do you know that, remember Blue Home Grisham had a house built on BLM land above Navajo Dam?
Yes.
How does that happen?
Can you do that?
She's the governor, right?
If you're the governor?
No.
She did it.
BLM land?
Huh?
She did what on BLM land?
Can I help?